it called?
I wanted to get revenge on the tribesmen that had taken his life.
Awaken to a world of wonder. Visit Fantasy 14 online.
Faggot.
After hearing one nearby, I gave chase, and I went in to attack it. I found a turtle which meant to shout for water, and found a parrot nearby which would be my dinner. So I placed myself down a campfire. I then started making the fire and lit up the campfire, and then went searching for a place to place down a bed. And once I went to gather materials, I heard something in the woods. What the hell was that? Oh no, it's a spider. Nope, nope, nope. I'm not sleeping on the ground anymore. After manning up, I made myself a water collector and finished constructing it, had my dinner, and then went to bed, calling it the first night. The next morning I wanted to go search for the chief that saved my life. I had my first encounter with some beaches and then continued searching through the woods, finding some bananas as well as my very first legend. Finally I made it to the tribe camp. With no subtitles, I had no idea what the chief was saying, and I imagined it went something like this.
I am the tribe elder. If you can capture women and children, heal some tribe members, and complete some riddles, you will gain my trust. Have a wicked awesome ritual party. Now might also be a good time to tell the viewers about today's sponsor.
Oh yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Stevie. My boy nearby, I'm free. It's a limited time deal.
Now, Uber, get out of here so I can download the game and start playing.
So I wanted to get to work on earning the chief's trust. Then after spotting a little boy nearby, I went in pursuit to grab him. Finally, after grabbing him, I returned him safely to the village and earned my first trust. I wanted to construct a bow to go after some campsites, but eventually I was with the wrong tree and I got poisoned or than a particular bird. I then chopped down the right tree that went right back and constructed my very first bow. I then harvested some feathers to make the arrows needed, but my body was still fighting off the poison. I was extremely worried I wasn't going to make it. After searching for some crazy, I saw myself back up as I got to the boat to collect some dinner for the night, and then finally returned back to my bed on the ground. The next day I decided I couldn't live like this, so I made myself a mud pit and constructed myself some mud bricks, placed down the supporting structure, and then chopped down some trees to start building it up. And finally it was completed, so I filled in some walls, filled it in with mud bricks, and went to rush up. I needed some more ash to make more mud, so I constructed a fire, got bitten by a spider, and decided this time I would rather sleep it off. The next day as I woke up, I took a sip of water and then spotted I had some unwelcome guests. I was hoping they didn't see me, but unfortunately was spotted and was forced to engage.
Let's get off my property, there, you're not welcome here.
Luckily I managed to take one down and then took a shot at the chest that utterly dumped. I landed an amazing headshot, and when the threats neutralized, I applied a bandage to my boo-boo. Well, that was another close call. So I decided to take another brief afternoon nap so I could heal up before continuing some more adventure, chasing down the poor kids and returning them safely back to the camp. Returning back to base to construct my roof and then placing down all the palm leaves to cover it up. Once done, I restarted my fire and then continued searching around for long sticks to fill in all the walls. I then started constructing myself a log bed and gathered all the material needed to finish it up. Finally, I wouldn't sleep on the ground anymore. Spiders for me. The next morning, I heard another boy nearby, so I grabbed him and returned him back to the chief. I then spotted armadillo, and these could be used for their shells for armor. But I needed to find some banana leaves, and I went searching. That's when I stumbled upon my very first camp. This was way too close to my base, so I knew I had to engage and take all of them out so I would be left unfazed. I then also grabbed the tribal bow and then proceeded to destroying their campsite, earning myself more trust before grabbing a drink of water, hitting another spider, and then finally reigniting my fire. I then restocked on some arrows before filling in the door to my shelter and then completing the construction.
Now it's starting to rain. Well, you're dead.
So I went off to bed, and the next morning my fire was dead and I had visitors yet again. After not being spotted, I finally found banana leaves and I could make my very first piece of armor. Once it was on, I went searching for yet another campsite. I heard some strange growls in the woods, what I thought was coming from a bear, but boy was I wrong. Luckily, with some quick reactions, the jaguar was taken care of. I bandaged myself up as he got me pretty good, and then harvested up the spot. After surviving, I went to wash myself up, but noticed my wound was infected, so I treated it with some maggots and went to tell the chief.
Gee, if you won't believe it, I killed a jaguar over myself.
And then treated myself to a nice steak. The next morning, I went out exploring through the woods when I stumbled upon went closer, I was opted to perform another ritual. So I gathered up all the material and completed the ritual and then lit it on fire, releasing the spirit as well as earning some more trust.
Sorry, buddy, at least Jaguar didn't eat you.
I then went back to the chief's camp so I could cook up some dinner and hang out with one of the boys.
I don't know if the chief told you, but I defeated a Jaguar.
He didn't seem too impressed, so I grabbed my dinner and slowly made my way back to camp. Bought myself some breakfast for the morning, and then finally, after skinning the little piggy, I got ready to wash up and then go to bed. The next morning I woke up to some more unexpected guests. This time I knew there had to be another camp nearby, so I ran into the woods. I lurked in the shadows as I followed them around, hoping that they would lead me back to their campsite, which they did. And thus I was able to take care of the local villagers, had a pretty little mushroom snack which gave me food poisoning, but I wouldn't let that stop me as I destroyed the village, harvested the bodies, and went to wash up. Then went searching for some mushrooms so I could fill myself up, but stumbled upon another armadillo. So I went chasing after as this could give me more armor, but it led to another little boy in the woods. I was finally able to grab him and return him safely to the jeep. I then went searching around the garden for some mushrooms and was finally able to heal up. Oh boy, get over it already. There's plenty more of these to come. As I made myself some more mud pits, I continued constructing my little shelter. But the mud was simply not enough. I needed a lot more fires. So I decided to construct 3 this time in the hope that I would speed up my construction. But of course it started to rain. Once I woke up, I started the fires yet again, but hey, this was raining and it stopped raining already. The next morning I found another armadillo, so I slaughtered him up for his shell and then went grabbing myself some banana leaves so I could construct myself another piece of armor. I then relit all my fires and went searching for some piggies that I could cook up. After getting 2 nearby ones, grabbing all their meat, I placed it on top of the fire and added sizzling. I also decided to make myself a drying rack and so that I could preserve my raw meat for longer. But I had lost daylight and was only able to finish it up by the next day. And despite that it started raining again, my fires were done and I was able to construct some more mud huts and then completed 2 more walls of my nice little shelter. I went to briefly wash up and once I was done I set out on another adventure. Grabbing myself some water as I was thirsty, but I heard some more growls behind me. This time it was an alligator. Luckily I managed to remain calm. I started pelting with some arrows and he went
Fucking
down.
nigger. Get over there, fucking nigger.
Up the body, gave myself a quick scrub in the leg, and then went searching for some fruits as I was running really low on carbs. But that's when I ran into another dead villager. So I chopped down some trees and then collected all the leaves needed to complete the ritual. Lit it up and released the spirit. Finally I found some fruit and was able to replenish my carbs, hung up some of the alligator
Fucking
meat,
nigger.
and then continued building and washing myself up before going to bed. The next morning went back to the landfill to grab yet another armadillo and construct another piece of armor. Once done, I made my way back to the swamp to collect some more alligator meat, as it turned out to be actually quite tasteful. On my way back, I found a strange location, a massive boat. So of course, curiosity got the better of me and I went over to investigate. Swimming down through the holes of the sunken ship, and then finding a strange crate with a golden artifact. No idea what it was for. I also found some iron ore, some bone, then probably the most important thing yet, a map. And boy was this place massive. My shortcut home led to my first main camp, so I killed the tribesmen and freed up the slave woman. Free lady. I found yet another legend, destroyed the remaining camp, and then made a bed so I could rest up for the evening. The next morning I made my way back to camp. I enjoyed a refreshing sip of water and then got to work to make some more mud bricks to complete my walls. Finally I was nearly done, but I needed one more set of bricks. So after washing up, I bought myself another piggy so I could have a nice afternoon. After slaying him, I went back to the chief.
Hey, the lady's here. I hope you like you.
I then cooked up a little piggy meat as these was great for protein as well as fats. I then went back to base to finish up the last energy, I knew I was about to pass out. And down I went. Problem with sleeping on the ground is you wake up with a worm inside you, and you now have to surgically remove it using a bone needle and patching it up with a bandage. I was still in dire need of some water as I rushed back to base, making it just in time to have a refreshing sip and went to bed. The next day I went searching for some more women and children, but ran into some more tribe members that I had to take care of. After pouncing the second one with an amazing headshot, I knew there was a camp nearby, so I proceeded in with caution and started destroying it, earning myself even more trust. I continued my search and found a cave with another legend inside. See, with the legends, you have to collect all the stones and then solve the riddle. Confused and lost, I continued my search when I heard the screams of another boy overhead. That's when I spotted a massive land bridge, so I made my way up and gave chase after the little scared boy. Here, child, stop running from me! Stick to the cat. I listened to the little voice singing the entire way back. I got close to camp and spotted a second child, so I went to drop off the first and then went to grab the second one. Returned him to the chief as well, and then I enjoyed my jaguar meat over a nice pleasant campfire. The next day I was back out on the search, searching around for any legends, wounded tribe members, women or children. I stumbled upon some more explored land. This was also made by more tribe members. I heard the hissing of a snake and was able to sidestep and then started bouncing them all, landing perfect headshots as well as dodging their arrows. They were guarding this wounded tribe member. I was able to heal him and earn myself even more trust points. As I went back to the warriors to gather their arrows, I got jump scared by an alligator that landed a pretty nice bite. Luckily, I was quick to react. But for some reason, it wasn't going down. I was going to be a dirty little boy sneaking through caves as I found the warriors kept me a bit more organized. Lacking information, I definitely had to take caution. Blow to the head by one of them and then finally ended his life. I proceeded destroying the camp with some more scouts nearby and I was forced to engage, trying to spear one to death and then taking an arrow from another. Finally I was able to land the headshot needed and then took a leap of faith over a cliff edge. Being as dirty as I was, I forsook the developed fever and I was now in serious need of water. So desperate that I ran to the water and boy was this I had worms that I had to take care of, but I didn't have enough bones. water, I found another boy nearby, so I went to grab him and dropped him off by the jeep. I will fill the trust meter halfway. I then stumbled upon another dead tribe member, so I prepared the body for the ritual that would lie ahead. Gathering wood from the roots and then starting the fire to release his spirit. Shortly after finding another wounded tribe member that I was able to heal up and then finally call it a night. The next day I returned back to the main camp. This time I was a lot better rested and a lot better supplied on food and water. After taking care of the entire camp and taking out the local nearby villagers, I decided I would use this space to set up a temporary shelter. That way I have another one across this side of the map for my future adventures. Once done, I made myself a bed and then got a good night's rest. The next morning I made myself a campfire as well as a water collector and went to gather up some food. I also stumbled upon a cave that had another legend as well as another wounded tribe member, but my bandages weren't working, so I needed to find a different map. I then tried snacking on one, but it gave me food poisoning, and then finally found the tobacco plant to do the job. And then I back my fire and enjoyed some water before resting up for the night. The next morning I made my way back to the wounded tribe member, but still no luck. I continued searching the cave, finding yet another legend and hearing some locals nearby, so I knew there was another camp. Finally finding it, these guys were a lot more aggressive and really gave me a run
I got
for my
some
money. But luckily I was able to
niggers,
regain my composure and
vanilla
take all of
seeds,
them
chili
out as well as
seeds,
get myself dinner.
cauliflower,
But the rain
onion,
prevented me from
corn
picking it up
seeds,
and getting the ash
kohlrabi,
needed for another type of bandage. Finally
spinach,
the next morning I reignited the fires, enjoyed my morning breakfast while I waited for the fires to die
broccoli,
down so I could
tomato,
collect the ash. Finally having it, I prepared the bandage and made my way back to
cucumber,
the
cotton.
tribe member. But something was lurking and waiting for me in the woods. As I searched around, I finally spotted it, a puma. This guy was a lot quicker than the jaguars, but luckily I was able to get the headshot needed. I then applied a bandage to my leg and harvested up the puma body. I applied some maggots to prevent infection and then made my way back to the wounded tribe member. And finally the ash bandages seemed to do the job. I still had quite a fever, so I rushed home to wash up and then went to bed. The next morning, finding the second wounded tribe member in one of the caves and healing him up as well. Then making my way back to base, grabbing myself a nice lunch and cooking it up by the jeep. I then went searching for another armadillo so I could grab his shell and replenish my armor, and then went exploring further. When I stumbled, I could grab his shell and replenish my armor, and then went exploring further. When I stumbled upon this strange cave. This was called Snake's Pass, and it led to another legend. On my way back, I ran into another dead tribe member, prepared the ritual, and set the spirit free. And I then went back to have a good night's rest. That day I was more adamant than ever to finally finish up my first legend. I needed just one more, but stumbled upon another dead tribe member, so the ritual continued. And then finally I found the last required legend. I now had to slay the white demon, so of course I had to get some good sleep before the fight. The next day I decided to grab some armadillo armor and made my way over to the swamp to search around. I went back to the prairie, made myself some more arrows in preparation, and as the sun set I started searching around, feeling terrified that this massive beast could come around at any corner and attack me. But finally the white beast was in my sight, and I got ready to release some arrows. A couple of headshots and he was a lot easier than what I was expecting. Going to sleep, I then returned to the chief the next day, and he explained to me that I was now very close to having his full trust. I had already reached 800 points, and I was just a short way to go. Found another turtle and decided to grab the shell, and then search for more water legends. Some more exploring, and nearly running into more tribesmen that led me straight onto another dead tribe member. So I prepared the ritual and released another spirit. Exploring the nearby cave led to yet another legend. Just two more to go. I made my way back to the camp, but that's when I ran into another little boy that I decided to grab and return back to camp. Dropping him off safely meant I was just 100 points away. Going to sleep for the night and grabbing some breakfast the next morning, and then searching around for the legends. Finding yet another, and then searching around for mushrooms for my food poison. Further exploring led to another main camp that I decided to destroy, and I would spend the night here. So I built myself yet another shelter, constructed it with a village, and then once it was done, I made myself a bed to go on. The next day, restocking my food as well as water, and that's done. I put it down behind the cave with the final legion of food, another refill pipe, and then returning back to base so I could wash up, remove some more leeches, and have a quick brief nap before going out to solve the riddle. This led me to 3 crying waterfalls and a cave down below. I then made my
Fucking
way through the
bitch.
cave and dropped off my golden
Dumb
artifact.
nigger.
Lighting it on fire, I made my way back to the chief for a quick inspirational message and then got ready to attempt my very first ritual as I gulped down the magical soup of mushrooms. And thus it began.
Oh, this place is gorgeous.
The challenge was to grab bowls of water and then grow a plant to heal a nearby wounded tribe member while defending off-spurred jaguars from eating him. But of course, being the notorious jaguar slayer that I was, this was an absolute walk in the park. Luckily, these jaguars were a lot slower and their attention was also focused on him. Finally, I grabbed the last water bubble needed and I dropped it down, transitioning into the next phase. Making my way through the bioluminescent jungle and then finding another wounded tribe member. I nearly messed up with a bubble in my hand. I wasn't able to attack, but luckily caught the puma just in time. So I killed some more spirit animals, grabbed some more water bubbles, and then finished killing the remaining ones. So there was enough time to grab the final bubble needed, healing up the tribe member, and then transitioning into the final stage of the challenge. Yet another bioluminescent jungle with another wounded tribe member. Growing up another healing plant and taking care of the flaming pumas that were a lot more on the sky away. Keeping calm under pressure, I finally had the final bubble and I completed the challenge, ending the ritual.
Oh, wait, is that it?
Once I woke up, I had no idea where I was, but I had a strange toy with me. So I grabbed it and started tracking through the jungles, trying to figure out where the hell I actually was. Running into a little scorpion problem. Stupid! And now being poisoned, I was in dire need of some water. But the water here had an issue. It was completely poisoned. So I grabbed one of the toxic waste drums, and since I was about to pass out, I quickly tried to construct myself a bed, and luckily was able to sleep just in time before passing out. The next morning I continued following the river, and then spotted another tribal camp. This was where the Ungarasa stayed. So I went to introduce myself to the chief. Chief, sir, can't you just go to your friend? I've already gone through this whole trust issue. I then grabbed some polluted water and tried to boil it, but stupid me drank it by mistake.
Disgusting.
And I was now severely poisoned. So I constructed myself a nearby bed and I went to sleep, hoping I would sleep off the poisoning. But it didn't fully work. I was now hungry, thirsty, and completely deprived of carbs. So after grabbing a little piggy and cooking it up, I made myself a water collector, washed up in the river, gave myself a rash, and the next morning the situation was looking extremely grim. I had completely burned my food, so I needed to grab new one. Luckily this time I was able to cook up, and I also heard some thunder. I was so excited I ate raw food, and finally I was able to heal myself up, drink some coconut water, and try to do something about the polluted water source, collecting all the toxic waste drums that I could find. But some of them were rafted up with water and ended up landing in it, causing myself an infection and poisoning yet again. Luckily the camp wasn't far away, and I now had a fever, so I rushed over, drank some water, and I went to bed. But I still needed to clean myself up, otherwise the infection would get worse. Right there, the same sucks wasting water. I found some tribal markings and more polluted water. That's when I also spotted a villager and I knew I was close to a camp. I waited for them to leave and then rushed over to free the slave woman. At least if I died, I would have taken down another village and freed some more slaves. This was a massive camp, so it took ages to break all the structure, but finally with the village taken care of, I continued my search for water. I found a dried up riverbed and I knew I was close. Finally, I spotted some water as well as a strange structure behind. After washing up, I went in to investigate. This place came with a load of supplies. Some poles, some food, a strange letter that I couldn't read. This seemed to be some form of a drug lab, and I managed to
Fuck
find a
over there,
map as
cunt.
well. At least now I could somehow try to figure out where I was. Once I had my bearings, I collected some more supplies, and then also spotted a nearby jeep which had an antenna. This would definitely be useful to fixing my boat. I also found a nearby machete and then searched for a place to live. With all the riverbeds dried up, I knew it was now the dry season, so I started to set up camp nearby. This place came with a ton of bamboo, so I decided to make the overall frame using the bamboo sticks and rope nearby. I also constructed a mud roof as I wanted to be off the ground this time, so I built in a ladder and then constructed a fire so I could start gathering up the ash I would need for mud, as well as boiling some water. Then got back to farming when I heard someone running through the woods. He wasn't interested in me, but he started to attack my campfire. How do you think you're doing, sir? With my place still incomplete, I wanted to build a bed, but ended up stepping on another snake. Quickly tried to rush to finish up the bed, but I was out of energy and I went down. Waking up, I quickly
Hate when
rushed to
people do
find
that
and
to
finish the
animals.
job. And once done, I went back to the river to wash myself up, and then called it a night. Even though I still had worms, that would be a problem for the next day as I surgically
I've admitted
removed
to
them
having
and then
worms.
bandaged up my arm. Now I can finally get to finishing up my structure. So I began by placing down some mud bricks and then constructing the remaining frame on the second level. Once done finishing up my mud pits and then going around to collect all the mud needed to fill them in. I then enjoyed a quick bath in the river before adding the water needed to start mixing up the mud bricks. Once done, I filled in the bricks that would add as the floor of my second story. I then enjoyed another quick bath and decided to go to bed to continue my work the next day. I started by placing even more fire pits and then igniting them so I could speed up the ash production. I cooked myself up some breakfast and had a quick look at what I learned with the bamboo sticks. First was the blowpipe used to trank out animals and place them in an animal pen. So of course I had to place one down and start building it. Gathering up all the sticks needed and then followed by the rope. Finishing up with a little cake and then of course I had to test it out.
Oh man, this is awesome.
Next up was the water as well as the feeding trough. And once constructed, I started building the medieval frog stretcher that would require me grabbing a live frog and stretching it for its poison. Things didn't go as planned.
Little froggy, come
Fucking
back
idiot,
here.
get over it.
I got poisoned for nothing.
So I went to sleep with my fever, and the next day I went to grab some more breakfast, grabbing all the meat, and then starting yet another fire. Once my tummy was all filled up, I continued the mud production, making even more bricks and then filling them in. Finally, my floor was done, as well as my feeding trough. Now it was time to start constructing my bed, so I no longer had to sleep on the floor. I went to go grab some bananas so I could refill up my carbs. After which I completed the top structure of the frame, and once done I placed down some walls as well as the ceiling and finished the ceiling by that night and went to bed. The next morning completing up my walls as well as the door frame and adding a little balcony so I could have a longer roof. Added in the final mud bricks and then started building myself a big boy fire pit. Once done I grabbed yet another poison dart frog, and this time I was smart enough to place it down correctly, drink some medication, and then went to call it a night. The last part missing now were some fruits, so I spent the entire day searching around the nearby jungle to gather up all the fruit I could find. I then started to construct all the darts that I would need, and then filled up all the troughs with food as well as with water, so my new pets could get it out. I then drained the frog's poison and added it to my darts, and since I had horrible aim, I decided to rest up before going to search the next morning. And after filling up my tummy, I was ready to go out. As I went in pursuit to look for a little picky and then lined up my blowgun, taking a direct hit. Chasing after, I was able to tie him up and then slowly took him back to my bed and then untied him. Hey little buddy, welcome to your home. Let's say we go find you another friend. So I went in search of another picky, took another direct
Let me
hit.
back my
This one
nose.
had superpowers.
It's ignorant. That was the funniest episode on fucking South Park. It seems ignorant. Give me back my nose. It's ignorant, Simona.
But I absolutely loved them, and I was feeling lonely, so they would be my companions. It was now also time to get myself some fruit, as I was running low on carbs, and that's when I spotted another village, so I went over to take care of the local tribesmen.
You're going.
I also found this very cool axe, and I immediately put Just think, you guys. I then went out to grab some more fruit so I could refill up all the troughs. Boiled some water and then filled the watering trough. So I constructed the second set of troughs and then went out to grab some more fruits, but got bitten by yet another snake. Luckily I still had some painkillers and then I grabbed myself a lunch and then spent the rest of the day completely filling up the pets so I could go out exploring the next day. I decided I would work on some nearby polluted rivers. That way I could see my pets could survive numerous days without food. But I heard some growls and I got absolutely shattered and it nearly ended my life. Luckily I got the headshot needed. Man, that doesn't look good at all. I applied some maggots to the infected wound and then continued building the fire, only to bandage myself up and then finally constructed the fire. But because of the infection, I didn't have the energy to start it, so I ran back to base as quick as I could, barely making it in time to rest up. Finally returning to load it up, and then making my way back home to cook myself some dinner and go to bed. The next day after another fruit run, I was back to step on another snake and was forced to use my final painkiller. Also made my piggies McFly and McBacon after gaining enough trouble and cleared another river of the toxic waste. After having more confidence my pets could live a day without me, I went to save some more tribe members. Now you eat your charcoal, you'll feel better.
You're the guy with the gun, the person who would do anything to protect the ones you love. But did you know you could go to jail?
Rewarded by even more trust from saving another tribe member, I made my way back home, only to get bitten by yet another snake. What the hell? What's wrong with you? What range do you have? And filled with poison and a fever, I barely made it back home in time to rest up and sleep it off. The next morning I filled up the troughs yet again, so I could leave my pets for another day as I went to search for more toxic waste. But one of the containers was on a rock and I was forced to jump in the water to grab it. And then after grabbing it, I spotted yet another nest. So I proceeded to take it and then rushing back so I could put myself in bed to rest from the fever. Just as I took a quick nap, I finally heard some thunder signaling the start of wind season again. Forced to rest up as I was too tired to start the fire. I was in serious need of water and food, so I rushed over to grab some piggies and then cooked it up by the cheese. I was struggling to keep myself alive, but I was also super worried about my pets, so I rested up one more time and then rushed back home. Filled myself with food poisoning and then rushed back home to see they were okay. So I placed myself down a water collector and then heard the noise inside my home. No, why? You guys had water, you had food everything. Oh, McBacon, McFly. Seriously, I don't get it. Rest in peace, McFly and McBacon. Why? Seriously, I don't food everything. No, why? You guys had water, you had food everything. Oh, McBacon, McFly. Seriously, I don't get it. Rest in peace, McFly and McBacon. Even though you guys were a nuisance to take care of, you will be missed greatly. Feeling broken-hearted and in disbelief, I decided to go to bed to sleep off the feelings of sadness. The next day I decided I would cheer myself up by going to look for more children, finding one and then returning him back to the chief. I then followed along the riverbed to see if I could clean up the water source, but heard another child, so I went to pursue. He led me straight through the poisoned water, but finally I was able to grab him and return him safely. Stupid child, you got me sick. After a sip of water and going to bed, I wanted to clean up the water since there was now more children nearby. Finally finished the fire and having just enough energy to light it. I then went to bed and the next morning wanted to keep my mind occupied from my dead pet, so I discovered another legend and then shortly after found another. After grabbing it, I wanted to make my way across the water, but from some misstepping I landed directly. Fighting off another infection, I finally found the source, so I started collecting all the toxic waste, but I was too tired to make the fire, so I made my way back home. But before I even reached the chief's camp, I ended up passing out. Luckily, just above the bridge, drowning wouldn't have been fun. After removing the wounds, I went to waste off the infection and then finally some more thunder, which meant I could finally replenish my burst. I also went to hunt some nearby piggies and then decided to cook them up by the chief. That's when I spotted he actually had food rations for me. Well, you've been holding out on me, sir. I went to search for some mushrooms to heal up some food poisoning and then cooked myself some dinner before going to bed. The next day I continued my search of polluted water, chopping down some trees and then making the fires and igniting them. I then went searching for another, but a leap of faith went wrong and I landed in the water. Luckily I was able to grab all the waste, constructed the fire, and then finished igniting it. I I then spotted another cave nearby that led to another legend and then made myself a bed to rest up. I still couldn't bring myself to head home, so I decided to search for more legends, finding one after another, and then finally proceeded to finding yet another wounded tribe member.
Why do you feel better? You good now?
I was quickly losing daylight, but after spotting another tribe member, I knew there was a camp nearby, so I went to kill both of them up and then destroyed a camp to make myself a little shelter. The next morning I broke the final piece and earning more trust, and then constructed myself a water collector and campfire. After washing up, I found another legend, as well as some tribes members that were protecting a strange location with a little boy that wanted a toy. He explained to me only then he would let down the rope, so I searched around for some more legends. With my first riddle solved, I went to grab myself some dinner, but the rain was preventing me from picking it up. The next morning I finally prepared my food, and once fed I continued exploring, finding yet another campsite. And getting rid of the locals before starting to destroy it. I then replenished my arrows and found one of the most daring legends yet. I wasn't intimidated at all and continued searching for the remaining series of the legends that led to yet another campsite. So I proceeded to destroying the camp and getting rid of a nearby snake before making a bed as well as a little campfire to cook myself up some dinner before calling it a night. The next morning I continued my search for some more legends, finding yet another and then continued exploring around. When I stumbled upon this amazing viewing platform that could truly take in how massive this place was. I couldn't believe that I'd already survived more than 50 days, but after finding the lair of the beast, I knew that could end any time. I also heard some more villages that led me to yet another main camp, so I went in and started to destroy it, thinking that I would again set up another temporary shelter. After earning the trust, I continued exploring around, searching high and low for whatever legends I could find. I then stumbled upon a very rare creature, a baby tapir with a unique skin that was part of one of the legends.
Sorry, buddy.
And then found yet another pond of water, so I collected the drums of toxic waste, but since it was already pitch black, I decided to construct myself a little bed so I could finish it up in the morning. After feeling well rested, I completed the campfire and then ignited it. I spotted another cave, and inside was another wounded tribe member.
Your charcoal, you feel better?
I continued exploring and stumbled upon another campsite, so I took care of the local villages and destroyed the camp. Nearby I also found this amazing waterfall that led to another legend, and then once I stepped down, I ended up bruising up my leg, so I had to bandage up, and then enjoyed a stroll down the beach when I spotted this little fishing pier, but unfortunately there was nothing interesting, but I still decided to set myself up another temporary shelter. The next morning I filled up on food and water and then swam across to the opposite side of the shore. This led to yet another cave where I found another wounded tribe member that I was able to heal up. And after feeding him some charcoal, I had now reached halfway mark of 500 trust points. The cave also had a pile of dirt that revealed a rusty axe. And after grabbing it, I saw yet another legend and then went to grab myself some dinner and went to wash up my hands before cooking it up and calling it yet another day. The next morning I stumbled upon yet another camp, so I got rid of the local inhabitants and once they were all dealt with, destroyed the campsite. I then continued my search for the last few legends and hearing a little boy nearby, I proceeded to grabbing him and local inhabitants and once they were all dealt with, destroyed the campsite. I then continued my search for the last few legends and hearing a little boy nearby, I proceeded to grabbing him and running across the island to safely return him back to the chief. I also spotted the silhouette of a drum and collecting a lot and adding the skin and rope, it was done. And boy did it make the chief happy. And I was now just 300 points from my goal, so I decided to rest up and the next morning fill myself up and then go explore. Found another boy that led me to another wounded tribe member, and after healing him up, I went to grab the little boy and return him to the chief. I also found yet another village, and boy was I getting good at my headshots. After destroying the village, I stumbled upon another polluted water source, grabbed all the toxic waste, and made a bed to sleep down my food. By the evening, I finished the fire and ignited it, and then went to rest up. The next morning, I went to grab the final legend of the notorious Hakra. As I read through the clues, it required me I read through the clues, it required me to collect some turtle meat and placing it as a sacrifice. Since this challenge would take 3 days, I decided to grab myself some dinner and construct a campfire at my nearby bed. But due to rain, I went to sleep on an empty stomach and the next morning wandered upon yet another polluted lake. After nearly breaking my leg, I decided to bandage myself up for the sores, collecting all the toxic waste as I went. Despite the fever, I continued building up the campfire and lit it up. I was still in dire need of some food, so I wanted to get some rest, but it just continued raining, so I knew the only place I would be able to cook up some meat would be back at the chief. Hearing some growls in the woods, I knew something was waiting, as I took a headshot of yet another jaguar, ate some blue mushrooms to give me just enough energy so I would safely make it back to camp and cook up the meat. Then stumbling upon yet another polluted lake, and after nearly breaking my legs yet again, I was forced to swim through the water to grab the final legend that I needed. And now, despite my fever, I knew I needed to grab the rest needed and then rush over with some turtle meat to complete the final sacrifice. So I went to get some much needed rest and the next morning decided to solve the water riddle as well, finding a bracelet underneath and then noticing I was being eaten alive by piranhas that treated me from breaking a total of 2 pieces. As I went over to wait for the beast, and luckily he didn't arrive, but by that evening I heard the growls and got ready to face him off. A black jackal as I took the headshot. It was much easier than expected, so early the next morning I made my way back to the chief to inform him that I had completed all the challenges that he set out for.
Told y'all what the Jaguar's there.
Finally, after telling him all of this, the ritual was ready. I had earned his trust. As I prepared the campfire and ignited the ball, I got ready to go another batch of the special mushroom stew, beginning my second ritual.
You motherfucker.
A ritual that would require me to kill animals with the correct corresponding weapon. First up was a giant turtle that I had to spear before transitioning to the next stage. Next up was a giant lizard that I had to axe to death. So I went searching for him and took him out. And then finally I had to kill a jaguar using a bow.
Didn't think this thing would be this tiny, but okay.
And with that, completing the ritual and then waking up with another little toy in my hand and immediately thinking of the boy that would require this for me to pass. Tracking through the jungle and hiding from some natives before going to rest up at my nearby little shelter.
A little toyless child, look what I have.
And it seemed to do the job as I dropped down the road. I proceeded to making my way back out and then tracking down, not knowing where I was. Making my way through another section of the jungle and then stumbling upon an abandoned airport that contained another map as well as a bunch of goodies. And this time it came with 2 maps. I then wandered upon a massive cliff and after enjoying the view I spotted a rope where I was able to climb down and then shortly after discovered another campsite where I went to introduce myself to the chief.
I am Kruger, also known as the Jaguar Slayer, and I'm here to earn your trust.
I also found a legend right by the camp and then went to sleep on one of the chief's hammocks. The next morning I stumbled upon a sad local fisherman who I had to make some bamboo bows for, earning the chief's trust and hopefully making him a little less sad. I continued searching for a base location and found a pathway leading down to a massive chasm and proceeded to climb down with caution.
Man, that's a long way down.
I also broke this blue gem, not knowing if I was supposed to, and then continued down the cave, leading to my very first totem that I had to construct. But I needed some bones, and luckily some nearby villagers volunteered to distribute. So after destroying their camp, I decided to set myself up a small shelter here, building myself a water collector and fire pit, and then heading to complete the totem. I still had a few hours of daylight left, so I went searching for some legends and found 2 nearby, as well as an alligator that tried to sneak up on me, so I decided to call it a night. Knowing I would have to move around between 2 maps, I decided to construct myself a mud pit so I could start making myself a storage bin. That way I could drop off some of my loot and not be too heavy when I move around. I rescued some more slave women at a local rain camp, and after it was done, I proceeded to destroying it and dropping down a second bed. The next morning I completed yet another totem and stumbled upon another legend that also had a fishing trap. Nearly got snuck upon by another gator. See you later, alligator. I then helped another sad fisherman and shortly after discovered a cave that contained the final part of the first legend. But this required some bait from elements I didn't have, so I enjoyed some more gator meat and the next morning made my way back to the jeep. But I got distracted when I found another cave with another legend inside. After grabbing it, I stumbled upon another totem, but it required the skull, and unfortunately this little guy got away from me. I did however grab another legend and then went back to the camp so I could grab one of the resources of the fishing bait before resting up. The next morning I went back to grab the skull that I needed to finish up the totem. Once constructed, I found yet another legend and decided I would make my way back to the abandoned airfield and search further there. Not long after climbing the road, I found the first one and then stumbled upon yet another campsite. So I murdered some more of the locals, took a shot to the chest, but luckily I was victorious and I destroyed their little camp. I then also made a short trip to their neighbors, and after landing some amazing headshots, they were all down. So I also destroyed their camp, grabbed another legend, and shortly after another, before deciding I would spend the night at the local abandoned airport. I also spotted this modern axe that I nearly missed, and then went to sleep. The next morning stumbled upon yet another legend, and shortly after another, and then yet another, before I had to balance on a very thin tree before grabbing the final one for the day. I found another small camp, and then engaged with the locals, and one of them definitely put up a bit of a fight, but I managed to take them out, and also tested my new modern axe to destroy the village.
Yeah, I see you there, buddy. You can lead me to your friend.
Which he did, but this was probably a fight I shouldn't engage in, as I was running seriously low on energy.
Okay, maybe mistakes were made.
I tried to do the best that I could, but I was taking way too long to reload between arrow shots, and they were dealing some serious damage. I was definitely in trouble, as I also heard informants of some reinforcements.
Tactical retreat! Tactical retreat!
I quickly bandaged myself up, but I was in dire need of some sleep, so I took the risk to slay the final member, destroy the camp, and construct myself a bed, healed up my infected wounds, and just as I heard more scouts approach, I was able to rest up.
Oh, please let me speak for.
The next morning I made my way to another one of my nearby campsites so I could prepare some food and water for the trips that lied ahead. I kept getting distracted by some tribes members, even interrupting my beauty sleep.
Sorry, sir, you died for this.
Finally being able to rest up, it was now time to kick things into overdrive. No Yamahaka was going to stand in my way of collecting the final legends and helping some more fishermen.
Hey, buddy, look, there's a fishy. Well done, you finally caught one.
I constructed yet another totem and slayed some more Yamahaka tribalians, feeling more determined than ever.
Why's your head shaking? Are you still alive?
Destroying their campsites and fixing up my armor, as well as taking care of all my dietary needs, constructing even more totems and stocking up on more armor before making my way to another main camp, where I heard the cries of more slave women and I was able to free up and then destroy the village. Once done collecting more legends and then constructing myself more temporary shelters where I could rest up. Finally, the next day I found some honey and I was able to make the bait, continuously searching for the last remaining legends, as well as trying to help out any sand fishermen. Finally, I found yet another totem and I was getting close to having all the points that I was needing. That evening I found yet another, but I was out of bones, and luckily a nearby gator volunteered to give me his bones after spearing him to death.
Thank you, Mr. Gator.
The next day, crafting the last bows needed to help the little fisherman. I had now gained enough trust points that I only needed to solve the remaining riddles. So I went in search for the final legends, and that's when I found all of them now solved, and I now just needed to complete the quests. As I made my way back to the chief to enjoy a nice dinner and then head back home, as I thought I would start by the fish challenge first. So I raced it up. Next morning I placed down my bait, and with no luck in the afternoon, it was finally there by that evening.
You couldn't resist
What the fuck?
Next up I had to make a pottery table, as I had to craft some mud monkeys. Finally, after baking them, I had to construct 3 different kinds of monkeys using some selective resources. As I continued constructing my monkeys and then went to drop them off. I then had to search for a campsite that had 4 pictures of the blue gem location. After studying the pictures and remembering I had already taken one of them down, I had to find the remaining 3. And after seeing the pictures, I knew that one was located near the chief's campsite, and after taking it down, I got ready to search for the rest, navigating through the cliffs and then finding yet another one. I then traveled the next day back to the swamps and studied the picture to find the final one's location.
We've
just one more quest left, I wouldn't let any tribesmen stand in my way as I made my way over to a cave, studying corpses for some clues of the recipe of an ancient Aztec weapon, creating yet another corpse, and then finding the final missing piece as I dove down into the water to search the final clue. And now, armed with a recipe, I needed to track down some obsidian, but on the side of the map with no obsidian anywhere to be found, I knew I had to make another plan. I thought I might still have some at the camp I made by the drug lab, but after a day and a half trip, I only found one piece. But luckily the next day, finding some in a cave nearby, and then starting the long journey back home, only to get poisoned by a spider, squared off with a puma, and then shortly after got bitten by a snake. Oh, are you serious? Stupid. With just a grain of energy left, finally making it back to the chief, making the Aztec weapon, and then went to place it down, finally completing and earning the chief's trust. Now before we enter the final stage of the video, if you've enjoyed it up to this point, please consider liking and subscribing for future postings. As I started the ritual, my mission was to find 3 different kinds of fish, and once I collected them, I transitioned to the next stage. Next up was some orange little fellas, as I followed them around, locating each of their positions, seeing that I had a giant rock above my head, and then finally grabbing the final one. And on the final stage, I had to grab these massive blue fish, grabbing one after another, and then once I grabbed the final one, I completed the ritual, the easiest one by far. Waking up, I collected myself the 3rd piece of the toy, and now armed with this, I knew I had everything that I needed. I proceeded with exploring the brand new area when I stumbled upon a strange campsite. I went in to investigate, grabbing all sorts of goodies as well as a brand new map. And I couldn't help but think that this was the camp where I was supposed to start off in the beginning. After resting up for the night, I continued searching around and then finally spotted the village of Chief Kawini. Making my way down, I was met by the gates by another warrior that wouldn't allow me access despite showing him my toys. He mentioned something about snakes perhaps, but this sounded all too familiar, and then a cave led me straight into the beginning map. So excited to see my old camp that I stepped on something poisonous, but luckily I had the bandages to treat it. And then finally making it back to the little mud hut, and I noticed I was missing bread, so I decided to finally fill in the final gap before completing the game. I also decided to cook myself some dinner and rest up before going to find Snake's Palace the next morning. And making my way over, I saw a new fork in the road and followed it, but boy was this nerve-wracking. And then making my way across the bridge. Freaking insane! This place then had a bunch of tribal writing on walls that led me straight to yet another campsite, and I can safely assume this was the home of Chief Kawini. But I simply got turned back yet again and told something about movement. I knew there was just one person to turn to, and since I now had the antenna, I can finally call back home.
Jake Higgins, you copy?
Jake, it's me.
Maria?
We don't have much time. Tell me how I can help.
You know what Mala Boca could be?
A moon cave? Does that make any sense? If anything happens, you'll manage on your own, right?
Sure.
Mia wasn't doing well at all, and I knew I was running out of time. So I went to inspect the ship and decided the next morning I would construct myself a makeshift crane. That way I could pick up the ship and seal all the damaged holes. So I got to work, completing my scaffold structure, and then finally loading it up with all the stones needed. I was now able to view the bottom of the boat, and using some resin as well as planks, I finally sealed it up and dropped it down, deciding to grab myself one more good night's of rest. The next morning, rushing back through Snake's Pass and starting to search around for all the moon caves, stumbling upon my very first one that allowed me to place down my artifact. And once I closed it up, I revealed
I want to play Stranded Eco and
this was definitely a step in the right direction. The next morning, starting the search for the second cave, and by that afternoon I finally found it, requiring another leap of faith, but luckily I survived. This moon cave, however, was guarded by some Yamahaka tribe members that I managed to get some amazing headshots. And then placed in my second artifact to coat it in gold. And the next day, finally tracking down the final cave and placing down my artifact. Now
know what? I don't even
I
use
just
them.
knew I needed to survive. One way or another.
I
But
forgot all
boom,
about
there
this.
are a lot of them. Well, come on, man. Is that all you guys got? Sure, this for you. Boom, you die as well. Who wants some
Just realized I have the copy machine.
Just as I was getting overran, I heard a voice.
Hey, this way.
And I proceeded to running towards it. There were just so many of them still coming.
Look, there.
With no idea if the spirit meant well or not, I had to take a leap of faith and dive down as I started swimming through the cave, hoping I could make it to the end. But it was just too far. I was out of oxygen and started drowning. Where am I? Where are you guys taking me? As I heard the tribal drums, I knew I was now in the camp of Chief Rowini, and I could only hope that everything I had
Hard cases.
Thank you so much for joining this game. I should jump you back into read. Oh, that's right. It is time for us to learn a little more about the brand new update that just released. Super excited about it, by the way. And yes, it's now launched out on Steam, so I'm going to be going into a little bit here. It is the transportation and storage update. Now we have the elevators, we have storage units, which is also, this is my favorite one, the bikes now stored too, but a whole bunch. There's shelving, there's everything you can think of in this game, and also log sleds, and it's amazing. Those things like multi-transport, super exciting. Was Creepy Jar reached out to me and said, yes, I think we were before when it launched, and I said, you know what? We have 8 keys because your community is so amazing. That's right. So we have 8 keys anyway. The only way you're going to get them is being on Discord. I'm going to give them by the end of the week. So if you guys want to get this right now, make sure you jump into Discord. Give you a chance over the weekend to get something. Make sure you're there beforehand so you know when it's going to happen. Keep an eye on it. But I'm going to give away 8 keys. Yeah, we're going to have some fun with this. Anyways, yeah, keep an eye on that. We're going to set that all up for you all. And thank you again for making that happen. Where the frig am I? I don't have a map when I first start. It's been a while now. I need to go to 50, I think 26 by 50, I think. So 26, and we need to go 50. So that is that way. So we're going to head that way. Well, hopefully we're going the right way. I need to get my bearings. I don't really know where the frig we are. I hate to rush like this. this game, though, if you guys are not aware. Absolutely love it. Also, fast pickup now. You can turn it off, by the way, the settings, not mistaken. If you prefer the longer way of picking up things, I kind of like the new stuff, and I'm not mistaken. Absolutely love it. Also, fast pickup now. You can turn it off, by the way, the settings, not mistaken. If you prefer the longer way of picking up things, I kind of like the new stuff, and I'm going to test it out and see if I like it. But I appreciate the fast pickup. It can be very handy. Very, very handy. Okay, I think I know where I'm at. It is dangerous here. I need to get rocks and stuff. It could be on here, in these little areas here. Usually rocks hang around these areas, but I don't know. I don't see any right now. I'm just going to take a double check. These are good in case I get some stomach aches and I drink something bad. This is parasitic stuff. And once you guys and girls are excited, please take time, of course, hit the like button. If you already have the game, you're going to give away to your friends. You can also join into that if you want to. So, yeah, the giveaway. Oh, God, yes. I want your nuts. Okay. Drop it. So, yeah, the giveaway. Oh, God, yes. I want your nuts. Just drop right out of trees. Love it. That sounded bad, but you know what I'm talking about. Alright. I don't see any rocks. New rocks and sticks. And that's going to be something we have to find on our way out. It's going to be very difficult. I'm going to take my time a little bit because I don't have anything to defend myself. And whatsoever, we can use these to... If you find some blue mushrooms, it'd be really beautiful. I'll take the lanyard. Oh, good. Oh, crap. No, not good. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. We gotta go through there. Gotta be very careful. To my left, it could be possibly a kitty cat, not to just be dead. I can learn some stuff here. Right now, I don't think we have. Why does my notebook show up as I have like a whole bunch of stuff learned here? That's interesting. I've never seen that before that early. I guess we have like the regular stuff because we picked it up. No, I didn't see that before. Okay. It says 44 different things. I guess it's some new stuff we learned already. Gonna clean this all up so that we don't have to look for it. And then see a shelving and stuff. Yes. Alright. Oh my god. Banana. So I see a stick too. Only one? Can't be. Two. Three? No. Yeah. Yeah, we need to be careful around this area. There is some dangers and stuff. We're gonna pick this all up. Look at our backpack. We've seen this game before. The whole place. Oh shit. Hold on there. That was a spider. There's a trap right there, by the way. I don't know if that's yeah, there we go. Should be popping up. There we go. Small trap. We can actually get the key code. Very nice. There's something free. This is a village, I know that. There's a key cat usually around that corner. And it doesn't mean it's here right now in the launch of it, but you know it's there. So be careful. Yeah, charcoal. This is being written down. We're learning stuff as we're going through. We're learning though. This thing here. Very nice. There's something which is that right there. Then of course we'll learn this one too, which is fantastic. It's gonna pop in about a few seconds here. Dryer. Perfect.
My name is Lucy, and I have to figure out who I am. Sorry, do we know each other?
And we got some of these little fine things. Again, I would like to make a long slide stuff. 11 nights is a wonderful thing to have right now. At least for defense. And I could break this down. I'll make an axe right away. If I found rocks. I found rocks. Damn it. Yeah, I found sticks, but not rocks. A little bit of a run here. It's open. Let's just take a look here. Some snails right there. God, I don't like crossing it here. It's very dangerous. Could break this down. I'm just thinking, I can destroy construction by putting things here if I want. Okay, and there we go. We can make this into, grab this, put this here, craft a unique spear. Better than nothing. Put some buttons in that too. I should have probably done that early on, but whatever. It's all good. Grab this. Okay. So, yeah. I need to take another spear anyway, so it's all good. I just want a friggin' rock. That's all I want. But I think we're going to have to make our way down to the other side. Okay. Wasting a lot of time. There's an armadillo there. Any more nuts dropped over there? No, but sticks. I mean, like I said, it's very important. And sword and nuts, if you guys can, those are doing some stuff we're going to need to keep alive. We're also going to need to have some stuff to start the fire, so it's a good thing to cut down some of this brush. That's early, dude. Okay. Alright. Jeez. Level up, baby. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna make my way out. I think I got everything I had to here, didn't I? I feel like I didn't grab everything, but that's okay. So you can grab this. Can I not grab that? Oh, that's interesting. I know you can break extra stuff now, but that, for some reason, that stick is not available over now. Alright, we're gonna be careful. The K-Cat, like I said, we have also local action going on, which I'm not liking too much. And yeah, is there anything else I've missed here? I don't think I missed anything else. I just want to take a double check that I didn't think anything inside these huts. I did not. This is an abandoned camp. Although you can sleep here if you want to. But we're not. We're going to continue going. Alright, this is actually good stuff right there. If you see it, grab it, make yourself some bandages. I sort of like the location of it. I'm going to take it. This will make it some very nice stuff. We don't really need this for now. No time for that. I will grab a set rope. Okay. We got this. We gotta find yourself a good location to build because I want to test out everything. There is one location that's very, very good to build that has everything around it, so we're gonna be going there. I'm gonna grab more bananas. They do go bad after a certain amount of time, so oh boy, I love that fast pickup, dude. Definitely a lot better. Oh, did I not put that in my which one is it? Okay. You can put this here for now. You can put the bone knife also inside there. I just prefer to have it like this. You gotta stop pressing F for no reason. You start playing other games that takes F, and you're like, okay. Let's see. New mushrooms. I see a rock though, finally, I think. Grab that for fire. We're gonna need to start one. We're gonna take this and we're gonna right click, expand, and harvest that. Then a portento. We need that because I can make myself an axe. And they do go bad as you get build and craft them more often. You'll see it gets a lot better. So craft that baby up. Grab yourself one stone. They'll get better. You can also do multiple crafting if you want to. That was my stats anyways. I'm doing okay. So right click and harvest. Initially I don't need the big rocks. I will need them in the future, but carrying them in one big ball is bad for me right now. I don't want that. Oh my god, the fast pickup is ridiculously cool. Alright, so we got a couple of things we can make. We also make ourselves a stone spear. I'm mistaken. There's a lot of games I play. I know you can make one. Bone one's pretty good too. So we picked it up. But the more we craft, the better off we're going to be. We're going to learn a lot of stuff. This is probably one of the best survival games I've ever absolutely freaking with it. It's definitely one of my favorites. I can always go back to it. The story mode is really cool. This is the first part. I really love that part too. But yeah, the story is amazing. Love this game. It has everything on it. And look at that free update again. Developers just making it happen, you know, son. Okay, you can right click and harvest those. Why? Because it's important. We really need those harvested. Now we gotta be careful. We do have a certain amount of weight we can carry. You'll see up top there, we're getting close to it. Alright, so I'll be looking for the rocks. We do have some around the area. I'm out of okay. I didn't see long sticks here. I'm on that tree. Second spear would be preferable for me right now. If I could. So we're gonna craft that baby up. I don't remember what it is. Again, I think it's a rope. Bone spear. There we go. Beautiful. So we got ourselves a bone spear. I could just simply find things we can spot and drop on the ground after a certain amount of time. So it's not put that right there. Expand and craft that sucker up too. We're gonna do the same thing again. Could have made some bone armor too. It probably was very intelligent to be really on up there, but we're fine. 2 bone spears. Now here's the cool thing about this is that our quality level has gone from 24 to 17. The first one. The more you craft up, the better off you're gonna be. That's it. That's all. Pretty simple. That's it. That's all. Rips. We've got 2 more rips. Stop again. Okay. That was my weight. Head weight now 47. Yeah, we're getting close to that big old weight where we can't do anything, and we don't want that. So it's a real shame. We can pick this up if you want to and walk with it, but you're going to be walking like that because of weight. All right, so you don't want that. So we're going to drop this off. Yep, bye-bye. Lots of rocks here, though. All right, there is a kitty cat now been placed in the area we're going to, by the way, if you're wondering. That's not a big problem. There's two ways of going. You can go across here, follow the water, but there is some issues with bees and other things. Here there could be snakes. Sometimes things are good, sometimes things are bad. I'm going to take a look at here. Current location, 29 by 24. Maybe I was off by the coordinates there, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to 50 by 26 around. That's what I remember, at least. So we're good. We have a couple things we can start fires and stuff. We're okay. Just a safer route for me. I don't know what kitty cats are around this area. So that's not a kitty cat. That's one of those. Yeah, okay. One of those little piggies. All right. Right there to the left. That's where it could be. So we're going to take a little bit of a run because it's a little bit safer area. Or I'm not coming after you guys yet. It will happen afterwards. This is definitely the best location. Alright, 50 by 26, do remember. Not bad, Mitch, not bad, not bad. Alright, these are always good. Like I said, anti-parasitic, especially early on, you might have to drink some water, some stuff. You get some stuff inside of here. It'll make you better. Careful, the ants there. Those are very handy too. Come back and get those. Those will help us out quite a bit. There's a lot of local action in this little area here, but we'll have some attacks and stuff, so we'll be careful. We did learn this now. Perfect. Once we find a bucket, we can put it underneath there. This is hot. We'll get some fresh water for now. A little bit of slaughter meat here, just make us happy. There we go. Get some water slowly, but surely rip the back. That's fantastic. Okay, the charcoal's there, we know that. There's some chips in the ground for logs. Much as possible. I get to ever use them, but you know. This is your best place to start a fire. I'll be honest with you, I can't stress it enough. It's super important to get a fire under cover. So we're going to do a quick little fire in here. And you will get charcoal and other things. Charcoal's good too for stomach aches and other things, but yeah, it's on this up here. Hot man. This is the last time I made one of these. We're going to make one of those other ones afterwards. We use a lot of big rocks and stuff, so that's fine. You see how we can do multiple like that a lot too. Alright, so we made ourselves the hand drill. There we go. And we'll just craft this up really quick. I need the fire going. Alright, so right now we're going to have to cut down this baby here. And it's okay because it's kind of right in my way in this area, so I don't like knocking those down usually, but they will give me some dry leaves, and that's something I kind of need. I don't know if there's anything else with dry leaves. This one here actually might be more in the way than the other one. So we're going to go with a full cut. I think I'm actually eating a bunch first. Okay. And we've got palm leaves and stuff. There's a dry leaves I'm looking for. We'll pick those up. Funny, those are not fast ones. We'll pick those up because we're going to need them for a hut we're going to make soon. Anyways, but it's not my preferable stuff you can use, by the way.
Fucking bitch.
Rescue, drop those suckers down.
Dumb cunt. Get over there, nigger honky.
I can start my fire. Because it's always burning. I'll pick this all up in a second. We're going to clear up the here. And to make sure we got some dry stuff afterwards, we're just going to drop some off here. Once they go dry, we'll know it right away. Got some dry stuff again, like I picked those dry leaves. That's fantastic. And now we just start out the fire right away. Just got to go and drag that stuff into the fire starter. One big stick, one small stick. By the way, see, +1 fire starter, we're good. Very nice. Harvest this baby up. Okay, this. Gotta be careful, you can't burn your food. So be very, very careful.
Oh, you know what? I gotta.
And you can't burn yourself too, so not great. So I'll put this here. like them sorted. You can press Y, I'm not mistaken. I forget which button it was. We can sort out absolutely everything. I don't remember what it is now. But I remember there's a sort button. People are going to remind me inside the comm fields right now what it is. You can also press Alt and hold and grab stacks like this. Really good. Right now I'm going to drop some of these bananas on the ground so I keep myself as light as possible. I do have a lot of these things. You can also cook this baby up too. Boiled toad does not take too long to cook, neither does this. So let's be careful of that. And it's already getting dark, which means we need to sleep. I'm getting tired already. Okay, so we're going to need this long stick too. And we're going to build a little further out. We want to have the birds with us all the way through this, so. Timber. We don't want that to grow back, so we're going to do that. And we're going to move ourselves a bed over here, which is going to be over here. And bam, we should have the ability to make ourselves some kind of shelter. We have a leaf bed. Okay, I want shelter, thank you. There it is. Okay, perfect. This is the easiest one to make, the cheapest one, and especially when you're tired, you want to get that. Yellow means I can't build because of issues of things on the ground here, which is understandable. I don't want this in the way either, but you can destroy it afterwards. I don't want an angle either. Okay, wait a second. We're going to clear this up. We're going to clear this up here. Let's put this here, cue that baby up. Oh shit, my foot. Like, oh, it's still raw. Oops. Does it keep cooking? Oh, it starts over again. Okay. We can get a little bit of energy with this. I don't know if everything is, almost everything's indestructible now too, isn't it? It's just, shit. Oh, that's great. Seriously? Yeah, I know, that's what I'm doing right now too. I made a shitty axe. Thanks. Alright, we're gonna make a better axe. We can also make a bone axe too and stuff, but I have tons of rocks and we're gonna utilize that to get things going. There's probably craft too at this point, but I don't have very room. I don't know why. So it's cheap, but we'll get better. There we go. I don't know why I was doing the whole duck and get there, but it's fine. We're gonna need these. Make a big mess. Oh my god, I turned around when I was doing it.
Check these out, Harry. Hands-free sketches slip-ins. You just step in and they're on.
I must be dreaming.
No, mate, they're real.
What have I?
Okay, keep that up. Okay, so once it clears out, we should be good to go on building our nice little hut here. Just needs to get removed. Where is he in front of this? No, actually. No, that was in front. Okay, cool. Just making sure. I'm going to tuck that right in here, next to the cage. Okay. Okay, we need more sticks and stuff, obviously. We're also going to need some more sticks for the fire, which is probably going to go up, but it's okay. We can use charcoal and other things as we progress. Now, my mystery snail's still good, right? I'm going to get that. Alright, as far as I really need most of that stuff here, but I'm going to get rid of this tree here. This should give me what I need. Don't really want to get hot with issues of that fire too. Now, the cool thing is you can harvest this up. You can smack this up, depending what you want. But we're going to grab these because we want these sticks. Plus, you got a nice little plank, which we have to probably drop because it's weight-wise. We can also split these up, by the way, if you want to. Bam. But we're just going to grab this and harvest this up. And I get tons of sticks in one fell swoop here. Perfect. Also wasting my time. Boom. One more. And some ropes. We have those. We picked those up beforehand for that one reason. Well, actually more than one reason. Many reasons. And this is a place where you can save up too, which is really good. You can also make yourself a shelter, save up now in this game. You can actually save up also when you leave the game, which is nice. You used to have to always find a shelter, which is great because sometimes you got caught in a field and you kind of want to stop. You want to take a shelter every single time, but yeah, it's cool. And I just got to do a little quick pickup here because I want to be able to see what the hell's going on. Alright, we still have some energy.
I'm inspired by this rap gameplay.
Okay, I'm gonna pick this baby up here and drop that off. You can also right click on this and harvest. small leaf piles, so we have those right here.
For a while,
Very nice. I
making
still
this
haven't found anything for
platform.
grab those. Oops. Want to do that. Grab those, throw them on the ground. Use our weight, just in case. No, not quite yet. We need to harvest up and also make sure we fill up our stuff here. And then we're going to go a little further. Oh, that's nice tree. I forgot that tree does have some of those nice little ropes attached. We can knock it down. Okay, so that's good. Back here and do a little quick little drop off. You can grab a full stack if you want. You can also use charcoal to fill up your grill. Fire. There we go. That's a grill. We'll pull it all the way. We'll drop these off here so that we have something ready to go. Okay. By the way, the storage units too now for the ropes and stuff are a lot bigger than they used to be, which is great. I'm not sure we need to find those or not, but I want to say, don't use up your energy. I gotta be careful around this area. How is my I need some more carbs and stuff. We can use this here. That. Right here. So proteins, the orange one. Carbs is the right one, I think. I'm mistaken. Water is bottom right, and then also fats, which I didn't need, so I ate that for no reason. But that's fine. We're gonna need it tomorrow morning. Those nuts do last. There's a snake in the middle of that. That's the reason why. There's a trap here, which I need to reset. So I got myself a big meal in the morning, and one of those piggies is gonna be there, hopefully, be caught in this. So this is a nice little trap to have. It doesn't work on anything else except for the animals. So if you're wondering, don't worry, you can't do it. Won't happen. You see the rope? Pick it up if you can. Oh, I'm full. Okay. Okay, we're gonna make our way here and then pick that up too. I didn't. Oh, it's dry leaf. Okay, that's fantastic. I'll take it. Drop that. Always ask me to press Q to drop it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can by the way. Always ask me to press Q to drop, by the way. Always ask me to press Q to drop.
No.
Drop that. People always ask me to press Q to drop them.
Fucking idiots. Get over there, guys.
Okay, we're gonna make our way here, and I'm gonna pick that up too. I didn't. Oh, it's dry leaf. Okay, that's fantastic. I'll take it. Okay. Drop that. People always ask me to press Q to drop, by the way. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can't pick up things by holding things. Unlike some games, you can pick up something. This one you can't. It's fine. We have a lot of brush to cut through here on this side. I really am worried about that cat. The cat will show up sooner or later, and it's usually coming from that area. We'll hear it. We also had it over there too. So this is a cocoa field. Not the good kind of cocoa. I don't know if this is what it looks like, these plants or not, but yeah, supposedly that's what they end up being. So our blade again is going up too. By the way, when we got that blade, which is fantastic, is that usually it's a high quality blade because they, of course, the locals know how to make things better than we can. So that's very nice. I don't know if I can make that yet. I'm just gonna check to see if I can make storage, rope storage, and such. I don't think I can. We can make this. We've got bamboo. We should be able to open up a bunch of stuff. We have a dryer. We have that. We need to go a little further to find all that stuff, which is okay. We could make ourselves a tree house, by the way, which would be probably a safe place for us to kind of relax and sleep at night. It would not a bad idea to have going when we first started construction stuff. We'd have to find ourselves a good enough tree. I think that one over there would be it. One thing is, like I said, your key.
You are looking at one of the rarest, most collected opals in the world, coming out of the
Cat country, so it's not so great. I'm just gonna pick this up. I love the fast pickup, by the way. Really, absolutely, stunningly love it. I wasn't sure if I would, but it definitely is very cool. So we're gonna place this all down in here. For now, don't worry that the stick won't catch on fire. We're gonna get ourselves some sleep. You can also save, like I mentioned. You can look up here and press hold and save. We'll get some sleep and we'll be back in the morning. The important thing is your health will go down when you're sleeping, and you can see it there. We're back up in the morning. Beautiful. That's a big problem right there, right? But thankfully now we have ourselves a little bit of water right here. So we can find some rope and stuff. This is true right here. There we go. 30 hydration. This now, so I think that's what we need. Still need a little more. Try and fill myself up. Then this thing will fill itself back up. There's quite a bit of rain coming down, so it's good, fresh water. Need a little more. Okay, that's good, I think. And then we're gonna give ourselves some of these wings, 2 days. So that. Get some carbs in us. We do have bananas too, but I'm gonna get rid of these. These don't last very long, so just gotta fill myself up anyways. I'm sure we'll find a bunch more of these. Alright, carbs still working on that. Okay. Well, we have bananas. I do want to keep some of these. Was it 10 hours? Alright. 8-hour ones we can go and just do. I think we can not eat all these at once now. That's too bad. They're so small we should be able to do like a right click and eat all on these things. Once we grab all these nuts here, we're gonna place it in a corner where I usually like to have them. These we're gonna place them down here. I don't want to eat those by mistake. Just gonna keep things in somewhat of order so we can utilize it afterwards. Beautiful day. Look how lovely this is. Okay, now we're back in action. Alright, so again, our fire probably needs some love. Gotta pick up the that's my mistake. You can also just grab from here. I don't know why I'm doing that, but you can grab from here. And I'm also going to show you the charcoal. Look how much you get from this. Like that. Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. Good thing to get is some armor really early on. Check out traps, see if we got lucky. Might be a snake in here. Like I said, you gotta be careful. I usually walk always out here in this area. There's a snake right there. Feathers, we can make ourselves a bow. Oh. Okay, middle mouse button. Forgot. There we go. Pow. He's done for. Now, cool thing about harvesting this, though, I don't think we get dirty. When you harvest a big pig, you do have to go and wash yourself in the water, which is dangerous right now. I'm not looking forward to that, but we are going to have to do it before we eat absolutely anything else. And there we go. Whoever refers to pecorini. Pecorini! We're going to try and get as much as we can out of him. It's going to make me heavy. Usually I should left my stones behind. But we're going to start this thing over again here. Come on. Whoa. That's kind of friction. Frick. What's going on? I just realized that I have some kind of issue. There's got to be those little bums on me right now. So craft, expect. We got to do that. We can press tab to remove them, and there we go. We need to get rid of these things. They can make you a little nutty, so I want to avoid that like the plague. Alright. Thankfully enough, like I said, we're going to be heavy, but they're worthwhile stuff we have on us. We have tons of meat. Now that the snake's gone, it shouldn't be back. It shouldn't be one. So we can kind of take a run. The only thing I don't want to do with snake right now is because I don't have the bandages and stuff to take care of that. You do need to heal those things up. That's the reason why I'm kind of like avoiding that profusely. I also need to find storage crates and stuff. I don't think, can we make storage at all? Like, any kind of storage? I don't remember here. Let's press N to see if we can do this. Saw some stuff. We can do treehouse and stuff here. We have all that. We have the regular stuff. We have, of course, the knowledge base of making this. We have, of course, that base of knowledge, too. Nice. And we have, of course, the mud thing, which is very nice of gardening. Sorry, not mud, but the gardening things. It looks like the mud thing, spike traps, and of course that's all we have here. There's storage right there. We do have the ability to make this storage. We can either make it bamboo, just like that bamboo, or this one. It's quite big now compared to the other one. This is actually something we're going to need for a rope. I'm probably going to put that right there. Usually what I like to have. And I should be able to make this other storage. Okay, so that's it. So we're going to probably make sled. We have the elevator too, like I was mentioning to you. Probably going to need this baby made as soon as possible. They're both about the same. You can either make, of course, either or in bamboo, or that's depending on what you want to use. We have shelving, which I would like to see that. That could be handy right now. Instead of leaving on the ground here. I wonder if I can put this on here. I can. Avoid the fire. You know what? Let's put a smarter area where I can actually. I'm not sure if the things go bad if I place them in weird areas outside. I don't like it like that at all. We'll put an angle. I'll put a little angle like that. as we progress. We're going to want to put meat inside there. We'll put these sticks and shit this for now. Okay. And then right over here, I'm going to want to throw in the meat that I can. And then right over here, I'm going to want to throw in the meat that I can. And of course, because it's covered, there's a little bit of tarp on top of this. You'll have no problems. Fantastic, isn't it? It is. There's some dry leaves right there, really good. We're going to take the bones, which are probably the things that are making me the most heavy right now. Just got a quick little drop off. You don't want to leave these on the ground forever. Put some rocks on top of that. Keep a couple on us. Hopefully find some of the other stuff. Throw that here for now. Okay. Go wash yourself a little bit while it's cooking. Here's a map, by the way. There we go. Now we can press M and we have a part of the map. We see where we've been, locations, and such. Is that an arrow? Tribal arrow. These are the kick butt ones. I love those. Okay, again, be careful. Not joke. Friggin' cat can destroy you. Especially I have no armor right now, which I'm really feel like I'm stupid. Oh, thank God it's raining. Shoot, I'm cleaning this stuff up. Okay. You go to the water. Shoot, it's raining. Perfect. We're gonna grab some of these. Gonna make ourselves some bone armor, I think. Oh, it's all but one I can pick up. Okay. Always wish it let me pick up the last one. It makes me run back, but it's fine. Gotta have some kind of challenge in a survival game. Right, right. Okay, we need some more small sticks, so let's cut down that tree. I need a lot more sticks and stuff. Do you know, like regular tree? I think can I knock these down now? Yeah, I can. Sorry, I forgot. Not sure how this comes out. It's just logs. Yeah, it's just gonna be logs, right? Okay, there's a stick over there. I see that. Very good. Notebook entry. We'll check those out in a second. I can put those in the log sled, as you can see. Kinda need some logs and stuff. We're gonna harvest this up. And we're gonna be able to use those in the fire too. That's the reason why I need some of those. So, okay, we're gonna do this here, which is gonna grab a couple of these, 2, 3. Pick them all up. Craft this baby up. And we're gonna want to do these as soon as possible because I'm telling you now, you'll regret it. So, there's 1, 2, I think. 3 or 3 bones. I think it's 3 bones. 3 of each. That's what it is. It's been a hot minutes. Sorry. There you go. Bone armor. Gotta make sure you have room in your inventory, like I don't right now. You can always make some by moving stuff around. Again, I'm gonna find that key. I think it's J. I don't remember what it is. Alright, we're gonna grab all these stacks here. We're gonna rotate this. Right click. Bam. Give us some room, I think. Perfecto. Excellent. And then we're just gonna grab. Sorry, put it on us right now, which is inspect. I'm gonna grab some of these. These are only 21%. That's not great. By the way, you can choose your body parts from here. So if we put this on our legs and stuff, we can do that too. So we need to make a couple of those if we can. Craft that baby up. So again, 2, 3. We're not going to be able to make a whole bunch. We'll have to make some sticks, unfortunately. But it does make it. I don't think I've ever seen a difference between like both. I think it's just quality. I don't think one is better than the other. I think it's just different quality of components and stuff. Alright, we can do it here. I wish we could just put it on, right click. That would be kind of nice. Put our legs with that. Wrap that baby up, and I think I have only 2 bones. Right, alright, so we're going to go sticks. Oh my god, my food. Cooked. Cooked. Okay. Shove in another one of these. And the snake. Oops, and the snake. Probably going to harvest up some more. Grab some of these. These dropped on the ground I couldn't pick up before. I'll harvest this up too. Okay. Good stuff. Alright, so these are great. We're going to eat this up, baby. Yeah, look at that. We're feeling much better now. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Even maybe go and get ourselves a little bit of water.
The only thing is they break this, there's a pot. I'm not sure they already fixed that. The pot kind of disappears and such, so it's not a big problem, but it's not bad. I'm so happy we take down those palm trees. Much I love it. You know, it's kind of nice to have. We're going to grab 1, 2, 3. The same process. We're just going to grab those and grab that stick armor. Beautiful. And then again, same thing. It's going to get better and better as we progress and make these things. So, as you make a certain kind, you will make better armor and stuff. So good to make a whole bunch of different kinds. It also makes some armor different too, which is really nice. 2, 3. I know I grew up so much of those. Beautiful. And there we go. Now we're fully armored-ish. Like, it's going to break pretty fast. They're not the best quality. On the bottom here, we have 28. Initially, we start off at 21 with this one, so it's not bad. We're getting pretty good. We're learning as we're going into learning. Okay, so right over here, too, we can take this baby. Grab that. Let's see. We can't grab that. Okay, so I need some more of those. I have that big stick tree here. Grab the sticks here. Axe gonna break soon. Keep that in mind. Oh no, it's a full one. I thought it was just gonna be long sticks, but we should get 2 long sticks anyways. So that's fantastic. We also have tons of planks, which I think we're gonna need for these. Full one. I thought it was just gonna be long sticks. We should get 2 long sticks anyways. So that's fantastic. We also have tons of planks, which I think we're going to need for these. And yeah, we're going to want more of that. So these ones here, we can grab this into this. Now we have a lot of long sticks. A lot of them too. So this is actually quite handy. You can grab trees now, all of them. Now the thing is, if you don't take away the bottom trunk pieces, you will get back some trees. I don't know how the palm trees work out. If they do, that's a good question. I don't know if it does give you anything back. I have to kind of see that as we progress. Oh, I broke my axe. Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, we have what it takes. I think enough to make. I think it's 3, isn't it? I don't remember. No, it's only 2. Perfect. Make yourself the other axe, which is now learnt, just because I know the recipes you'll find throughout the world, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, just because I remember the recipes for these things, the survival things, you know what I'm saying? I need 2 more of those, so we're going to take this and log and smack that one. This seemed like it was a lot faster hitting that one, wasn't it? Okay, then we have planks, we have to get 3 of those, so I have some on me. There we go. Now I just need to get tons of rope. This is the rope needed. Okay, sticks. Sticks. Do I not see sticks? Plank, plank. Tons of sticks here. God, it's so fast picking up things. Okay, so now we're going to be placing down this. We're picking up things off the ground. I know. Okay. We need more rope. And a lot of the grind afterwards, we're going to be doing, I do a lot of it off camera, by the way, so we do some here, but not a ton. But it's important to know how it works, especially early on. How much we put into it to make this work. We're definitely going to need a treehouse. I think that's going to be our next thing to build, as we get some protection. Now there's a place to sleep over there. I know I went to sleep on that little thing, just to show you in case you're doing that. There is a place to sleep inside this area, if you want. That is your choice. Just gonna grab this stuff because it's super important. I don't know the other one. It could be on the roof too. That thing, yeah, I think it's there. I think I see it. Put that down here, sir. Whole bunch of it, man. Okay. I don't know. Where's the other one? I just dropped it on the ground here. This is a log. I think it's a freaking log appearing here. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of junk up there, so it's good to know we can go back and take care of that afterwards. Need more another log for that one. That was gonna be planks actually. Alright, Alright, so that's great. Now we have storage. So that means I can this, I think I can put that in here too, so I don't know. I know they have storage for rocks, but yeah, you can. You can choose to either make the storage for rocks or put this in here. Look how beautiful this is. Oh, this is stunning. No more looking for shite on the ground. On the ground here, we can put this, leave this, and I have a chance to find what I need to find. Anything else around here? Oh yeah, the bananas. Beautiful. Oh, I probably burnt my food, right? I'm such an idiot. Yeah. Alright, so we'll not eat that. Maybe we'll avoid that. We'll just destroy it. That's just my stupidity.
69.
And can I put some sticks in here? Grab a bunch of small sticks. Make them happy. Alright, we're good for that. So this is cool. So we need a couple of logs for this, right? And more sticks. So we're going to do is harvest this baby. Is it long sticks or small? Small. I'm just trying to save time and energy right now. If you guys wonder why I'm doing it like this, pretty much all about time and energy. Thought I heard him growling there. Was it just a piggy? It might be just a piggy. Might need more rope here, I think. Yeah, I'm out. Okay, thankfully enough there is tons of rope in this area, so we should have no problem with those. I already hit that one up. Again, try to avoid the left-hand side because of that. This is actually tobacco one. This is good. Good for dressing. Still haven't found the bandages I need. I crouch out. I don't know. Oh. Well, he goes a little short there for a second. Sometimes you get 3, sometimes you get 4 in these trees, depending which one.
83.
This is a 4 shot. Beautiful. Just tell you how much I can pick up 2 more if I want to. Got another piggy right there. Don't really need it right now. I keep it there, doesn't go bad, so. Right, well. This came back pretty quick. There's a stick tree right here. Let's use this thing here. Pick up all that stuff. Look how fast it is now.
You motherfucker.
Oh yeah, talk about that.
You
Can I
motherfucker.
grab all
Get
these?
over
I don't think I've reached that. No. Probably could make myself something. I was getting tired for jumping. Stupid me. Got a lot of small sticks in that one. I was just saying, sleep inside there. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Plus, there's other things you can utilize in there for food if you really want to start off with. Sorry if I saw a stick. I'm going to pick them up. I need them for my fire. Oh, God. I need to come around here and double check this. There's like a whole bunch of sticks still around here. So that's good. You can also use the planks too, if I'm not mistaken. So it's all good. Alright, so the good thing about this thing is we can put in, like, insert stuff in, depending on where you want. There's like 2 different areas. You can put rocks on one side, leaves on the outside. You can put logs inside the whole thing. I don't know. It's really cool. You can split that up. Absolutely love it. Can you, I think, is it this game? Sorry, I'm always curious. My food's ready to go. Yeah, it's not this one. It's strategy. Okay. I was like, can't you use the palm fronds for fire? No, it's not this one. It's all good, don't worry. Alright, so we got all that. We got pretty much a lot of stuff done. How's my health and stuff? I could use a little bit of carbs. Am I clean? I'm not clean. So that would have been a big mistake there. Especially, I do have these anti-parasitic. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to get sick. Okay. 20 hours. I'm going to keep that one. Did I get sick yet? Really? Got lucky. It's only 1 though. It's barely 1, so maybe that's the reason why. But if I got sick, I need to use these things. They do help me out. So very nice. But like I said, planks, since I have so much of them, even on me. You can shove that in there if you want to. Very nice. I guess we can put them on storage here for now. No, we can't. So we're going to have to use the special storage area for that. Okay. Well, it's good to know. So for now, those ones can go here. You can kind of stack them up. Got a lot of these big suckers. Okay. Cool. Banana leaves. All nice stuff. Well, we got ourselves some good stuff. Let's show you how to use this, by the way. See those ones where you placed in there? Look, if I want to insert these ones, look how it separates them up. Isn't that cool or what? That's some cool stuff, dudes. It is. Anyways, we'll leave the episode here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of this. If you guys are enjoying this, want to see a whole lot more, including building, elevators and all that cool stuff. Oh my god, I'm super excited. Hope you guys are excited too. Thanks for being here. You guys are the best. This is Game Edge. I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Join large-scale battles with
No,
military
I'd
vehicles.
rather not.
Why, hello, thank you so much for joining us, Game Edge. We're back in hell. The brand new update, if you guys didn't see it there, it's a transportation and storage. Look at this. We have nice storage. We have ourselves a log sled. There's a lot of goodies. I'm super happy about it. Thank you so much again to Deputy for making it possible. We got aware this weekend. We gave away 8 keys. Thank you to Creepy Jar Games, of course, the developers. They actually gave us 8 keys. And it's on Discord. If you don't know anything about it, go and check it out. Links in the description for Discord. And you can just hop in there, and there was actually a giveaway section there. You would ask if you're not too sure. So yeah, rocking and rolling this. Super excited. We're gonna keep the fire going here, and I actually tons of fiber in the ground. I don't know what's going on with that. I knocked down a whole bunch of these bushes, as you can see here. Cocoa fields. Yeah, got rid of them all. I also got rid of a bunch of these suckers here. Just been destroyed them. I also destroyed stacks. There's only so many pine fibers you can actually need. But yeah, look how beautiful this game is. It is absolutely stunning. But we're gonna try and build ourselves right about there, and that's gonna make our life a lot easier. And we're gonna try and place down our first thing over. Okay, we gotta watch out. There's some kitty cats around here. Sounds like that freaking out a little bit. Alright, yeah, I did a little bit of work off camera, not a ton of it, because of course we're still on day 2 here, running through and trying to do what we have to. So we have some armor here. Good shape, I think. We're gonna open this up. Hopefully nothing's gonna attack us from behind. And I could choose to build either with this or this, and I'm thinking about building with some of the frames of being here. But I could also just do this, and we have tons of trees around us that can grow back. These things don't grow back. That's a problem. So, as much as I love it, I think we're going to go with some regular wood this time around. We also need to get ourselves some cooking going too. So let's place this down here. Next little rain, we're going to do it. Let's just see where I'm at right now. It's hard to get the center of this place. But we're just going to say that's where we're going to start our build. Okay? That's good. Again, they don't have the, yeah, it's strange how they don't have that, right? Yet, I was really hoping, I have something on me. Yeah, I have something on me. I was hoping that things would snap together when they're in ghost mode. I think that's still something they need to do. So we can just build our thing up. I don't see it snapping right now, so maybe I'm doing it wrong. And you guys can, of course, make sure I'm aware of if I'm getting it wrong. Go ahead and do it. I don't mind. And we're going to grab our log sled here. I'm going to bring this a little closer onto this side here. And release a Q. Boom. And we're just going to grab a few logs we have here. Long stick. Okay, one long stick here. I think there's 2 of them somewhere on the ground. I think I have another one I just found. We'll place that here. Get our first pieces. Oh, make that mistake. Go around this corner. Pick up 3 of these. I'm going to pick that up. I'm probably going to need it anyways to make the rest of these sticks and stuff. We can also take apart some more of the trees around here. There is another one here. Okay, cool. Nice. And we'll put that in there and put that in there. And of course, you get some from this too if you wanted to. We can expand here and take commands here. But if you want to, also, we can drop these in the ground. They won't despawn until you actually get rid of them. But they can after a long period of time. But you won't talk about early on here, so don't worry about it. Okay, so grab that. Boom. We just gotta get our first structure up and running. We also gotta make our mud thing near the water. Not looking forward to that whatsoever. Okay, we have a plank there. We have some logs here to grab. Now we're gonna need to go and do some more work and bring down the logs towards that area. And I'm scared as me as carrying this thing going down here because I can't really see too well. And that frightens me a whole lot. It really does. So, yeah, we're going to have to chop down some trees here. Shit, it's here. I hear it. Where is it? Where's the little shit? Why must you always do that? I gotta have armor on me. I'm stuck on that thing. I have to cut those down, Bubby. I'm actually out of stamina. Why am I up? Oh my god, the laceration now. Bad Kit Kat. Oh god, I got a laceration, dudes. My health is gonna go down fast. Okay, it ran off pretty far. I can't keep up to that. That is really not a good way to start today. Okay, we're gonna need to fix up those lacerations. Oh, for God's sakes! I just need some ants. I'm gonna take the frontal bolt here. Oh God, can I not grab some? Yeah, hold the thing. Don't get mad, please. I just need something for lacerations. I'm gonna have to have 4, 5. Oh come on! And I can walk over the torch. I don't have time for a torch. Okay, that should be enough here. Okay, that's good enough. Okay. I need to wash myself. Stupid Kit Kat. I hope he died over there. That's not the cat. Okay, good. I don't know how this is clean water to clean yourself, but we're just going to accept it. Wash yourself here because I don't want them to change that. Oh wow, did you see a laceration on the side there? That is pretty darn bad. I also need bandages. Oh, let's just start off with the cutting off that tissue. Little ants in there. That closes up the laceration. I still need a bandage, which is probably near that son of a beeswax that's chanting himself there. Health is still going down. Don't see anything around here. Okay, we're gonna have to change up our strategy for today here a little bit. We're gonna need a little bit, get ourselves some energy. Gonna move that up a little bit. See, oh, I see one.
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive, it appears to be conscious.
Get your knife out. Please be quiet. Nothing against you. Arizona weed, Bubby, just do crafting, yes. 3 of those. Just don't start. Please. I'll come back for you in a second. My health is actually not good. I'm not coming back to you. I'm thinking going, I'm gonna come back. Nope. Hey, just chill. I'm not after you, dude. I'm really not even interested in whatever you want to do to me. I don't know why I just grab those things, but again, I'm grabbing everything else except for what I need. Maybe because of a little bit of stress here. Let's put this down here. Craft that baby. Lily dressing. Alright, and then we're just going to open this up here. And go back to laceration, and we're going to try. I think can I not? Oh, I don't have to. Alright, still good to have. I'm not going to complain about it. Yeah, okay. I thought we still need to wrap that baby up. I completely forgot we've done it. Okay, so we'll grab that. And we can craft up one of these. And one of these right back. We still need some more of those. Was my plan initially, remember? I wanted to go and get this. Okay, well things just changed. I'm gonna need to go get food. Now we gotta be careful, there's probably a snake here. I don't wanna rush and make a mistake. There's probably a snake somewhere down one of these alleys here. I would prefer to see it, tell you the truth. I don't see anything. There's a pig in there. So hold on. You're dead. That's extra food, dude. I'll just grab it. You won't get dirty from carving up a snake. You will get dirty for the bigger animals. But with the brain, it will clean yourself off. That's really nice. Stuff is good. Craft. I actually don't want craft. I want to harvest. Build a bigger fire afterwards. Okay. Let's harvest this big piggy. Come on, Pepperini. You got this. Done. Cool. Open up the trap again. Marvelous. It was kill on the other side. I just took it from him. here to kill you right now. Alright, my health is slowly moving back up, which is great. I am going to try and just wash myself off here in 2 seconds here. Hopefully that'll work out. We're just going to grab ourselves a board from here, which will float us off up perfectly fine. And we're going to grab some food and cook that up and stay relatively close to this one. If we can, maybe start working on that part of it. Oh my god, I need to delete this thing here. Remove this. 1 second. Let's get some rope. While you see it, might as well grab it. So that cat is probably injured or probably dead at this point. Probably his wounds. Shit. Oh, crap. Seriously? Yeah, seriously, that friggin' happened. Craft. Bring that over here. Rope the action. Okay, did I not delete that? I just want to burn my meat either. Let's give you logs. Okay, I was wondering what was going to happen. I didn't think I could delete them last time. We weren't able to do these things before. And so, that's awesomeness right there. We have issues with that. That's okay. And do you have anything else you can drop off on here? I think I drop off those rocks. I'm not sure if I have enough for it. So that there is baskets. People are saying to me, you should make the basket. Absolutely, but I want to see this thing. Yeah. Gotta seize what I gotta seize. Alright, these little suckers here, they don't take up too much space in your thing there, but you can. Can you drop them here? No. You can put them in chest, but for now I'm just gonna drop these together here. They're giving me a little bit of what I need. Alright, so I do need a couple of those. Okay. This is a holder. The new holder. And now I can actually insert ropes here. Now you see it's a little bit bigger. Used to be only 2 of these, now it's 3. So that's really, really nice. Are we done with the food yet? Because I really need that cooked up. How are we doing on water? We're doing fantastic, actually. We need to walk up to Bananaville, which is up here, and double check to see. So we still got some time to hit that up. Now we got like a reprieve. Not worrying about that cat coming back just yet.
I literally stopped eating the same 3 meals every week because of HelloFresh. I was really out here struggling for so long with the basics.
It gives you 4, man. That's pretty good. Definitely appreciative. Love that. Yeah, I know you're a little tired. You know what? After I cook that meat, I'm going to run up the hill with this and go and check it out. You see, you start off thinking you're going to do one thing, then cat comes in, destroys your entire day, and tells you you're not going to be doing that. Like, oh my god. Whew. Alright. That was a heck of a start. Let's see if there's anything else around here. Is there kitty cats to worry about? It isn't. Doesn't look like it. Like I said, probably dead. I'm not positive. I never ran too far. Oh wow. Yeah, you know what they're making here. Yeah, it's a special place. It's special stuff. For special things. Okay, we good here? Come on, just move them down at meat so I can get this done here.
You fucking
That's
idiot.
good.
Get over here.
Thank you. This one obviously takes a little longer to cook, so that's good. And then we're rattlesnake meat already. Wow, that's going to be a little bit less time for that one, so we're going to make a quick little run. Probably could. Oh, I see some flowers. Some bandages, sorry. Don't say no early on. As you can see, things like that will happen. Love this triple craft. You can craft as many as you have on you. New entry axe. What was that about? I didn't understand. Bow. Did I miss something here? Because those are not new entries. Those are things I've made already. Grab some of this. Something walking over there. I also need to get myself some banana leaves and things. I think I have a couple. I'm going to check out to see. I think we have like a pulsating thing going on, which tells me either broken or close to broken. 23. Yeah, it's broken armor. Alright. That's fine. Right click. Oh, need to pick it up, right? Yeah. It will go away after a while, but I can't pick it up anymore. Okay. So usually you can right click and get rid of stuff, but I didn't put that one there. So it's going to despawn anyway, so it's not a big deal. Alright. Bananas here, yes, yes. There's some more to break. Armadillo, it's all good. Can use him if we want to. Let's see if I have any mushrooms. And go back, because I'm probably going to burn the snake meat. I need these first. So give me a little bit of energy. We don't deal with that guy on the other side.
I'm gonna beat you.
There's maggots, there's actually multiple. If you get a little bit of vaccination going on,
Bag.
and there's more stuff up there too.
Bag it.
Like I said, I'd like to grab what I possibly can, plus anti-parasite, in case I get sick and stuff. The blue ones also are anti-parasite. This is where we find some more bad ingredient. We do have some more, by the way, on shelving. I just need to rotate them. We're going to get this for a good reason for the... Oh, there's someone. I'm going to use those for feathers. We need that. Yeah, right. Oh! Oh, Jesus. Okay, a little jumpy. I'm not going to tell you. Just a little jumpy. I saw him, but he just made that... Awesomeness. And there's the bone, so put bone, and we got some more branches too, so that's really good. Alright, so we can grab this over here, make that happen. Beautiful. These are weighted like a feather, so I'm not going to worry about too much. Anything that's too heavy, like foods and stuff, we can probably do that. There's still another pecky meat. Okay, good. There's my paw, and then there's more food here. These all have shelf lives, of course, unless you smoke them, so like a day max. These are all spoiled, so we disband and take max of those and get rid of the entire stack. And then grab this. Beautiful. That way I'm not too bad. So I'm going to bring up my stats here. So we're going to go fight this beeswax. And actually, I need this. Should have grabbed all of them. Craft. 2, 3, and 1 and 2. Bone armor. That's just a picky coming at me. Don't freak out, game edge. What's up? Now 43%. Perfect. Alright, let's go check out what the numbnuts up there has to do. Why is coming in for a fight here? You might just be hunting, by the way. Grab this. Grab that. Do a little snake meat for shits and giggles. Here we have a little bit more. And it's almost done. I think that one is cooked. Yeah, it doesn't take very long. Alright, let's go see how Singer is doing over here. He's gone. He buggered off. Okay, you know what? I accept it. But I did see something else. I need this. Beautiful stuff. Okay, that's good. We can make us some more badges. You want that as much as possible. So if you can see these things, grab them, love them, cherish them. And those are poisonous frogs. Do not touch those. We'll need them later on, but not right now. Do I have bananas nearby? I do. I'm going to grab some of these.
Our way of life depends on the 50,000 ships and 850,000 miles of undersea.
Well, that gives me more armor and stuff. Like a simple unlockment. No. Alright, so my plan got foiled and destroyed. It's all good. Set these up. Okay. And then insert more rope. What do we have? Try and cut a little bit of brush. There's 4 of these trees here we can knock out. Gonna need these ropes. Try and get a really night sleep, I think. I'm not tired actually because I took those nice little blue pills there. Blue mushrooms, my Viagra. But we have a lot of these, we're good. Now initially I'm gonna do some grind off camera. You guys will wonder. It's not that people always, us doing things together, but early on, I especially would like to showcase, or else we would miss that first attack and stuff. Those things will happen when I'm out here doing some work and such. Let's go back over there and drop off some stuff. Go and make sure the fire's okay. And pick up the rest of the meat before we get forgotten about what we were doing here. Just taking care of the meats. I have more firewood next to me. That's fine. Cooking +1. It's all good.
I will hold all of this stuff.
Put these inside the fire.
Except for that one.
I'll keep them right now. Okay. This, make another one. Beautiful. Obviously getting super dark now. But I have tons of energy, so I'm gonna do a little bit. Nice. Okay, it's nothing too dangerous. I will have to clear out most of the stuff so I can see all of it. Is that anything good? No. You should hear a purring. There's my card. Okay. Give a knife out. Let's see what the hell I'm doing. Remove the surprise part of the cat. Oh boy, yeah, super dark. Now, poor thing, don't touch the stump. What do you do? Just look back those trees, it's so important. So, you can split those up between half and half if you want to. I'm sure you can do small sticks, but I don't think you can. Usually the long ones that fell off here while I dropped this. I don't know where they went. They're looking around here, but I don't see the long sticks. That was supposed to drop when this dropped, so I don't know. Boy, got a lot. Oh, great to read. Nice. Don't so much have left, so I can do a little more. Perfecto. And yeah, usually you get long sticks to this thing, so for some reason you get it. So it's all good. It might be around here somewhere. Go away. Okay, we're gonna put those in there. Okay, insert. Stunning. Oh. I did a mistake. I'm mistaken. So take this. Okay, we're gonna place this here and separate these up. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of this. I'll be back in the morning. We'll rock unless something happens. Oh, there's my long sticks. I see one. Second one's got to close by. Awesome. Alright, so we got +2 Saturday because we got into a little comfortable sleep. I did wake up parched and hungry and all that wonderful stuff. And not so bad, actually. I'm going to eat you up. And these are good for another 12 hours. That'll be nice. And I'm going to need to eat some for you guys just to give myself. Got to be careful. There is maggots over there. And those are good, but they also are very bad for you to eat. So don't eat those. Okay, do we have everything? Yeah, I can actually just use the last of those feast there. Perfecto. And water. Not a problem. Water is available here, thankfully enough. Did do some work off camera. And yeah, we're going to head out towards that direction. I was going to get this going. There's a plank. Another plank. Works out good for me. Alright, we do have a whole bunch of these. I've made sure I still have some on me too. I'm going to need, how much do I need again for that planter? I forget. Dash planter for the mud. We need to work on the mud. So where is that again? This is for food. There it is. The large planting box is not what I'm looking for. I think as soon as I opened up, it would give me the option to do it. So, yeah, how much we have here? With 8. I think 8 is good. There's probably 4 of those, plus I need a ton of sticks, which I have a bunch over there. I don't think I need these suckers. I think I do. We're going to come back and sort that out. We also need to get some holders done so I don't have to put things in the ground and some piggies can run around and just make a big mess of it. Okay, we'll make our way down here. Now the Kit Kat could possibly be back. Oh, I'm not saying that was. It's a little tough to find. I don't know why, but now they're popping out finally. Perfect. Alright.
Probably.
Now that I have this. Okay, I gotta test it out. Okay, yes, the way with blood mixer. I'm gonna test it right there. See it? That's not a kitty cat cup, thankfully enough. I'm gonna test it. See, I think we can stack the mud inside the side of this thing here. I wonder if it can. If we can do that, then that's gonna make the job a whole lot easier. Clear this crap out of here. My fireside bowl. Oh God, you scared guys. Seriously? Oh my God. I don't know why. I know it's not him, but Jesus. Okay.
Fucking retarded nigger. God damn you.
This guy disappeared sooner or later. Thank you.
Damn
Start off with the one in the middle here, where it's a little better. That could take some work, so yeah, let's grab here. 3 of those. Got my sticks here right on me, don't I? Is that it? Okay. I think I dropped them all on the ground. It's okay, you know why? Because they've been working. And that means there's tons of sticks on the ground here. I'm just gonna pick them all up. So this is where it comes in handy. Oh, thank you. Left one behind from the tree we knocked down. There are some trees growing back right now, if you're wondering, tons of them. Okay. Takes up a lot of wood. Perfect. All right, so let's right-click this and take the mud. Then I have another problem. I just realized. Take mud. We're gonna wait for rain and cap ash. We need some cap ash. I need to actually have some ash from capper. For capper. No. We actually might have some charcoal left over here we can do that with. Then we're gonna start working on that right away. Because we won't be able to do too much. Now, hoping there's charcoal in there. There is one. Not a lot. Pretty good. Some cans of fluids and stuff.
Reminds me of the
Like that
fucking ice
afterwards.
cream.
Alright, so what you do is pretty darn simple. First of all, get rid of all this crud here. Oh, actually, what? Save me from my fire. Let's do it in there. I'll craft that. We'll just make whole batches. We'll put those on another shelving suit. I like the shelving better than I actually like the storage crate. But again, the storage crate, we have no choice. We're going to need
Okay, so hold on.
Okay, that looks like it went bad. Okay, pull that out. Okay. There we go. Reduce a little bit of weight on us. We don't have to worry about it too much. This is still going good. And then we have to wait for that fire to actually next time actually break off and disappear over this importance. So right click here and harvest. Go some cap ash. We want a ton of it, so that is something. Looking around, making sure. You had a hard time trying to hit that cat. I don't know what it is. I think it was stunned at one point. Alright, so we need water too, which water, I don't have anything to use. Just right confirm. Currently, I still got iron and stuff, so we're going to have to work on that. We're going to have to rain now. And then we'll get that going. That was a second. Pick it up. Alright, so we got that. We're going to work on the rest of the drainage anyways. We still have a couple of things like built up here. That's the biggest pain anyways. So we'll wait for the rain. Once the rain starts, we'll head back down to the mud fill. It is rainy season, so it should be tons. Yeah, be careful when I'm placing things. So 1, 2, 3. Then I have, wait a second. See the building? Yeah, there's some corner pieces. I want to get one here. Okay. Just want to make sure I got that right. Is that trap? Yeah, it is. Triggered it.
The fuck,
Get caught.
dude. Ugh.
Got a smart piggy here somewhere. Alright, here comes the rain. That's what we needed. So I'm finding more stuff like you get this over with. Go ahead down right away. Let's see if we can make ourselves some mud. It's already being done, but after that, we have to kind of like go in there and like dough. 3, 4, 5. Well, I grab one too much. Let's go. Pressed too fast. With fast pickup. Alright, ropes are gone. Actually, just gotta destroy stack. We already have something over there. What did I just do? I didn't mean to do that. Oh. Alright, so that's the other thing you can do. You can right click it and you make fibers out of it. Not really recommended, but yeah. Oh, I forgot my freaking sled. Damn it. Set. I don't think the cat will come back that quick. Oh, I got another set going.
You don't want to go. Hold on a second.
I won't take long. I press E really quick. While we're doing this, it looks like they stacked on top. Actually, it did disappear, by the way. It's restacked on top of each other, so it's okay. Alright, let's see if we can do that. I don't know, I've never seen a mud on any images and stuff, so I'm thinking if I can move the mud back and forth, mud bricks, this is going to be so much better. Yes, we can. Yes, we can, because developers are awesome. Alright, that's what we can. How much can I put? I put 6 total. It says 6. Okay, yeah, double stacked. Okay, that's good. We'll do a little maneuvering here.
I'll beat her ass.
Okay,
She don't
I'm
have
just going
that
to place
shit on.
this on here. And that one here. Perfect. Okay, just stop. So we'll go to make ourselves another one. I'm going to have to make myself a charcoal furnace ASAP. And that's what we're going to work on right here. Put those. Take mud.
I'm gonna take a look up here.
Mud. A nice rainstorm.
Oh, you know, that's
Let's put
wild.
this back up top.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. I just thought of a faster way.
Okay. For a second, it looked like it had spots. I was like, oh my god. I think I'm putting that furnace right here. Yeah, maybe we'll do a charcoal furnace here this time. I always put it against the other place, but now I have the way to kind of chop away things and get rid of it, so I don't think I want to rip up that. Because that furnace, there it is. So right there. Okay. Then we can grab ourselves some bud. Go and grab one at a time anyways. That's why I didn't bother to wash myself. I didn't think of I'm gonna need one for the door. Okay, then we just stand on top of this and have to drop in a crap load of sticks. This we're gonna wait for it to die off. I'm gonna get a stick holder done too. It's like all these little things you don't want to have to do, but you should do. So, not too much. By the way, look at this. Oh, it'll just kind of float up in the air. So. You can also put those planks that we're going to use for the chest soon. I can make those now. So let's put this here and go. There go the one fillet. Perfecto. this as good as charcoal, like you wouldn't believe. It's gonna be fantastic. And also ash with it. So it takes a little bit of time. You can kind of see there, they're all white. Once this is finished, then we'll be able to rock that. Alright, let's get some stick holders and stuff here. A whole bunch of stuff you kind of need. Also, I'd love to get some water if I could. I have bamboo near me too, don't I? Yeah, if we could get like a water ability, it'd be really beautiful. I think I will cut myself a little bamboo stick, and then once I have that, I'll give you that. There's also the internal mud walls and stuff. We're going to be working on that on the base as we progress here. And I need storage right over here too. It is a storage box, kind of nice, but large stone storage baskets. Now you can put big stones, green coconuts, and mud bricks in these ones. I'm thinking that is pretty sweet. Maybe one here. Where am I stuck on? Oh. I'll back up enough food. Store. Work on that on the base as we progress here. And need storage through here too. It is a storage box, kind of nice, but large stone storage baskets. Now you can put big stones, green coconuts, and mud bricks in these ones. I'm thinking that is pretty sweet. Maybe one here. Where am I stuck on? Oh. I'll back up enough food. That's gonna be in the way. That's gonna be a little bit in the way.
Hold on, you guys.
I don't want it this far out either. So I can't put it on top of things, like fix this whole area up. Can I destroy this? Actually, I don't think I can. I don't know. It is the right sound. I don't think we can take this apart. So if you guys have ever done it and taken it apart, go ahead and comment us and tell me if that's something we can take apart. That would be pretty cool if we could. Alright, I don't want to waste. Oh, I'm gonna have to buy more nuts. Okay, I'm kind of dirty as fudge, and these are gonna die off soon. So let's just let ourselves get cleaned up here by the fine rain. Then we're gonna give ourselves some help here as we need. Okay, mud bricks. I guess I can always delete it afterwards, right? Let's just put this like this. Not sure we could fit in here. Let's just do two. I think I might delete, remove this.
It's the thing that split my family apart. And I find myself still trying to...
I think that little tree was growing back, by the way. That was cool. Just realized it. Damn, look at that. Oh, it was going to grow back. I've never seen those grow back before. Interesting. Like the stump is left there. Those things do come back. Oh. Alright, start with two. There's a bunch ton of sticks needed for that. Alright, let's go back down and get some.
Fucking retard.
Now it's like all over the place. Perfect. First day was like a pain to find. I love this fast pickup. Definitely a lot more efficient. Okay. Sticks here, perfect. Okay. And I think I have more on the other side too, because it's kind of really in here. Rope? I think so.
Fucking
Or,
idiot.
well, somewhere here. There's some behind us too. We're gonna try and keep that for building. So since we're out here, so close to it, doesn't seem to make too much sense not to grab this. The tree's growing in front of me. One to knock down. little buddies here coming from. Fantastic. Makes your life a whole lot easier. This one could be full too. Look at that. That's pretty good. Thinks we got ourselves a piggy over there. Really nice. I didn't get fully clean either. I need to go back to the water. There was some good stuff there. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see how well this works. Insert. When is that fit? Sorry, it said 8. Okay, so you get 6 of this and 8 of there. It's not bad. Definitely see better. Okay. Not mud bricks, unless if there's anything else that we've seen play that has mud bricks in it. I'm so tired. I'm gonna need to take those energy pills there. Just a second. I'm gonna wash yourself off. Won't really if I don't do this either. I also get sick if the anti-parasitic won't work. It's a vicious cycle. You should be able to wash all but whatever it's over. Dump in the water, you should be able to get across that. So let's go with this up here. We're gonna keep those. Okay, we still have a couple of anti-parasitic, only 4 hours left. You know what? More afterwards. I'm gonna get myself some food right after. Just scare me. Okay. Oh. Should be able to like the forest where you can just drop things and it goes right in. I don't know. I think it would be pretty cool. Oh. Should be able to like the forest where you can just drop things and it goes right in. I don't know. I think it would be pretty cool. I thought it was a pretty good add-on for the forest here. Alright, well this makes it a lot better now. We got a lot of stuff completely off at least the production. Probably some smoker down here. It's not like it's hard to go back up top and grab some stuff. Yeah, insert. Did I just put it on top of that? What the frick? I don't think that's right. I don't think that's on there. Is it? Oh my god, it could fit more on one side. That was just 6 and 6. Alright, so take mud. Can't believe I just did that. Just realized it as I was doing it. Probably more, so I'll take some more. Oh, I didn't want to eat that. Oh, it's okay. Did I get parasites? Oh! Because I ate the charcoal, I just gave myself parasites and I ate the last mushrooms that would help with that. So now, I need to go back and find parasitic stuff. Sometimes you have some right here. Yeah, so these are the ones you just right click and eat that. That'll resolve that. We just had before. That is okay. That's good. Quick little solve a problem. Alright, needed for the other side there, so it's fantastic. Absolutely. Everything's in here. You want to drop those babies off. I think there's a lot of sticks all over the ground from us chopping trees. And I'm actually full on rope. Not my best day. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Pick up even the small sticks I can. Full. Alright. It's all good. I already went for a couple rounds here, so we're good to go and have this completed. Boom. Oops. Oh, I didn't want to touch anything. Okay. Well, that works. Let's go back down here and wash yourself off again. We're going to get some food and some good sleep needed. And wash yourself off again, bottom left. Yourself all good. I'm sleeping, by the way, inside of there. On the sides. Inside of there, there's like a mat. I don't know if I showed it to y'all, but yeah, it's definitely a good place to go. And I don't know if the food is still good or not. Let's just grab this. Very important to find out. Now it's raining, of course. 21 hours. I should be able to have one for the morning. We'll have to do some more work. Yeah, Yeah, I could use a little carb. Just a little carb. And I think water is the other thing I need. Perfecto. So awesome. We have a lot of work left. We can actually store all this fine stuff inside of here and also start making ourselves other kind of storage too. We're going to need some logs and other things to finish up all this fine work on here. I'm super excited so we get a lot more done and start building our base the way we want it. Yes. So thanks for being here. Thanks for being amazing. If you guys are girls enjoying us, please take time to hit like button, subscribe, all the wonderful things. You guys are the best. This is Game Edge. I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Guy's cool.
For joining me this Game Edge, we're back in Stranded Deep. It's been a while, right?
Hot minutes since last time we've done that. And boy, thankfully there's no sharks here, but I see a crab over there. And you're probably wondering yourself, we back in Stranded Deep. I missed it. I missed it a bunch. And I hope you guys missed it as much as I did. Yeah, these are because I finished the game, I get extra crates. So, very nice way to start the day, isn't it? Alright, we're going to go to the island. It looks like we have already a big crab on there. Now, there should be a starter island somewhere, but for some reason, yeah, it looks like it placed me randomly on the map, which should make it very interesting for us to kind of survive here. So let's just hop out and try to make our way through this today as much as we possibly can. If you guys and girls are enjoying us, take the time, hit the like button, subscribe, all those wonderful things. Always appreciate it, man. I'm super excited. Yeah, like I said, starter crates, always nice. I do see a big old crab over there, which is not great. But yeah, if you finish the game, you get these beautiful crateronies, which if you want them, just finish it up, and then when you start the game, put them on. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to need to drop this bad boy here. And yeah, actually, wait a second. Can we not throw the stuff? I keep on forgetting here. Yeah, there we go. And then we press tab, open this up. We've got a spear gun and 4 of those. Actually, that could be pretty handy. I don't think it'll work against those. Of course, we've got a rubber deck to start off with. You also get a machete, a nice little flashlight. We don't need a flashlight right away, but we will make this our primary one. We're going to want that as soon as we get a belt, but for now I can hold on to it and maybe make myself a spear or something. I mean, we do have a spear gun, but I don't think it's going to work well against the crabs. Oh shit, there's a snake right there. Not exactly the way I want to start my day, dudes. It's not the way you want to start your day. Alright, well, thankfully enough we have this bad boy. Where is he? Right there, okay. Gotta keep my eye on him. And him, too. Actually, I wondered if I could... Let's just open this up here. I think I can get this... Oh, yeah, I can slither around these ones. Ugh. There you go. Oh, shit, just pissed him off. That's all I did. I pissed him off. That's a great way to start. Why is he so freaking big, dude? It's a freaking anaconda. Holy shit. Okay, anaconda turned to nothing. I can take back. This actually worked out pretty good. I might actually need usually rituals to throw them out. We might do that in the near future, but I just need to clear up my area here so I can grab all the goodies we can and make our way through this. Okay, yeah, I'm going to need some of those bad boys too. And we need that tool belt as soon as possible. Right now we have storage. We have all these fine things on us we can utilize. And yeah, we'll keep that, yeah, there's a bunch of crabs over there. Yeah, we're going to need to get the yucca, or yucca, whichever way makes you happy. Then the confidence, we'll discuss it. Oh man, I'm super excited. I am super stoked about trying to survive the next couple on here. It looks like there's some good stuff on that island too. and probably a better place, but I'm not sure if we're gonna, you know, where we're gonna stay and what we're gonna do yet. Wait, I just saw something here. What was that? Give me some kind of palm tree. No, nothing else. Okay, it was a rock right here. Thought I saw something pop up. Ficus tree harvesting. Just leveled up. Look at us. We're rolling up and doing some stuff. And yeah, I need some more of these fine things too. They do grow back. I think it's like in a day or so. Oh shit. Okay. You can have a snake, dude. Oh crap. It's not how I want to start my day at all with this guy, but I think we can. Oh my god. Please tell me you can't get up here. Just tell me you can't get up here and we're all good, dude. Okay, I don't think he can get up here. Okay. Alright, he's figured a way to hit me. He's taking a couple bites, or at least chompers on me. Let's see if we can get back some love here. That's what fighting now when someone else has a bigger knife. Huh? Here we go, buddy. That's supper right there. Served and delicious. We'll put you right here. Oh boy. Alright, well that worked out pretty good. Thank God we finished the game before. Definitely started off on a harder map. Usually get a nice quiet version. So, make a little bit of a difference here. Alright, so you know, grab as much as we can with this. And it looks like my crafting over here. So we have like a whole bunch of stuff we can do, of course. Once you have it on you, you can press C for quick crafting. And of course you can just press C for regular crafting. And since I'm level 1, I can't actually make this for some reason. I know I have wood sticks on me, so we're going to probably have to wait a tiny bit and see why that's happening. We have a refined knife and stuff, so I think we're going to start off with our regular everyday crafting stuff and move our way up. And then once we get there, we can get to our spear. Those are really bad. Those will hurt you. So I think we're going to do a quick little drop of rune here. I need to get a building hammer and a whole bunch of goodies. What level do I have to be for I can make a fire? That wouldn't hurt for us to have, right? Maybe right about here. That sounds like a plan. And then we're going to need to also make ourselves some kindling. Super important. Grab this and drop this off. Big old Q, and then love that we can pick up things and drop things off here. Alright, and we of course have ourselves a couple more logs here. Our wood sticks we can utilize. And we have a whole bunch of fibrolicious here, so we can utilize this too afterwards to make ourselves some good stuff. So there we go. We'll just drop those off. We're going to try and do a little bit of work on the other side. We do of course have this. There's durability on this machete, okay? So we're going to want to avoid that if we can. I don't know. I don't think I need the spear gun on me right now. And of course I have storage already there. We're going to be careful here. This guy is pissed off. And I know I think if I shoot him with this, I'm mistaken, it's going to bounce off him, right? I don't think it does anything. I think I missed him anyways. Did I just lose them? Did I lose them both? I think I might have lost them both. Or one of them. Yeah, I think I might have lost one. Should have just gone with a knife. Machete over there. Here we go. He seems to be a little scared, which I appreciate. Scared is a good thing. Usually they attack a little more than that. I don't know why they're not, why he's doing that. But yeah, we just got to be careful of the wild boar out here because they can be absolutely incredibly dangerous. So yeah, we can move this over here. We could cook ourselves some food afterwards. Let's see if we can grab some other things here while we're doing this. Crafting myself definitely a hut if I could. I got the fire going. I need this going. I need some rope and such. So maybe crafting up some rope, maybe chopping down a tree or so would be a good thing. Now, oh yeah, I know, probably boiling hot. Just getting this shade here. SPF should be. It says high.
If you only list your vacation home on Airbnb.
No, there we go. Alright, we can look at crafting for this portion and see what else we can actually do here. We have, of course, tools and stuff. We can make a knife. We can make ourselves an axe once we get to level 1. So let's go and stand in front. Actually, we can just grab this. We're gonna make ourselves a rope, anyways. So might as well do it. We can stand in front of this, of course. I was gonna go a little further out there, but I just want to stay in the SPF levels of hello, done. Where's it done? Dude, this is shade right here. I know it counts. Okay, that's stop playing tricks on me. Alright. We can craft up some rope. And we can craft up our tool belt. That's really nice. Did I just yeah, I think I got to check my inventory here. Tab this up. And we should have currently, yeah, we're doing pretty good actually. Look at all the stuff we have on us. That's really nice. We have a tool belt. We have tools. We can put this right now as 1 if we wanted to. I think so. Yeah, we'll hold that down anyways. We'll wait for it, and we'll see whether or not we can make this as a number 1 tool. There we go. Perfect. Alright, span that 1, dude. Span it. Am I still having a problem here? No, I'm okay. Alright, so that should have opened up, I think, everything we need to do. We have a knife and stuff we can make. And if we open up the crafting menu, I brought us to level 1, which is exactly what we needed to do to get ourselves an axe. Now I need a second rock. That's the only thing that's holding me back right now. And it's not a really good way to start your day. I do want to bring this a little bit closer on the shoreline. Bring these bad boys out here.
Walk down the shoreline.
And what I can do is utilize this as some storage here. I'll have to find the other spear. Hopefully we can find it. It'll be nice if we could. Alright, we'll drop this off there. And we'll drop these all here. We're going to try and go to the shoreline and get ourselves maybe another rock or so. Don't know if there's anything much on this part, but we'll double check it afterwards. There's a regular little crab. I got you, mommy. Yeah. Gotta hope there's not. Yeah, there's another crab over there. I just need some rocks, dude. I don't know why it's so difficult here. There we go. Grab some more of these. You should be trying to grab as much of those as possible, especially at night. We can grab ourselves a little coconut. That wouldn't hurt. We can start off with any food or anything, so yeah, definitely not going to say no to those. And there's some more sticks here too. We have some near us, but we might need more for tonight. Alright. I really want to get into more fights, but I don't need to. I saw one. Ah, shit. There he is. He found me. Okay. Okay. But the lime, there's some rocks here. That's not fair. That's not the good rocks. Oh my god, there's a big pig. Okay, we're in trouble. We are in trouble if I go in there. I just need more rocks, dude. Is that crap finished? Okay. He's finished. Damn, that scared the shit out of me, by the way. It was some. Oh, I thought it was some pee-pee. That's not the pee-pee stuff. I need another rock or two. I should be using as my little knife. I need the other one to fight. Might be the only thing that saves us right now.
I'm gonna go make a.
Since we're not supposed to calm island with a bunch of trees.
Go get all my wool.
There. What the hell? Another crab? Holy shit. There's a lantern or something up here, I think, dudes. And the rock, too. Good. Might have to wait till tomorrow morning to do the rest. That lantern's gonna be cool. I do have flashlight stuff, but... Alright, so we might want... There's also some sharks. You see that? Yeah, very nice. Alright, so craft up a rope. And then, do I have a stick on me? I do. So maybe we can just craft up myself a nice little crude axe. That's exactly what I needed. Plus, I need a knife. So this is going to be something. We need that. And what else I need for the knife here? What am I missing here? A rope. Okay, I'm going to need some more of those. If I can find some more. Now, I'm being kind of held at bay by this ass wiper here. But we're going to try our best, too. Okay, I'm going to need some more of those. See if I can find some more. Now, I'm being kind of held at bay by this ass wiper here. But we're going to try our best, too. Make fun of killing his mommy, and that's it, man. Yeah, okay, we're good. Still one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. I obviously think it's stunning, this game. Absolutely stunning. A little more difficult than usual, because usually you start off, like I said, on a dead island. No problems. And not starting like that today. Definitely gone into full-fledged, holy crap. Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, let's hope our little place here has a little more rocks. Around here, there we go. That's one right there. Boy, it's a rocky start. I'm here all week. Alright, so we have a bunch of stuff. We can make ourselves a knife now. This is good. We'll drop this off. We have a fire right here. I'm going to need to carve those little bums up. But I'll place this here for now. We're going to go and get ourselves something to sleep on tonight. I didn't really start off as well as I'd like to. I'll be honest with you, but yeah, it is what it is. So to do that, I'm going to need to get myself my axe back out. I will need to chop down said palm tree. You can actually climb these if you want to,
You know what?
at your own
I
risk.
just use this one.
It's getting bloody
You know
dark. Alright, we just got another coconut. Beautiful. And I think we're going to have to start the fire. Right now we do have a lantern down.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and stay.
There we go. We can drop this off here while we're doing the work we need to do here. And it's going to take a few more hits to get those palm fronds that we need here. It's going to detach itself from there. Then you want to hit a couple more. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright, and then we're going to need some rope. I don't know, did I not drop another rope here somewhere? There's some more of that. I know I left a rope right here. There we go. Thank you. It's a little dark. Nothing we could do about that except start a fire if we want to, which is not a horrible idea. Oh yeah, it's back and forth, okay. Yep, got it. I clicked the mouse like crazy. And then we can start building up this little fine shelter, which will give us sleep. The ability to sleep here. Oh god, why is this not working? Oh, it's having a little bit of an issue there. It might be because of the log right there. Let's just right click this and move the entire thing with us. There we go. And we might have to get rid of this. You know what? I'm going to use my axe to get this done really quick. Perfect. Nice. Alright, move that over here so it doesn't cause more collision. Alright, so open you up. Get this done. Perfect-ish. I don't want to grate out my thing anyways. Here we can actually sleep or save if you want to. We also check out we're doing our water and such, and that's where the coconuts are going to come on it. Pretty bloody handy, if you ask me. Now you can't do too much of these to make you sick, right? You have to be very, very careful. There we go. Drink whole coconut. That's what we're going to want. Refreshing, right? Yeah. Then we can eat this if we want to, but we're going to try and see if we can get ourselves a tarp or something. I didn't see anything on this island to start off with, so pretty harsh to start like this, but we will do our best. Okay, a couple of coconuts. Shouldn't get the Hershey squirts right away. We could cook up ourselves a little bit of crab action. We can skin this up. Help us move up with some of our cooking. What am I doing on energy? We're okay. Everything else is good. I can stay awake all night and work it. No problems in this game. Oh, I didn't really want to skin it out. Stick if I can actually keep it. Oh, that's fine. Really want to skin it out. Stick if I can actually keep it. But that's fine. Yeah, the rest will work. Just keep it there. It shouldn't disappear until you've actually finished it all up. Alright, so hold and attach. This one I could drop on the ground. I can pick this up and put it right here. Rotisserie. Beautiful. Rotisserie crab, dudes. Slice of crap-a-rooty. What a nice way to start the day. Alright, so we have a bunch of different crafting. Again, we do want to get bigger tool belts and stuff. We will need to find cloth. It's something that's super important. We can get that later on too, crafted. Of course, this is always rawhide, which is fantastic. But yeah, the big piggy's going to be the one we're going to have to go and take out for that. So I'm feeling too confident right now. There's also the consumables here, which we can make ourselves if we want to. It's coconut flask. We should get some coconut water. Not a bad idea to have. But right now, we're going to have to wait a tiny bit. So the most important thing would be this thing here, which I need. This stuff all over here. So we are going to need a coconut flask anyway. So maybe I can just ensure our abilities to do so. Oh, cooking just went up. That's pretty good. It didn't go ding, did it, though? Medium crab. Alright. Let's make one of those. And then we can drink from this if we want to. We got craftsmanship up, which is fantastic. Again, if you roll through your mouse here with left click, you can see what's going on. You got hunting, you got, of course, cooking, and of course, resources. And I believe that's strength, right? We have there too. Now, it's just a whole bunch of these fine little goodies in there. And we'll be able to roll through them and get ourselves going. Now, also the fire, you need to refill the fire by holding E. You see the thing there, so I know most of you know this, but you know, just making sure. Okay, medium crab meat. Medium crab meat. Cook it up, buddy. Get it done. Also, bread right here. Night snake. Night what do you call it, really? Night snake. Night snake. Beautiful.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Yeah, leave them there for now. That's okay. We do have extra coconut on the trees here. It's not going to hurt us. That's for sure to have that. And we'll grab ourselves a few more things we're going to need here. For sure. A little bit dark. Going to happen, unfortunately. Also good for us to clear out the air, because those things will come back, by the way. If you were wondering, they do come back. Now, I did see a pig in the middle of this island, so it kind of makes it tough to start off with. Look at that. Nice little leaf on top. Gotta check everywhere when we hit those up. We'll need to clear out the rest of those bums on that side. I also check if I moved anything behind here from hitting up stuff without realizing I lost it like that. See? We'll go to make our way to that. We'll drop this off. And I think I can make another rope. Can I not? I can. I take advantage of that. Okay, there we go. We done yet? Medium crab. I didn't hear the bing yet, did we? I don't even know if that's friggin' ready, dude. I'm gonna check this out. It looks cooked to me. Alright, no vomiting. Boy, that was a cooked one. Alright, there we go. So that is perfect. For now, we can actually just drop it here. Or we can just leave it, I don't know, maybe on top of here for now? There we go. That way it's not touching the ground. We don't want dirt all over that. Okay, so we have this too. We need to keep this nearby. How are we doing on water? Most important, we have effects here. Desifies 0, animal kills, which is a big thing we have to worry about. We'll find some cloth tomorrow. And again, we have all this storage that we can grab from here.
Oh, that's what we're gonna do.
Utilize these, right? We got our ducky. Gotta bring this on shore. Make sure we don't lose that because we're gonna need that for the time bit. We have a ton of resources, but a pretty good day to start off with. I think if I go to bed now, we should be able to wake up early in the morning here. I think I might be super hungry. So I'm going to stay awake and just head out there and see if we can find some stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let's see if we can craft up a nice little crude spear. You know what? We'll grab some more on our way out there. I think I can have 5 of these, so roll good. Maybe not 4 as a max on the stack, eh? Okay. So grab this, just drop that off in there. And then we'll swap out for this to make sure. Yeah, that's perfect. And then we can leave these fine sticks behind. And head out and see if we can find anything else here for us to grab. I'd probably leave the knife too. I don't need to do any kind of slaughter. I'll keep that near the fire. I need the knife and need this too, in case of emergency. It's pretty much our go-to weapon if we can do it. Alright. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Let's do this. Should I bring the light? I can actually bring the light like this, by the way. Which makes it nice for the fight. And also looking around. Make sure we don't step on anything too dangerous. Oh boy, did you see that? Just some metal. Inside the water here. Is there more stuff inside the water? Like cloth would be really nice if we can find that. Get some athleticism here, which I believe is one of those things we have to build up to. But I didn't see any cloth so far. We do have a big boy over there, which I think we're going to have to deal with. I don't think we have a choice here. Oh god, oh god. These guys are hurting me. He's hurting me pretty bad actually, no? Oh god, I thought he was giving up. No, he wasn't giving up. How bad am I hurt here? I'm actually pretty badly hurt. I'm sleeping good right about now. But I'm going to take a risk a little bit here. Let's see if we can find any more stuff for us to survive with today. I might have to use this thing. It's kind of depressed me to use it, but we are going to need it until we find more rocks and stuff. We have one back there, but we might need it for an axe. Axes won't last too long until we get ourselves a better one. Got a long way to go before we get to that point, though. Lots of survival left here. Leave that food over there, it's fine. It's not hurting anyway. Just gotta look at that cloth, and this is definitely not good to have in front of your face. Right? So, let's go empty. Okay, then I empty my hands. Alright, that's good enough. There we go. That'll be easier with an axe so I can see in front of me. A very nice island so far. I used a whole bunch of islands for like Rubber Monkey, Skyro. Go through them all once we get a little bit further in what we're using. And home also, I used some of theirs. It should be using this at all. Should be using a small blade.
Oh, babies and shit.
That way I don't waste it. It's a much better idea. Takes a little more shots, but you know what? I don't care. I can make an axe with this afterwards. Gotta watch out for the snakes too. This is definitely nighttime. So, I think you've all noticed that. Yeah, that's the bats up there. You can actually hunt those. Anything else here? Looks like one right here. Yeah, I thought so. We really want to keep as many of those as possible. We are going to need them. Oh, this is very nice.
So
this is some kind of cave here. This fruit here is pretty darn amazing. It's still in good shape. Doesn't look like it's rotten. No. Okay. Alright, let's pick this up. Looks like we found another breath boost. Okay. Not another, we just not found that. Lots of bats in here. Holy crap. Just bugger off, dude. Kind of annoying. Gotta come back here for some wood and stuff. Shit. Okay, we cannot get hit by a snake right now. Oh god, I don't want to get to another fight. If I don't have to. I'm hoping this one will be... I just can't find cloth, man. We're gonna have to figure this out really quick. Usually I find like one or two things of cloth here. Let's hope that island right here across from us is uninhabited.
See the movie everyone is talking about. Wow,
this is a big moment.
Audiences can't get enough of It Ends With Us. Don't
anything bad. some cloth on it, because if it has no cloth, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. There's only so many coconuts I can get before I start getting sick. Oh shit, there's something there. Crap. Alright. Finding Nemo. PP plats either. I'm using up the ones I need. I think we're gonna have to wing it a bit here and look around.
I'm up some stairs.
A little deeper. The thing is, there's a pig in there, so it's freaking me out a little bit because those things are a pain in the butt. To tell you the truth. Yeah, let's swing to the left-hand side over here. See, there's oh, it's a small pig. Was I scared of a small pig? Oh my god, I could only see a little bit of it in the shadow, so I was like, oh no, I'm not fighting that, but that's something a small pig. It's a joke. Fine for us to do this. Let's drop these things off. And maybe a chest so we don't lose them. Sounds like a freaking plan to me, right? If not, we're gonna have to probably sail off to another place, dudes, and hopefully find some better resources than we have here. I have no choice in the matter. I need my light, that's for sure. You can also carry this if you want to. I do this so I can have some kind of protection when I need for a spear ready to go. Yeah, there's a piece of metal right there. Man, it's a small piggy. Oh god, I thought it was a big old boar, man. Okay, there, piggy. Spider pig, spider pig. Does whatever a spider pig can. Okay, but there's still snakes. I feel like it's smaller, right? I fear it, dude. Those bats aren't helping because I can't hear shit. As many as we can. As long as they grow back real good. This is not bad either. How am I doing? I think this gives me food and water, right? Only? I'm not sure. Big old snake to the right. Big old crab to the left. Big old image going this way. Oh, this could be good. Oh, there we go, dudes. We got some claws, we got engine, and even a freaking compass on that. We can also utilize this for storage. We might take this back with us.
What crab has the longest claw? What crab has the longest arm? 12 feet from the tip. Yeah, okay. Spider crabs. Japanese spider crabs.
There. This is nice too. Okay. Let's actually put it back, and we'll carry this on us.
Oh, fuck.
We want that. That'll help us out. Okay. Oh, it's full already. Oh. Shit. Alright. I thought I could shove another one in there. There's nothing else around here. I guess we're gonna come back in daylight and see a little better, right? Right now, I can barely see in front of me. Shit. Which way was the exit? Was it this way? No snake? Oh no, it's the same place. I see the guy right there. So this wasn't it. Watch out, this thing can travel, by the way. Quite a good distance. Ah, God, great. I think that's where I need to go, so let's just do this without killing ourselves, please. I don't have any cloth to need. I don't know if it's 2 or 1. Hopefully it's just 1. So we got this going, that we're doing pretty good. Okay. Considering there's only 1 of them, I'm gonna cry. But I need 3 rocks too. Oh shit. I only have 1 rock. Alright. Well, we can place this back in here. It actually holds quite a bit of stuff. Hides around the lantern. Good. Appreciate that. So we have 1 rock. Okay. And I have cloth on the other side. I have a couple more of you. Oh god, I can't see anything now.
Our universe is vast, full of challenges and...
So I need a few more rocks, if possible. I don't have a pickaxe either, so it's not helping me out. Is there a crate in here? Oh, a jerry can. Interesting. Oh no! Man, I forgot how far you can throw things. Oh wow! It's a refined spears, dude, right here. Oh, that's a really nice find. Alright, so early morning, still behind the 8 ball in this. We're not doing great at all. This is empty. I'm gonna need some liquids. Yeah, I'm gonna need them fast. Super fast. This is not gonna sustain us. I'm gonna have Hershey squirts soon. I can guarantee it to you. I've been drinking way too many of these bad boys. Alright. Well, Hershey squirts might just be. So we can put those down there. I do have a couple refined spears. So maybe just place these here for now. Refined spears, obviously, a fudge done better. Right? Let's see if we can go get a couple rocks here so we can get this done before the end of the day. And refined spear. That's good enough. It's a small pig there. 2 small pigs. Scare me, but snakes do. Like that bad boy. Holy shit, look at the size of that thing. Snakes do. Like that bad boy. Holy shit, look at the size of that thing. It's a freaking anaconda, man. Oh shit. Oh shit, you know I messed up, didn't you? You're totally into the game edge messed up shit, aren't you? Just grab my spear. Make me a little happier. There we go, the refined spear is complete. Oh my god, there's a big one! You can't swim, can you? Oh, you're protecting your young? Asshole? Yeah, I need 2 leather, I only have 1. I mean, we have leather right there, but I need a whole bunch of stuff. So I might have to change islands here. Sorry, is that full, by the way, or is it just empty? Yeah, it's full. Alright, it's helping me out, thankfully enough. I need to take that with me. So we're going to take this, and we're going to right-click this and bring this rock with me. And they're like freaking the hell out, those things. I don't know if they're just excited to see me or trying to get to me. That sounds like a shark near me. I didn't want to look left. Yeah, it's a shark over there. Alright, so we're going to leave the episode here. Going back tomorrow and doing a little more work and try and survive for another day. Hope you guys are enjoying this again. If you are, really smash the like button. Get a feels too. You know, just say, hey, I'd love to see your feedback. Again, if you guys are excited. Definitely going to be a lot more difficult than, regular little story. I'm going to get a bunch of stuff, right? Definitely going to be fun. Anyway, thanks for being here. Thanks for being basic. If you guys and girls are doing so, know what to do. You're the best. This is Gamaged. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Why, hello. Thank you so much for joining me. This is Gamaged. We're back. Of course, straight. You've been nice. And thank you for everybody who's been hitting that like button. It's been awesome. You guys have been amazing at Cornfields. Thank you for making it so special. Really fun to be back. We need to get out of this place. as fast as possible before I
You're
get Hershey
fucking
squirts.
making shit.
Unfortunately, I think I got this thing at like 3 o'clock. Get that out there. There's one over there that looks like there's trees and stuff. It might be actually good. Alright, crap. I'm gonna need to drop something on the ground. I've stacked myself up as much as I possibly could. And I don't know if it's possible I actually have some. Let's just drop this off here. Let's see if there's anything else inside here. We've got lashings, got a couple of that. We got, of course, that one piece of cloth we found. Let's just grab this here. Because I can grab that, perfect. And we'll just drop those on the ground and just do a quick little shot. I'm down to 83% of these, but it's a little bit quicker to do this than it is through the knife. I should have made that extra blade. That's what my mistake was. It really was. Oh, it's so good. We're gonna drop you off and drink out of you and drop you off and make yourself feel better. We're gonna grab that little piece of meat and eat it just because we can. And we're gonna make our way. It's gonna be a by the time we arrive there. So we're probably gonna have to do our best to try and survive. Pick this up, and yeah, I'm gonna have to make some more stuff when I arrive there. Unfortunately, can't carry everything. Everything is not possible to carry it here. So I don't know. I think I could pick up one more thing if I could. Yeah. No, I can't. All right. Well, it's not gonna happen. We're gonna try our best to get there, and yeah. Is there storage? See anchor? Oh, there's storage in here. I forgot there's food and stuff already. I already have a compass. It's like I'm going to sleep here and do early in the morning. It's like I'm going to drop this off. Completely forgot we had a little bit of storage on that thing. And let's see, potatoes, rocks we need to keep. And there's extra food I can throw away. Very nice. And then we can, I don't want to unless I can probably find another one, but alright. It may be possible. Okay, and I guess I'll bring set planks. I mean, this is really the most important thing. No, it's not. Most important thing would be these things, sticks, so we can start up our day a little easier. The best part of waking up is not having to worry about your stuff. And I have a bandage in there too. I like that. And we also can shove. Oh, I can't shove anything else in there, can I? I got that little thing in there. Okay. I thought it was 4. It's highlighted heavily, so you kind of have to go around to see how far you can go with these things and how much you can carry. So it is what it is, right? So there, I can bring 3 more. 2, 3, and it's getting late. So I'm gonna probably get lost in the ocean if I go out there in the morning. Well, right now, maybe it's best for us to get that extra sleep. What I can do is make sure I have all of this with me, and then we're prepared to go. I should have maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'm like debating if I should bring that with me, the kindling, but we have enough sticks to make another one, so yeah, not worried. All right, we'll put this away, and let's see what time we wake up at if I go to bed right now. I don't know if we can sleep. Can we sleep? No, gotta wait until it turns night. So that makes it a little more difficult for us. I mean, we could slice up and cook up a few more things to get some points while we're doing this. Maybe we'll do that. Just have a choice sometimes, right? So let's grab this kindling and start set fire. I do have a couple pieces of wood here I can put in there, so I'm not worried about that. And we can always use this island as a little area for us to come back to if we wanted to. Let's see here. Refill. There we go, all nice. And I think I have a couple of pieces of meat I can grab from here. They wanted to make it. I didn't there a bit. And then I regret making that extra one right here. That's the reason why we had a problem. So I regret that. But if I'm gonna have to do this, might as well grab some skills out of this, right?
You fucking nigger.
And make yourselves some food. There we go. Oh god, no! Oh. Oops. I forgot I can't put 2. Well, let's do this really quick. We're getting pretty good at it, so right click this and we'll place this on top. And yeah. Cook these babies up. And then when it's finished, I'm gonna jump over and get some sleep. Then we're gonna leave early in the morning on that fine raft over there. And hopefully survive nicely here. So yeah, pick this up. Store that away. over and get some sleep. Then we're gonna leave early in the morning on that fine raft over there, and hopefully survive nicely here. So yeah, pick this up. Store that away, dude. Take your hands back. And I think I got everything I need here. I'm gonna keep this anyways because I have two of them. No, one of two. Okay, yeah. Oh no, there's two of them. Oh shit. Yeah, I see. I really messed up on that. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world. We'll find a better island with that. I mean, when I found this, there's also some metals down here in the water. I know we can't see it. Well, actually, we could see it if I was proactive and got myself my lantern, which is on me. Keep on forgetting. I think I saw a piece right here yet. Corrugated scrap-a-rooney. And if we ever decide to come back here, we need some, then it's good to see, right? So put that right here, and we'll build to kind of, well, utilize that if needed. For now, I'm gonna wait out the night, and I'll see you guys in the morning. All right, early morning. I just had a little bit of crab. I know I can't have any more of those drinks. I'm pretty sure it's gonna give me these. So maybe I can have one. But if you get the squirts, you can get thirsty as heck. Nobody wants a Hershey squirts. I don't know if this in real life. I drank enough coconut water. I would actually Hershey squirts. I think that is my maximum right now, since I've been downing those like crazy. So we're gonna avoid that, and we're gonna do partially good stats, and we're gonna make our way. People ask me, by the way, can you not use this life raft as a shelter and stuff? No, he can't. Not this time. Doesn't make sense. Oh god. Come back. Come back. There is sharks in here, by the way. And sea urchins and crazy stuff, so I have to make sure. There we go. Perfect. And I can actually grab the paddle. This is why we're not putting anything else aside. And then we can, operate?
Yo, you kids are on their way.
I bet. Beautiful. Turn this around. There we go. Alright, so I'm thinking that island over there looks pretty good. That one's huge on the side there, too. I don't know. I like the hills and stuff on that one up there. That one doesn't look so bad. Does it look like... Is there enough trees in it, though? I don't know. We're going to do the refining, of course, but this is not the perfect raft for us. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Leaned over the side with a shark coming at you is not a good thing. I might go for the closest one. Boy, okay. Oh, it's a hammerhead, too. Yeah, I really need to get rid of that thing on the left-hand side. I forgot to pin it before I left. That looks quite big, doesn't it? Maybe we're going to go here. I don't know. That one looks like very mountainous. This one looks flat enough to maybe have some stuff on it. We just need a couple of rocks, right? And we do have a way to defend ourselves. We do have advanced spears and stuff. I just need to get enough to make maybe another cloth would be nice too. This looks like a beautiful island to make a base on, actually. A lot of big sandy beaches. I don't see any big wrecks or anything. Possibly two of them, or three actually, maybe. Possibly, or those are just very large pigs. And I'm going to be crying on my way back here. Yeah, thank you all the people who created these islands, by the way. Tons of love to y'all. Oh, looks like there's some stuff we can mine too. Oh god, did you see a shark there? He was in shallow water for a second there. That kind of freaks me out. What's that hovering over there? What is that over there? It's always like the shark's next to me. And whatever it is, it just disappeared, so it's all good. Okay, stop operating this. We're going to pop this back in here. Attach it. There we go. I don't know if there's any evil entities in this. They survived too. Great. There's a small baby pig, which makes me scared a little bit. We're going to put our boxes down here. Our crates. The other crates, they don't show up. They're like this. Why, I don't know what's going on. It's this last update, I guess it happened. And we'll put this down here. this, we can probably plop that there. Good stuff. And a couple of the lashings and stuff. By the way, you can make piles. People have mentioned that too. You can craft up these little piles and stuff. I forget where they're at, but they're in here somewhere. And you can make these nice little stacks and stuff. I keep on forgetting where the heck that is. Storage maybe? Under storage? That stuff here? No. No, as we can make ourselves. I don't remember exactly how to do it for some odd reason. It'll come back to me. There's a story mode. There's a whole bunch of stuff people ask me about that. There's some stuff on the aircraft carrier, which I didn't see on the other side. So if you're wondering, that is a thing. Farming, story, there's a lot of stuff. And yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I think, actually wait a second, if I have enough on me, that's right, C. There we go. And hold it down, press the tab, open this up, and then you can shove the rest of these in there and they pile up nicely. That makes a big difference. And very helpful. Holy shit. That's good. Just gotta be going out to send water for a tiny bit. Not the way I want to start my day. Right in a friggin' noggin, dude. Don't go away with that. I need to hold some fire. Gotta watch out for, you can get out. Turn back. That's the end of it. I lost one prior, so hopefully we'll find some more. Oh, cloth. Yes, sir. Much better island. Not sure. Oh, God. He shrunk. Was he even like a big pig, or did he see like a... Maybe it wasn't, that's why he wasn't attacking as quick. Because the other ones are super aggressive. Oh, rock! Oh, we can do it here. And it's a nice friggin' beach. Am I carrying him? Yes! We are. Hey, everybody. Have fun. Okay, have cloth. This. Well, I might need the weapon. But I need to do a little bit of work, so yeah. We can grab this. Wait a second. Saw rock here. I don't know why I picked it up, but fine. Just for now, we're just gonna make a pile of crap here. Alright, so we have things we can place inside. Oh, I didn't do it properly. Boop. Pile, and then tap it open and go to your backpack, and boom. Slowly but surely, things will turn out good. Alright, people ask me about this lantern, and it does have solar abilities, so it's rechargeable at night. If you're wondering, that's the reason why we can do that. Alright, so that's good, and then I can actually maybe place... Here's a shelter, a little bit of stuff done around this area after we run around, so super important. I don't know if I placed more inside of here. I did. Okay, it's inside this. We'll grab all this fine stuff. And we'll make a nice little pile of this crud. Nice. Probably wish we could go through the hand part. Alright, we'll put that away. Put those two away. I've got a machete too, which is great. And a couple spears, so we do have some. You can look plants next to us. We'll do that last. Just gonna double check. Definitely the barrel will come back for that.
Fucking niggers. How fucking ignorant.
To cook up, which is great. I'm a big yellow because we can make SPF.
How goddamn ignorant.
Help us out. Reduce the chances of us having issues. I lost that one through the ground. Oh, we got clay on this island too. That's really nice. Make clay pots, kiln them and stuff. Those are possible. There's a lot of places. And a tire. What a beautiful view right there. I need to start up. I should make my way back as fast as I can. Got a couple of these. You got that. actually take a couple minutes here to realize how beautiful this place is. I gotta hurry up because we are not gonna be lucky. Oh no, it's the other one. Okay, it's the regular pig, right? You're not evil? No. Okay. We're good. If they're not evil, it's good for now. I don't need more than one. We are gonna have to do a tanning rack and stuff too very shortly. We're gonna need that. Let's take out the bigger lads. We're gonna do some ficus trees. Screw it. Grab it. And back to our starting location there. I think. I can use this island where we're coming from. Grab the fire out there. But grab this container. I prefer to build big containers than I do with the other ones, but I need like 3 of these. But I think there might be some sunken ships nearby. It's a very good possibility. So let's start up our day. And yeah, we can take out the blade again. Take another one of these anyways. Cool. And get this up here. So we got another piece of cloth. There's probably more stuff on this out. Have I have time to do this for now? I don't have time to do this for now. I need to do what we need to do to survive here. Oh god, that just went underneath the ground. Most of it, I think, didn't it? Yep, like 2 of them. Not most, but you know, a couple. Alright, let's get the water going. And then the rest of the stuff will be easier for us to live on. Your friend is just fine, I can guarantee you. Alright, we're going to need here. First of all, let's just pin this and then unpin it. Just to get rid of that trash on the side there, if we can. And we're going to get this done. We're going to pin that bad boy. We'll get this done as fast as we possibly can. I know I have one of these empty on me. There it is, it showed up finally. I'm going to need to chop down a tree. And I'm going to put back some of these. How many do I need of these? I don't even need any. Okay. So let's put this all back here. We need to chop down a palm tree. Do we see a palm? Yeah, some palm right here. That'll be perfect, this one. It's small, it's good, and actually it's maybe about the same amount of hits as a bad boy. I don't want to take away all the scenery either, but unfortunately you gotta do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying? Wish you could replant these things, or they come back, but they don't. There's a difficulty behind that. I really need to get that water going. And a couple more hits. We got this. Beautiful. You can also put these in stacks too. Sure, I'll take it. Why not? While in Rome, I need to cool down. Oh god, this is not good. I don't want to get the burns on me. I'm actually really in bad trouble, so it's like, you know, lesser of 2 evils, right? Did I have a cloth? I think I left it. Yeah. Okay, we'll drop that off. You know what I might have to do? I don't usually like to do this, but I'm going to do this right away. Do I have another one of these? Yeah, right here. And I can craft up one of these. Perfect. Alright, that's going to help me out a little bit. Survive, which I need, and I need a cloth. We're going to grab one of those bad boys. I need 3 rocks. It takes our pile. We're good. And then I need to make this bad boy here. Oh, I need to make one of these. Okay. And by the way, I can stand on top of this pile if I want to and make some rope. But I have some on me already, but you can do that too. Alright, hold on, C for quick, and we're going to place this down here. I mean, I might want some shade and stuff, but probably gonna end up chopping these down anyways, so it's all good. That shark is really close to the shoreline. Is that the dummy shark? The one that you can... I think it might be. Alright, so we got this going. We just need to feed the bottom of this. We need to grab these. We can grab these palm fronds. These come back all the time. That's the reason why I choose to use these over the palm fronds, especially early on. I prefer that. So let's put this away here. Okay, then we're going to need to make ourselves a bed to save in. So let's right click that bad boy, and we're going to need 1 rope. Stand in front of this, bam, 1 rope made. And then I'm going to need to have palm fronds. So we're going to go down for another one of these. We'll grab this bad boy here too. over here. And is there one that's a little bit further? Actually, there's a large one right here. I'd like to look at those. Just want to take one that I'm not going to use. Same time, I can investigate the area a little bit here. A lot of crabs and stuff, good food. We do have some rashes we can utilize, so that is sweet. It's a nice big old tree. I don't know what kind of things are on this island that's going to kill us. Harvesting gone up. We also dropped one of these. There we go. We can grab the entire log with the palm fronds, by the way, if you can make it work and bring it with us. That way, if you're not sure about what's around you, see, I get through the trees. There we go. First water, that's beautiful. I'm actually super excited. We're going to drink that. Beautiful. And then we can put one of these inside. Shits and giggles. Giggles and poops. Let's keep that going. I gotta keep feeding myself. I cannot have any more coconuts. We can also stack the coconuts too, which is nice. Most of the things that keeps everything nice. And thanks for everybody who reminded me. I didn't remember it last time, but appreciate everybody in confidence bringing that up. Alright, we have everything there. We just need 3 sticks. And then we have a fire going. Or afterwards, we're going to do a fire. We're going to take this and put that right there. Beautiful. And we'll get a nice little fire going too.
Sound like a party.
Just so we can eat good stuff. Okay. That's great. And then we're going to need to make ourselves one of these because we left them on the island. Perfect. And we're going to need to skin the shit out of this thing very shortly. You can also do this if you have lashings too. If you want, you can stack them up very nicely. Usually a couple on you. That's the whole thing. It just keeps everything easier to find. Either. That's what we're going for. So, the coconuts here. I think I need 3 coconuts to start this up, right? No, that's good enough. So 2. I guess I can put this maybe over here next to our hut. So if you're desperate, we can utilize those. Okay. So we have water and stuff. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's such a beautiful sound. Such a beautiful sound. Alright, we need to carve up and start up our fire first of all, and then carve up the pig. So we'll start our neck a little bit better. Let's drop this off here.
Fuck this, I'm gonna get one of these.
Tap open here. We can actually, you know what? I'm gonna use that leaf in this. Gotta keep this going. And then we're gonna carve this bad boy up. And also give me some skin too, which I need. So this is not a big one, but it's definitely gonna give us at least some stuff. Ooh, 2 pieces of nice. We're not eating coconut tonight. That is great. Oh, beautiful. Grab that big piece of bacon and put that on there. Pork action. Put both on there. Good stuff. And of course we have the rawhide now. And to make the rawhide, to make the other thing there. Ooh, cooking. Level up, thank you. Alright, so tanning rack is level 4. That sucks. Big time. Alright, can I make this? I have 1 extra cloth, but I don't know if I should make an extra water thing first before I do this. Been debating it. Okay. We can bring our lamp closer to us so we can enjoy a little bit of light since it's getting so dark. I don't know if I saw another pig around here or not. I might need it. We need to get level 4. What level are we right now? Crafting. That's foraging. It's cooking. I think with 2? Is that possible? I always forget which one that is. Where's crafting the last one? Level 3. I think we're 3. Kill a crab. We could do that, I guess, to make them happy. There's one. Oh god, I'm gonna need to drop it. See if I can just take it out. Sorry for the darkness. There we go. Just left click that. over here. We'll just get rid of the little bit of the tutorial on top that comes with the game. So that baby on a bomb here, and we'll slice her up there. We're not supposed to worry about this, but it'll be a small piece of meat. That's the same we had before. A little bit smaller, and a little bigger than when I sliced it there. I don't know if it's going to change the way it's cooking or not. Hopefully that holds. It takes a little bit of time, as you can see, to do this. I'll grab this here. Sunblock is on, and will last till tomorrow, unless you get wet and stuff. I think it goes away. Yeah, we have a nice piece of meat before bed, which is good. Alright, we have these two pieces of rawhide. It's going to be a little bit, we're going to have to be patient for it, so we'll put those in there. Get to explore this wonderful island in the morning. Again, if I could get as much of these fibrous leaves, it'd be fantastic. Again, like I always said, the best thing to do is to try this off next to the fire for now, and utilize these small little stones I used for crafting and stuff. There's one that's 70. There we go. That one back. We'll keep this one at 70. And there we go. First food is ready to go. Cooked. Cooked. Beautiful. Moved to that pork. Yes, delicious. And is this small crab meat still cooking? I think it is. Alright, we can grab this lamp here. I have to utilize the time I have. It's not the best visually, that's for sure. But definitely helpful. Alright, still late night. I went to do a bunch of work. I have a lot of these little leaves and stuff, which is fantastic. Super great. I'm also feeling kind of good. I'll probably put this bad boy up here. The small crab, always nice to have. And again, we have like ear line stuff. What I'm thinking I'm going to need to do now is just put your tongue on top, and we're going to try to work out in ourselves hammer and stuff. Kind of nice to get that somewhat completed. So let's open this up and see what we need to craft this up with. We also need a tool belt and many other things. The boy takes 2 rocks. You see, there's a problem right now. I never had this problem before with any of the stranded deep. So in the morning, we need to go out there and look for rocks and stuff. But it's the perfect time right now to do it. So if it's dark, we're going to do a little bit of work. Usually I like to hold off on that. But we're going to go around and check it out and see if we can find anything at all for us. Maybe more sticks than we had to. They pick up a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to have the beach. We have a lot of wood here. So we're prepped up pretty much. Still needs to be cut in pieces. One of my little knives I've been using here, this one's down to like 5%. This is a stone tool. So we can hold off a little bit on that. There's another one inside of here. I think, where is it? There we go. And that one's like 100%, so I'll probably use that if we need to do anything. We're going to grab our light with us though. And the best time for us to go out there, actually, the moon is doing a pretty good job of moving the beach here. There's a couple of smaller pigs. Not bad. I'm thinking, check the shoreline first. I got a bunch of stuff for lashings. But I didn't see any rocks, and I don't know why. I just don't know why it's such a difficulty. I think it reduced, possibly, I guess. Is that cloth right here? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, another barrel, dude. So we need 3 of those. Okay, I have to put that here so we can actually visually see it. I think it's a starfish that's just embedded in the sand or something. Like an animal stepped on it or something. Maybe we did. Any rocks here? Oh. It's like gold now. It probably would be easier in daylight, but like I mentioned, we have to sit. Oh, right, another barrel. Okay. Again, sorry for the darkness. I just need to put this in a visually good area for us. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this out here. I'll have my lamp over there. I'm going to pick it up again. I just got to make sure I can actually so I can make my first piece of raft here. Really nice. And then we can also put the stuff right here that I'm not too sure of. so I should have brought it back, but it's all good. Now I gotta find it. Oh crap! I dropped it on the ground, thinking I'm gonna come back and pick it up with any problems. And now in the daylight, that lamp turns on. Oh, thank God. Thank you. You gotta turn it back on now. There's a buoy ball. Buoy balls. Don't really use those, but use for fishing too, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, turn this off now. Drop this. Yep. And sorry. Need this way. So this is 100% this thing, I think, right? Plus I hit it a couple times. It goes up pretty fast. Not the greatest, but I can still use them if they're down and out, so be fantastic. I'm pretty sure I'm not. SPF is no longer there. I don't have it. I need to keep some yellow plants so we can plant them too. Keep yourself alive. Oh, keep yourself alive. Oh. And yucca tree is definitely one that'll keep you alive.
You want to say
Stuff
keep
will come
yourself
back
alive?
every 2 days, I think. But
Keep yourself alive.
I'm feeling good about that. Maybe something, but these things will come back too. Little sad things that never grow up any bigger. Don't like keep asking. They do not grow any bigger. We need to get the shoreline across here. And we'll deal with the rest afterwards. Need to really find more rocks. I've seen some sometimes here. Not much. There we go. No, that happen very often. Image does it really not? Because they seem to happen right there. Oh, more potatoes. I went through and stock and stuff. I think we left these things just like stacked like crazy. Like right there on the bottom. It's beautiful. Alright, so we might have enough rocks to do some stuff here. Avocados. Yeah, they go bad. Don't worry about them. Plant them. They'll still be good. Hey, Piggy. Spider pig, spider pig. Where's the spider pig camp? Uh-oh, here comes spider pig. It's like, leave me alone. Driftwood, yeah. Oh, there's a rock for sure. This is nice too. It's always hidden, right? Well placed. Normally I wouldn't find that. I think it's a marlin, and for some reason he's don't walk on the shoreline. He has special powers too. We don't want spider pigs now. I think he's evolving. He's gonna hit land soon. Crap. Not a big fan of tires on the raft, by the way, but I have no choice. Is that pee-pee? Oh yes it is. We need those. And potatoes. Yeah, this I can do a little more off camera. We have a lot already, so I'm pretty much secured by that. Let's go look for the last bits and pieces. Can't do it. Okay, I need that. I still have to go investigate on the inside here. More pee-pee. Yes. This one I also have. There's also another tire, so it looks like we could make ourselves a raft for sure. We have three, so I might have no choice but to do a tire one too. Might have no choice. Matter. Tire and a barrel one. Unless there's some stuff on the outskirts here I don't know about. Put that here for now. There's some rocks there, you see, but there's never any little rocks near it. It doesn't seem to be at least right now. It's a pretty big island, dude. Someone pee-pee plant there now. We were here last time. Don't think we saw anything that could make us happy. Strangely enough, this island's pretty safe, which is odd. I don't see any kind of dangers. Just looking for rocks. Gonna do a little cut through here, make sure. Day 3 survive. Doing pretty good. You look like a big pig for a second there. much. I'm gonna put in that pile afterwards. It's a big friggin' mess. Okay, this is gonna need to put my fire too. Anyways, so let's pick this up, drop it off there, and then we have some more rocks here too. All right, so for next episode, that's what we're gonna be doing. We need to get ourselves all organized and such. We can actually place these down here, and then be nice and safe. I'm gonna try to look around for some more stuff we can actually do on here. Maybe we'll find some more hidden stuff. Some of these islands will have a lot of hidden stuff in it, and we'll have to search it out and see like lots of potatoes too, which is super good because like I mentioned, it's gonna be needed for us. So yeah, keep your eyes open. There's a lot for us to do. We need to hunt and get ourselves organized. So thank you all for being here. If you guys and girls enjoy us, then do hit the like button, subscribe. We're starting off our base on a brand new island. Thanks for being here. You're the best. Just give it. Look at you guys on the flip side.
Will you change your handgun after watching this video? That's right, we have enough scientific evidence and field data to show which caliber.
Why, hello. Thank you so much for joining me. We're back in Stranded Deep. Boy, oh boy, is that a piece of meat? I was about to say spoiled. Oh, crap. Okay. Let's make sure we don't make that mistake. Here goes shark. Enjoy it. But yeah, we have actually no snakes, no nothing this out. I have no idea. People said this might be a vanilla. It is not. This one actually added to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why the piggies are not vicious. The other island, they pretty much almost killed me, the crabs and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. I did a little bit of stuff on the side. If you want to see there, I've actually got a lot more of these fine leaves, which is great because I actually need to constantly make water and stuff, of course. And it's doing actually pretty good. Doing pretty good. Problem is food now. Good morning. We'll have to go get something to get food. Now, the other problem I have is this. I believe my crafting, well, physicality, I think is the fist. And I need level 3 for crafting. I think it's the last one. And we're just there. I think we're almost at level 3, so I can make the loom. If I make the loom, I can get this rawhide. By the way, I found 2 of them. I'm just alone in a forest, like just randomly, like as if a pig is doing or something. I have no idea why. Again, if you guys are also enjoying this, you know what to do. Show love in the comments. Love to hear your feedback. Thank you so much for all your kind words saying how excited you are to be back in here. I'm super excited too. You guys made it very amazing. There's a little piggy right there. We could probably go hunt it down. I don't want to do that at nighttime though, but I'm thinking I've got a lot of this stuff, right? So let's make ourselves a couple of rope, alright? So let's hold down C and craft up a bunch of this. Hopefully there we go. That's what we really want. Anyways, I think I need 2. Yeah, don't drop them. Let's pick those back up. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think I need 2, and I'm going to go down that. Just yes, there we go. 4, that is definitely the one. So we need to get ourselves 4 ropes. I do all those things here, so let's make this happen. So 1, 2 more of those bad boys, and then we're going to need ourselves 6 sticks. We'll get 6 of those, and then we're going to make our loom. So this is going to be fun. The only thing I think I wish I could do is pick this back up and move it afterwards, but we'll deal with it then. Now, I need the rawhide so I can get the pickaxe. Get pickaxe to get more rocks. We're now at 5. I found another 2, I think, lying around, and that is it. I don't knock a bunch. I'm not sure if they made it harder in the last update or not. There's no big update. These islands are community made. This is the reason why. It's fantastic. Skyroad to Holy, to Robert Monkey, I think, and I have the Exen, which also has an island here too. So yeah, we'll rock this all. Don't worry, we'll have fun. Thank you everybody for let's do this. Let's get this loom up and running. Not loom, sorry. Loom is coming though. That is gonna be next. Gonna be cloth that way. Why not, right? But I kind of want like a base maybe over there. I want to make sure I can get this stuff going. So you know what? Worst case scenario, we make another one afterwards. So we got the tanning rack. Let's bring ourselves a little light with us, so we can do this stuff here. And with the tanning rack, what we do is we grab these bad boys, and oh yeah, fine leather. Oh, and these little buggers here, they're limited to like 7 and 5%. So we're not going to be able to use it anymore, but it'd be perfect to make a new axe and stuff, or whatever you need. Alright, so we're going to go over here, then we're going to go into this, and we're going to craft this up here. I don't remember here. Oh, sorry. I had to stand in front of it. That's right. Open this up here, and we're going to roll down and find that stuff. Where is that? I think it's here. There it is. Been a hot minute since last time. There you go. So it tells you we're here. You need to panning rack, and you need a little bit of rawhide. And I got that from the pig, and I found some, luckily enough. So that's great. How much should I give me? I had one. It only gives me one each. So you get a couple of piggies are going to have to die. You also hold down C and make your life a lot easier from standing in front of it. And there we go. Let's just make these little strips and stuff. We're going to need them anyways. I also need to get a bed, right? And I think I need rawhide for that too. That's why I like the bed. A is probably more comfortable. And, you know, I prefer that. But we want to get ourselves a bed for one big reason is that we can actually pick this up and move it with the raft. So that is now people ask me, why'd you not make the raft? Before you left, you grabbed this. First of all, this thing had extra storage on it. So very much worthwhile. You can make these wooden bases. They're shitty. I like to make a raft out of these things if I can. I brought the tires and stuff over, right over here. There we go. So I went all over the island and picked them all up that we left behind. So they're here and safe. So if you guys are wondering, I got them. Made sure of it. Thank you again for being calm, Fields too. I know a couple of people mentioned about the find stuff. Of course, I left behind one piece of cloth. I got that one too. Thank you. It was just on the right side of the water. But yeah, thank you for taking time to do that. You guys are awesome. Wicked cool people. All right, so let's see here. I gotta make sure I don't make a mistake on this. So what we're gonna do is open up our crafting, and we're gonna go into tools. And I guess I pinned them in, right? I did. And right over there, we're gonna do this one. Okay, so it'll replace. You can't have like multiple pins. You can have one at a time, which is fine. So we need two of these little rocks. I think I'm close enough to them. They'll see if I go far enough away. It goes away, boom. Everything is around me here. The sticks are near me. This is near me, so no problems. I can craft up that fine pickaxe. I should. There we go. As long as it's in my circular view. All right, that's what it is. So hold this down. Now we got ourselves a refined pickaxe. There's another pickaxe. Really. I don't know why they make it refined, but it is what it is. And we have ourselves an axe next. Now the thing is, the axe, it takes an old axe, and it's going to take another one of these. Fine, I got this stuff, right? That's not a big issue. I still have 3 of those. I could make a bed, but I think I'm going to hold off a little bit. And the reason why I'm not going to do it yet is because this one's still 47%. Good to let that dwindle down a little bit, so that I don't have to worry about, like, you know, bugs. I got to shoot bugs around my leg. Drives me nuts. But yeah, best thing to do is to make sure we don't have that problem later on. We can actually just utilize the axe as much as possible. And that way afterwards, it's not a big deal, right? But I'm going to need these things. So I dropped the light right there right now. I could really wear this out if I wanted to, because it's going to take a lot of chopping for this stuff here. We also need to get ourselves a plank. Now, I believe it takes one of these shitty axes to make the plank too. So we might have to do a couple of these. And the woodworking station needs planks. If I'm not mistaken, it needs this axe in there, and you lose it every time you make it. Actually, let's just double check while we're talking about that, because I know I need it to make the base of my raft and stuff. And we're going to need that very shortly. It's in here. I think it's in this one. Nope. Is this traps and stuff? Oh yeah, I should make a couple of traps. As long as I can't hunt the pigs and stuff, it's not the end of the world. There it is. So yeah, it actually, oh my god, it actually needs to apply an axe. Alright, I also need the hammer station spot too. Interesting. Alright. Interesting, right? Yeah. So this is one tree I just cut out in pieces here. I think I'm not mistaken. Something just run by me? No. I can grab this and make myself a stack of these around. So let's just do that. This is like a woodworking area. Right now we're working on, you know, a working area. We're going to open this up. We're going to shove all those back in here. And where's our axe at now? 41%. So yeah, we'll wear it out just a little bit. It'll make our job a whole lot easier in the future. We're going to need these logs anyways. So don't you worry about that. We can pick this up. Somehow I'm shoving these somewhere. Don't ask questions. If you ask questions about that, you got to ask questions where I put the crates when I put them in my body too. So I don't know. Let's just say I got a lot of open spaces. It's gross. All right, we'll go cut this up. Oh man, I'm gelling with this game. It just feels so good to be back. Also, people were asking me if I go back to Long Dark. Tell the truth, I've been thinking about it really heavily. It's one of my favorite survival games. I had a very good time with my devs there. Probably won't be doing the storyline. The storyline's okay. I think the survival is the best part of that game. Don't get me wrong, it's not one shit on it. The storyline is beautiful, but really far back. But I'd love to hear your feedbacks, guys. If you guys want to see this storyline, maybe, or do you want to see that? I'll try to do my best. It might just be survival, but I'd love to get your feedback on that too. Just because I really love this game. It's hard to find a good game now. They sent me like a whole bunch of these weird games that just don't seem to, be great anymore. There's
Check this out. State Farm was charging me $179 for auto trip. No, thank you.
Copy paste. I need a little more of this stuff, man. The stuff that works well. Or if there's some kind of hope for it. Like Succulent has a lot of hope for it. Yeah, these are a little bit big. And they're also, well, they're big. It's not a big part. They're also in a place where I want to build my base. So here's the thing. I always think when you're building a base, you gotta look at the scenery. Oh, wait, take a look at that. Wait, through the palm trees. Beautiful. But yeah, I'm always thinking, you look at the scenery. Hey, Piggy, you're gonna be lunch soon. You're gonna be lunch soon. So I always look around for, there's a little crabby actually on here. For chopping down things, areas I know I'm not gonna be building them, right? So we can grab this and chop this bad boy down. All right. We'll say that morning we made it. We survived another morning. I'm actually went in there. Maybe there's a treasure in there, but there doesn't seem to be any treasure on this island, which is good. I don't want it to be too easy to game, of course. People ask me why did I put those kind of islands in there? Because the regular islands are good, but there's not exploration. The community have put together a really amazing amount. Not everything is great, but the ones I put in here are pretty darn amazing. So I'm thinking we're gonna have more fun, and there's like secret areas they built, and there's a whole bunch of goodies. So it makes it exciting, really exciting. I can take out the palm first here. Now you don't have to chop it all the way down. You can keep it like this on the ground, but you can actually stack it to a chest too if you wanted to. I thought I chopped that down. I guess it didn't count. All right. Fine. I'm not angry. Alright. How many we have it here? It's 8. So it fits 8 each. There's 2 stacks beautifully right there. And of course my fire is gonna need some tending to. I should have left it on. But for when we're working like this together, I think it looks nicer. So I do intend to do it together. Oh, I should have put the last one in there. Okay. Oops. And we'll take this. We'll put these over here because we might need them for a house or something. Yeah, why not? Let's make sure that happens. Now, where's my axe at right now? 21%. We're getting to that spot right now that we need to. Now, do I have my spears? Those two. We need to go after a pig. So there's one right there on the beach. Now, over there, it definitely looks like a rat or something. It isn't. Right in the rump. He's running. He's stuck. I'm stuck in a tree, dude. Oh, I'm gonna take advantage of that. Sorry. Your friend's watching you, too. Did you shite you? Rump. He's running. He's stuck. He's stuck in a tree, dude. Oh, I'm gonna take advantage of that. Sorry. Your friend's watching you, too. Oh, right in the rump. He's running. He's stuck. He's stuck in a tree. Oh, I'm gonna take advantage of that. Sorry. Your friend's watching you, too. Shite for you. Yeah. Come on. Hurry up, Biggie. Now, as long as you don't carve these things up, they'll last. They'll just last. Don't even have to carve the last piece. They'll last. So that's great. That being said, though, I need the rawhide and stuff like that. Other things. And I'd like to cook up some food here. But if I can at least... It's not that bad. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it in real life. I'm not going to lie to you. Just not something I'm into. But I can gel with this now in the game. Right? 2 pieces. There, you're a thin little bugger, weren't you, eh? With the plump ones. Alright, attach that. We'll drop it there. There we go. And if I press the right button, it works even better. Okay, we got a couple of rawhides. So we can go over here now. And press that, and boom. And more rawhide. That is stunning. Should love chests and stuff. By the way, if you find a lot more chests like this, I can break this down and give myself some these nice little planks here, which I need. I have like 1, Alright, let's go and do our first job on this side. Maybe the area that it's not too full of light, but looks like a liquid choice in the water over there. It's going to be a little more difficult to get the rocks on this. That, and there's also a little bugger around here somewhere. This one's not bad, actually. There's a marlin. Just not the purple evil thing. What do they call it anyways? Just out of curiosity, doesn't show you that. Not a sea urchin. All I know is you get poison off that and you need to use your PV plant, but I don't want to use a PV plant right now. There's still another in there. I wonder if I'll get the rocks from that. Looks a little deep. Oh, I did. Alright, cool. You don't get that back. So, on that node there, we have a total of, six. Six. That's good. Let's run through here. We'll need to get a couple of you. I get the refined axe. Oh my god, I've been finding so many potatoes in this island, and it's been insanely good. I've got like a chest full right now, so we're just going to hold off a tiny bit. Do I have room still? No. Because I see another node here. I might have. Sorry, yes. I do. I'm going to shade here. Still don't have issues. And we go ahead. There we go. UV on top. We're okay. I have aloe plants. Just having a chance to start making it. We're going to visit more islands very shortly, too. This is nice. We're desperate for rocks, but we got ourselves where we need to go. You see? Have to craft up stuff. Have to be careful what we did. Not overuse stuff. Oh, we're doing fantastic. Okay, and I think I'm full now, right? Yeah, pretty much. Only thing I can probably do. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna say kill that pig, but we'll come back for him. Oh, shit. Great old rub for him again. Oh, wait. Oh, he's coming. I got my axe back there. Come on. Thank you. Oh, where did my axe go? I need that axe. I'm so sure I dropped her. I should put it on the beach. Oh, there it is. That's good. Back to my hands, and I gotta pick it up too. It's fine. Alright, let's store away some stuff here that we're not gonna need. Is my food done? It's cooked and cooked. So I think we can extinguish this bad boy. Okay, and then rocks here. We're gonna make ourselves a hammer. Beautiful. Wow. This is making my whole day so much better. 17s.
Her by name. Read John chapter 20, verse 16. Jesus saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. What a delicate touch of nature we have here. Mary, as we saw a few moments ago, was standing outside the tomb, overcome with grief. She had not recognized her Lord, even though he had spoken to her. She had mistaken him for the gardener. She said, Sir, if thou hast borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away. Then Jesus uttered just one word. He said, Mary. As that name came trembling on the morning air, uttered with the old familiar tone, and spoken as no one else had ever spoken it but he, her eyes were opened in an instant. She fell at his feet and tried to hold on to them. She looked up into his face and cried, Rabboni, my master. Is that made up? No. This is life. This is Jesus. And this is the woman who loved him. No unknown author of the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th century has produced such a masterpiece as this. We stand here unquestionably, face to face with reality, with life, and with Jesus and Mary as they actually were. Jesus made himself known to the two men who were on the road to Emmaus in the breaking of bread. Read Luke chapter 24, verses 30 through 31. And it came to pass, as he sat at meat with them, he took bread and blessed it, and brake, and gave to them. And their eyes were opened, and they knew him, and he vanished out of their sight. They knew him in the breaking of bread. Why? The evangelist gives no explanation, but it is not hard to read between the lines and find the explanation. In each one of the Gospels, emphatic mention is made of Jesus giving thanks at meals. There was something so characteristic in the way he gave thanks at meals that was so real, so different from the way in which they had ever seen anyone else do it. There was such an evident approach into the very presence of God that was so utterly unlike the formality and unreality of others at such a time that the moment Jesus lifted up his eyes and gave thanks, their eyes were opened and they knew him. This, too, is reality and life, and not fiction. To Thomas, the man governed by his senses, Jesus made himself known by showing the very print of the nails in his hands and the hole in his side. To John and Peter, he made himself known as at the beginning in the miraculous catch of fish. Everywhere, in each specific detail, the narrative has a consistency and a truth to life that makes the supposition of fiction impossible. Look at one more example. Carefully read John chapter 20, verse 7. And the napkin that was about his head, not lying with the linen clothes, but wrapped together in a place by itself. How strange that such a little detail as this would be added to the story with absolutely no attempt of saying why, yet how deeply significant this little unexplained detail is. When I was studying in the theological seminary, an upperclassman came home one Sunday afternoon from his Bible study class, quite disgusted. He taught a class of young working women about 20 years of age. He said, "One of my scholars asked me a stupid question today. She asked me if there was any significance in the napkin being wrapped together in a place by itself. As if there was any significance in that. In reality, though, it was not a stupid working girl, but a stupid theologian. For there is indeed the deepest significance in the napkin being folded and placed by itself. Jesus Christ was dead. For 3 days and 3 nights, from Wednesday evening at sunset until Saturday evening at sunset, his body lay cold and silent in the sepulchre, as truly dead as anybody was ever dead. But at last, the appointed hour came. The breath of God swept through the sleeping and silent clay, and in that supreme moment of his own earthly life, that supreme moment of human history, when Jesus rose triumphant over death and Satan, there was no excitement upon his part. With that same faith and trust in the Father's abiding care that characterized his whole career, with the same calm that he displayed upon storm-tossed Galilee, when his frightened disciples shook him from his sleep and said, "Lord, carest thou not that we perish?" And he arose on the deck of the tossing vessel and said to the raging waves and winds, "Be still." And there was a great calm. So now again, in this glorious, this wonderful moment, he did not excitedly tear the napkin from his face and throw it aside, but absolutely without human haste or commotion or disorder, he took it calmly from his head, rolled it up, and laid it away in an orderly manner by itself. Was that made up? Never. Never. This is not a delicate masterpiece of the romance novel. We read here the simple narrative of a matchless detail in a unique life that was actually lived here upon earth. A life so exquisitely beautiful that one cannot read it with an honest and open mind without feeling the tears coming to his eyes. Someone will say, these are little things. True. But it is from that very fact that they gain very much of their significance. It is in just such little things that fiction would disclose itself. Fiction displays its difference from fact in the little things. In the great outstanding plots, you can make fiction look like truth. But when you come to examine it closely and microscopically, you will soon detect that it is not reality, but fabrication. However, the more microscopically we examine the gospel accounts, the more we become impressed with their truthfulness. The genuine, naturalness, and self-evident truthfulness of the narratives down to the smallest detail, so possibilities of deceit. Chapter 7. The circumstantial evidence of the resurrection of Christ. In the last two chapters, we have been considering some of the internal proofs of the truthfulness of the gospel story. In this chapter, we consider the circumstantial evidence for the resurrection of Christ. I suppose you know what is meant by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence refers to certain proven or admitted facts or circumstances that demand for their explanation the other fact that we are seeking to prove. For example, a man was once found murdered. The only clue to the murderer was the point of a knife blade that was found broken off in the heart. With this clue, the detectives went to work. A knife was found with a broken blade. The jagged edges of the broken blade fit exactly into the notches in the point that had been found in the heart. Moreover, there were traces of blood upon both point and blade, and the traces of blood on the point exactly fit the traces of blood on the blade. It was considered to be proven that the murder was committed with that knife. Take another illustration. A bolt of cloth was stolen from a certain manufacturer. A search was made for the bolt of cloth. A bolt of cloth was found that the manufacturer claimed was his stolen bolt. However, the man in whose possession the bolt was found claimed that the bolt came from an entirely different factory. When the bolt of cloth was taken to the factory from which the bolt had been stolen, the holes at each end of the bolt of cloth fit exactly upon the frame at the factory from which it was alleged to have been stolen. But when it was taken to the factory from which the man claimed to have obtained it, it was found that the holes in the end of the bolt of cloth did not at all fit upon the frame of that factory. On this evidence, it was considered to be proven that the bolt of cloth had come from the factory where it fitted upon the frame. There is abundant evidence of this kind as to the certainty of the resurrection of Christ from the dead. There are certain proven and admitted facts that demand the resurrection of Christ to account for them. 1. Beyond a question, the foundational truth reached in the early years of the Church's history was the resurrection. This was the one doctrine that the apostles were always proclaiming. Whether or not Jesus actually rose from the dead, it is certain that the one thing that the apostles constantly proclaimed was that he had risen. Why would the apostles use this as the very cornerstone of their creed if it was not well attested and firmly believed? Furthermore, they laid down their lives for this doctrine. People do not lay down their lives for a doctrine that they do not firmly believe. They stated that they had seen Jesus after his resurrection. Rather than give up their statement, they died for it. Of course, people can die for error, and they often have. However, in this case, they would know whether or not they had seen Jesus, and they would not merely have been dying for error, but would be dying for a statement that they knew to be false. This is not credible. Furthermore, if the apostles really firmly believed, as is admitted, that Jesus rose from the dead, they had some facts upon which they founded their belief. These are the facts that they would have related in recounting the story, and they would not have made up a story out of imaginary incidents. However, if the facts were as recounted in the Gospels, there is no possibility of escaping the conclusion that Jesus actually arose. Also, if Jesus had not arisen, there would have been some evidence that he had not arisen. His enemies would have found this evidence, but the apostles went up and down the very city where he had been crucified and proclaimed right to the face of the murderers that he had been raised, and no one could produce evidence to the contrary. The best they could do was to say that the guards fell asleep and the disciples stole the body while the guards slept. Matthew chapter 28, verses 12 through 15. People who bear evidence to what happens while they are asleep are hardly credible witnesses. Even more, if the apostles had stolen the body, they would have known it themselves and would not have been ready to die for what they knew to be a fraud. 2. Another known fact is the change in the day of rest. The early church came from among the Jews. From time immemorial, the Jews had celebrated the seventh day of the week as their day of rest and worship. But we find from early Christians in the Acts of the Apostles, and also in early Christian writings, assembling on the first day of the week. There is nothing more difficult than to change a holy day that has been celebrated for centuries and that is one of the most cherished customs of the people. What is especially significant about the change is that it was changed by no clear decree, but by general consent. Something tremendous must have happened that led to this change. The apostles asserted that what had happened on that day was the resurrection of Christ from the dead, and that is the most rational explanation. In fact, it is the only reasonable explanation for the change. 3. The most significant fact of all is the change, the moral transformation in the disciples. At the time of Christ's crucifixion, we find the whole apostolic company filled with blank and utter despair. We see Peter, the leader of the apostolic company, denying his Lord 3 times with oaths and cursing. A few days later, though, we see this same man filled with a courage that nothing could shake. We see Peter standing before the very council that had condemned Jesus to death and saying to them, "Be it known unto you all, and to all the people of Israel, that in the name of Jesus of Nazareth, whom ye crucified, and God raised from the dead, doth this man stand before you whole." Acts chapter 4, verse 10. A little later, when commanded by this council not to speak at all, teach in the name of Jesus, we hear Peter and John answering, "Whether it be right in the sight of God to hearken unto you more than unto God, judge ye. For we cannot but speak the things which we have seen and heard." Acts chapter 4, verses 19 through 20. A little later still, after being arrested and imprisoned and in peril of death, when sternly arraigned by the council, we hear Peter and the other apostles answering their demand that they should be silent regarding Jesus. They answered, "We ought to obey God rather than man. The God of our fathers raised up Jesus, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree. Him hath God exalted with his right hand to be a prince and a savior. We are his witnesses to these things." Acts chapter 5, verses 29 through 32. Something tremendous must have happened to account for such a radical, astounding moral transformation in this. Nothing short of the fact of the resurrection, of their having seen the risen Lord, will explain it. These unquestionable facts are so impressive and so conclusive that even atheistic and Jewish scholars now admit that the apostles believed that Jesus rose from the dead. Even Ferdinand Bauer admits this. Even David Strauss says, "Only this much need be acknowledged, that the apostles firmly believed that Jesus had arisen." Strauss evidently does not want to admit any more than he has to, but he feels compelled to admit this much. Schenkel goes further yet and says, "It is an indisputable fact that in the early morning of the first day of the week following the crucifixion, the grave of Jesus was found empty." It is a second fact that the disciples and other members of the apostolic communion were convinced that Jesus was seen after the crucifixion. These admissions are fatal to the rationalists who make them. The question at once arises as to where this conviction and belief come from. Ernest Renan, in his book, The Life of Jesus, attempts an answer by saying that, quote, "The passion of a hallucinated woman, Mary, gives to the world a resurrected God," end quote. By this, Renan means that Mary was in love with Jesus. After Jesus' crucifixion, Mary was grieving over, and in the passion of her love, she dreamed herself into a condition where she had a hallucination that she had seen Jesus risen from the dead. She reported her dream as fact, and thus the passion of a hallucinated woman gave to the world a resurrected God. However, we reply that the passion of a hallucinating woman was not competent to this task. Remember the makeup of the apostolic company. In the apostolic company were Matthew and Thomas, who needed to be convinced, and Saul, who was outside the group and needed to be converted. The passion of a hallucinating woman would not convince a stubborn unbeliever like Thomas or a Jewish tax collector like Matthew. Who, however, the tax collector who could be imposed upon by the passion of a hallucinating woman? Neither will the passion of a hallucinating woman convince a fierce and conscientious enemy like Saul of Tarsus. We must find some more reasonable explanation of this. Strauss tried to account for it by inquiring whether the appearances might not have been visions. To this we reply that, first of all, there was no subjective starting point for such visions. The apostles, so far from expecting to see the Lord, hardly believed their own eyes when they did see him. Furthermore, who ever heard of 11 men having the same vision at the same time? To say nothing of 500 men having the same vision at the same time. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 6. Strauss demands of us that we give up one miracle and substitute 500 miracles in its place. Nothing can surpass the gullibility of unbelief. The third attempt at an explanation is that Jesus was not really dead when they took him from the cross, that his friends worked over him and brought him back to life. They say that what was supposed to be the appearance of the risen Lord was the appearance of one who had never been really dead, but was only apparently dead, and was now merely resuscitated. To sustain this argument has been made to the short time Jesus was on the cross, and to the fact that history tells us of one in the time of Josephus who had been taken down from the cross and nursed back to life. However, we answer to this first, that we must remember the events of the
God damn you.
the agony in the Garden of Gethsemane, the awful ordeal of the 4 trials, the scourging, and the consequent physical condition in which all this left Jesus. Remember, too, the water and the blood that poured from the pierced side. In the second place, we reply that his enemies would have taken and did take all necessary precautions against such a thing as this happening. John chapter 19, verse 34. Third, we reply that if Jesus had been merely resuscitated, he would have been so weak and would have been such an utter physical wreck that his reappearance would have been measured at its real value, and the moral transformation in the disciples, for which we are trying to account, would still remain unaccounted for. The officer in the time of Josephus, who is cited in proof, though he was brought back to life, was an utter physical wreck. We reply in the fourth place that if Jesus had merely been brought back to life, the apostles and friends of Jesus, who are the ones who are supposed to have brought him back to life, would have known how they brought him back to life. They would have known that it was not a case of resurrection, but of resuscitation. And the main fact to be accounted for, the change in themselves, would remain unaccounted for. The attempted explanation is an explanation that does not explain. Fifth, we reply that the moral difficulty is the greatest of all. If it was merely a case of resuscitation, then Jesus tried to pass himself off as one risen from the dead when he was nothing of the sort. That would make him a great impostor, and the whole Christian system would rest on fraud as its ultimate foundation. Is it possible to believe that such a system of religion as that of Jesus Christ, embodying such exalted precepts and principles of truth, purity, and love, began with a deliberately planned fraud? No one whose own heart is not polluted by fraud and deceit can believe that Jesus was an impostor, and that his religion was founded upon fraud. We have eliminated all other possible suppositions. Only one remains, that Jesus really was raised from the dead on the third day, as is recorded in the Gospels. The desperate straits to which those who attempt to deny it are driven are themselves proof of the fact. We also have several independent lines of argument that point decisively to the resurrection of Christ from the dead. Some of these taken separately prove the fact, but taken together, they constitute an argument that makes doubt of the resurrection of Christ impossible to the honest person. Of course, if someone is determined not to believe, no amount of proof will convince him. Such a person must be left to his own deliberate choice of truth only. But anyone who really desires to know the truth and is willing to obey it at any cost must accept the resurrection of Christ as a historically proven fact. There is really only one serious objection to the doctrine that Christ arose from the dead, and that is that there is no conclusive evidence that anyone else ever arose from the dead. A sufficient answer to this would be that even if it were certain that no one else ever arose, it would not at all prove that Jesus did not rise. The life of Jesus was unique. His nature was unique. His character was unique. His mission was unique. and his history was unique. And it is not to be wondered at, but is rather to be expected. The end of such a life would also be unique. After all, this objection is simply David Hume's exploded argument against the possibility of the miraculous revamp. According to this argument, no amount of evidence can prove a miracle, because miracles are contrary to all experience. But are miracles contrary to all experience? To start out by saying this is to beg the very question at issue. They may be outside of your experience and mine, and they may be outside the experience of this entire generation, but your experience and mine, and the experience of this entire generation is not all experience. Every student of geology and astronomy knows that things have occurred in the past that are entirely outside the experience of the present generation. Things have occurred within the last 4 years that are entirely outside the experience of the previous 50 years. True science does not start out with an a priori hypothesis that certain things are impossible. It simply studies the evidence 50 years. True science does not start out with an a priori hypothesis that certain things are impossible. It simply studies the evidence to know what has actually occurred. It does not twist its observed facts to make them harmonize with a priori theories, but it seeks to make its theories harmonize with facts as observed. To say that miracles are impossible and that no amount of evidence can therefore prove a miracle is to be incredibly unscientific. Within the past few years, in the realm of chemistry, for example, discoveries have been made regarding radium that seem to run counter to all previous observations regarding chemical elements and to well-established chemical theories. But the scientist has not therefore said that these discoveries about radium cannot be true. Instead, he has gone to work to find out where the trouble was in his previous theories. The observed and recorded facts in the case before us prove that Jesus rose from the dead, and true science must accept that conclusion and conform its theories to this observed fact. In the day of the great triumph of deism in England, two of the most brilliant men in the denial of the supernatural were the eminent legal authorities, Gilbert West and Lord Lyttelton. These two men, who were put forward to crush the defenders of the supernatural in the Bible, had a conference together. One of them said to the other that it would be difficult to maintain their position unless they disposed of two of the alleged bulwarks of Christianity, the alleged resurrection of Jesus from the dead and the alleged conversion of Saul of Tarsus. Lyttelton agreed to write a book to show that Saul of Tarsus was never converted, as is recorded in the Acts of the Apostles, but that his alleged conversion was a myth. If Gilbert West would write another book to show that the alleged resurrection of Christ from the dead was a myth. West said to Lyttelton, "I will have to depend upon you for my facts, for I am somewhat rusty in the Bible." To which Lyttelton replied that he was counting upon West, for he too was somewhat rusty in the Bible. One of them said to the other, "If we are to be honest in the matter, we ought to at least study the evidence." And this they set out to do. They met together numerous times while they were preparing their works. In one of these conferences, West said to Lyttelton that there had been something on his mind for some time that he thought he ought to speak to him about. That as he had been studying the evidence, he was beginning to feel that there was something in it. Lyttelton replied that he was glad that he had spoken about it in this way, for he himself was somewhat shaken, as he had been studying the evidence for the conversion of Saul of Tarsus. Finally, when the books were finished, the two men met. West said to Lyttelton, "Have you written your book?" He replied that he had, but he said, "West, as I have been studying the evidence and weighing it by the recognized laws of legal evidence, I have become satisfied that Saul of Tarsus was converted as is stated in the Acts of the Apostles, and that Christianity is true, and I have written my book on that side. The book can be found today in first-class libraries." "Well," said West, "as I have studied the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, and have weighed it according to the acknowledged laws of evidence, I have become satisfied that Jesus really rose from the dead as recorded in the Gospels, and I have written my book on that side. This book also can be found in our libraries today. Let anyone of legal mind, anyone who is accustomed and competent to weigh evidence, yes, anyone with fair reasoning powers, and above all with complete honesty, sit down to study the facts regarding the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, he will become satisfied that beyond any doubt, Jesus rose from the dead as is recorded in the Gospels. Suppose Jesus did rise from the dead. What then? We will take that question up in the next chapter. Chapter 8. What the resurrection of Jesus from the dead proves. In our last 3 chapters, we have seen conclusive evidence that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. We have followed a number of independent lines of argument. Several of these, taken alone, satisfactorily prove the fact of the resurrection, but taken together, they constitute an argument that makes doubt of the resurrection of Christ impossible to an honest mind. However, what does it mean that he rose from the dead? What does his resurrection prove? It proves everything that most needs to be proved. It proves everything that is essential in Christianity. First of all, the resurrection of Christ from the dead proves that there is a God, and that the God of the Bible is the true God. Every effect must have an adequate cause, and the only adequate cause that will account for the resurrection of Jesus Christ is God, the God of the Bible. When Jesus was here upon earth, he proclaimed the God of the Bible to be the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Matthew chapter 22, verses 32 through 34. The God of the Old Testament, as well as the New. He claimed that after he would be put to death, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of the Bible, would raise him from the dead on the 3rd day. This was an astonishing claim to make, and humanly, it was an absurd claim. For centuries, people had come and gone. They lived and died. And as far as human observation went, that was the end of them. Jesus, though, claimed that after all these centuries of people living, dying, and passing into oblivion, that God, the God of the Bible, would raise him from the dead. Jesus died. He was crucified. He died, and he was buried. The appointed hour at which he had claimed God would raise him from the dead came. God did indeed raise him from the dead, and thereby Jesus' astounding claim was substantiated. It was decisively proven that there is a God, and that the God of the Bible is the true God. For centuries, people have been seeking for proof of the existence and character of God. There is the teleological argument, the argument from the marks of creative intelligence and design in the material universe. It is a good argument in its place. There is the argument from the intelligent guiding hand of God in human history. There is the ontological argument, and other arguments, all more or less convincing. But the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead provides us with a solid, scientific foundation for our faith in God. In the light of the resurrection, our faith in God is built upon observed facts. In the light of the resurrection of Jesus, atheism and agnosticism no longer have any ground upon which to stand. Well-enlightened facts. In the light of the resurrection of Jesus, atheism and agnosticism no longer have any ground upon which to stand. Well might Peter say, "We through him are believers in God, who raised him from the dead and gave him glory." 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 21. My belief in the God of the Bible is not merely a charming imagination. It is a fixed faith, resting upon an incontrovertibly firm fact. In the second place, the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead proves that Jesus is a teacher sent from God, who received his message from God, that he was absolutely inerrant, and that he spoke the very words of God. This was Jesus' claim for himself. In John chapter 7, verse 16, he says, "My teaching is not mine, but his that sent me." In John chapter 12, verse 49, he says, "I have not spoken of myself, but the Father which sent me. He gave me a commandment, what I should say, and what I should speak." In John chapter 14, verses 10 through 11, he says, "Believest thou not that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The words that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth the works. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me, or else believe me for the very work's sake." In John chapter 14, verse 24, he says, "The word which ye hear is not mine, but the Father's which sent me." His claim was that his words were the very words of God. This, too, was an amazing claim to make. Others have made similar claims, but the difference between their claims and that of Jesus is that Jesus substantiated his claim, and no one else has ever substantiated his. God himself unmistakably set his seal upon this astonishing claim of Jesus Christ by raising him from the dead. In the light of the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, that school of criticism that assumes to question the absolute inerrancy of Jesus Christ as a teacher and to set its authority up above that of Jesus has absolutely no ground upon which to stand. Even more, by putting forward its unsubstantiated claims in opposition to the demonstrated claims of Jesus Christ, that school of criticism makes itself a laughingstock in the eyes of thoughtful people. In the third place, the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead proves that he is the Son of God. The Apostle Paul says in Romans chapter 1, verse 4, that Jesus is declared to be the Son of God with power by the resurrection from the dead. And anyone who will stop to think will see that this is true beyond any doubt. When Jesus was here upon earth, he claimed to be divine, in a sense in which no other man was divine. He taught that while even the greatest of God's prophets were only servants, he was a son, an only son. Mark chapter 12, verse 6. Note the context. He claimed that he and the Father were one. John chapter 10, verse 30. He said that all people should honor him, even as they honored the Father. John chapter 5, verse 23. Jesus claimed that he was so completely and fully indwelt by God, and was such a perfect and absolute incarnation of God, that he who had seen him had seen the Father. John chapter 14, verse 9. This was a most amazing claim to make. This was a claim that, if not true, was outrageous blasphemy. Jesus told people that they would put him to death for making this claim, but that after they had put him to death, God himself would set his seal to the claim by raising him from the dead. They did put him to death for making this claim. The people of that day, who did not believe in the deity of Jesus Christ, caused him to be nailed to the cross of Calvary for claiming to be divine. Matthew chapter 26, verses 63 through 66. However, when the appointed hour had come, the breath of God swept through the sleeping clay, and God himself, as Jesus claimed he would, set his seal to Christ's assertion of his own deity by raising him from the dead. Thus God proclaimed to all ages, with a clearer voice than if he would speak from the open heavens today, "This is my only begotten Son, the one in whom I dwell in all my fullness, so that he who has seen him has seen the Father." In the light of the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, Unitarianism has absolutely no logical ground upon which to stand. In the fourth place, the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead proves that there is a judgment day coming. On Mars Hill, Paul declared, "God hath appointed a day in which he will judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he hath ordained, whereof he hath given assurance unto all men, in that he hath raised him from the dead." Acts chapter 17, verse 31. Thus making the resurrection of Christ the God-given assurance of the coming judgment. How does the resurrection of Christ give assurance of coming judgment? When Jesus was upon earth, he declared that the Father had committed all judgment unto him. John chapter 5, verse 22. He declared further that the hour was coming in which all who were in their graves would hear his voice and come forth. Those who had done good would come forth unto the resurrection of life, and those who had done evil unto the resurrection of judgment. John chapter 5, verses 28 through 29. People ridiculed his claim, hated him for making the claim, and put him to death for making the claim and the other claim involved in it, that of deity. But God set his seal to the claim by raising him from the dead. The resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, which is an absolutely certain fact of history in the past, points with an unerring finger to an absolutely certain coming judgment in the future. Belief in a coming judgment day is not a mere guess of theologians. It is a positive faith founded upon a proven fact. In the light of the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, the person who continues in sin, flattering himself with the hope that there will be no future day of reckoning and judgment, is guilty of delusion. Jesus will sit in judgment, and every one of us must give account to him for the deeds done in the body. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 10. In the fifth place, the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead proves that every believer in Christ is justified from all things. We read in Romans chapter 4, verse 25, that Jesus was delivered up for our trespasses and was raised for our justification. More literally, he was delivered up because of our trespasses, that is, because we had trespassed, and was raised because of our justification, that is, because we were justified. The resurrection of Jesus Christ proves decisively that the believer in him is justified. But how? When Jesus was on earth, he said that he would offer up his life a ransom for many. Matthew chapter 20, verse 28. The hour came, and he offered up his life on the cross of Calvary as a ransom for us. Now the atonement had been made, but there still remains a question. Will God accept the atonement which has thus been offered? For 3 nights and 3 days this question remained unanswered. Jesus was in the grave, cold and dead. The long-predicted hour came. The breath of God swept through that sleeping clay, and Christ rose triumphant from the dead. He was exalted to the right hand of the Father, and God proclaimed to the whole universe, I have accepted the atonement that Jesus made. When Jesus died, he died as my representative, and I died in him. When he rose as my representative, and I arose in him. When he ascended up on high and took his place at the right hand of the Father in glory, he ascended as my representative, and I ascended in him. Today, I am seated in Christ with God in the heavenlies. I look at the cross of Christ, and I know that atonement has been made for my sins. I look at the open sepulchre and the risen and ascended Lord, and I know that the atonement has been accepted. There no longer remains a single sin on me, no matter how many or how great my sins may have been. My sins may have been as high as the mountains, but in the light of the resurrection, the atonement that covers them is as high as heaven. My sins may have been as deep as the ocean, but in the light of the resurrection, the atonement that swallows them up is as deep as eternity. Scripture. Be it known unto you, therefore, brethren, that through this man is proclaimed unto you remission of sins, and by him every one that believeth is justified from all things. Acts chapter 13, verses 38 through 39. In the sixth place, the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead proves that all who are united to Christ by a living faith will live again. Paul says, if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 14. The believer is so united to Christ by a living faith that if Christ rose, we must also rise. If the grave could not hold him, it cannot hold us. For centuries, people have been seeking proof of immortality. We have had the dreams of poets and the speculations of philosophers to encourage us with the hope that we will live again. But the best philosophical arguments only point to the probability of a future life. In a matter like this, the human heart craves and demands something more than probability. In the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, we get something more than probability. We get absolute certainty. We get scientific demonstration of life beyond the grave. The resurrection of Jesus Christ removes the hope of immortality from the domain of the speculative and the probable and places it into the domain of the scientifically demonstrated and certain. We know there is life beyond the grave. A popular preacher has recently said, not a few are not at all sure that there is any life beyond the grave. They wish it could be proven. So do I. But we can do no more than infer it from the moral constitution of the universe. Thank God that this popular preacher is wrong. Before the resurrection of Jesus Christ, Perhaps we could do no more than infer it from the moral constitution of the universe. But in the light of the resurrection, it is no longer left to uncertain inferences of the moral constitution of the universe. It is proven. No further proof is needed. It is scientifically demonstrated. And to anyone who will honestly consider the facts regarding the resurrection of Christ, unbelief or agnosticism with regard to the future life becomes an impossibility. In the light of the first Easter morning, I go out into the cemeteries where the sleeping dust of father and mother, brother and child lie. And all my tears are brushed away, for I hear the father saying, "Your father will live again. Your mother will live again. Your brother will live again. Your child will live again." In the seventh place, the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead proves that it is the privilege of believers to have daily, hourly, constant victory over sin. We are united not only to the Lord who died, and thus made atonement for our sin and delivered us from the guilt of sin, but we are also united to the Lord who rose again, and ever liveth to make intercession for us. Hebrews chapter 7, verse 25. We are united to the Lord who has power to save to the uttermost, power to keep us from falling day by day, and power to present us faultless before the presence of his glory with exceeding joy. Jude, verse 24. I may be weak, utterly weak, unable to resist temptation for a single hour, but he is strong, infinitely strong, and he lives to give me help and deliverance every day and every hour. The question of victory over sin is not a question of my weakness, but of his strength. His resurrection power is always at my disposal. He has all power in heaven and on earth, and what my risen Lord has belongs to me also. In the light of the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, failure in daily living is unnecessary and inexcusable. In his resurrection life and power, it is our privilege and our duty to lead victorious lives. 4 men were once climbing up the slippery side of the Matterhorn. A guide and a tourist, a second guide and a second tourist were all roped together. The lower tourist lost his footing and went over the side. The sudden pull on the rope carried the lower guide with him, and he carried the other tourist with him. 3 men were then dangling over the dizzying cliff. However, the guide who was in the lead, feeling the first pull upon the rope, drove his pike into the ice, braced his feet, and held fast. 3 men were dangling over the dreadful abyss, but the 3 men were safe because they were tied to the man who held fast. The first tourist regained his place upon the path. The guide regained his, and the lower tourist regained his, and on and up they went in safety. As the human race ascended the icy cliffs of life, the first Adam lost his footing and was swept over the abyss. He pulled the next man after him, and the next, and the next, and the next, until the whole race went over the abyss. However, the second Adam, Jesus Christ, stood fast, and all who were united to him by a living faith, all dangling over the dreadful precipice, are safe because they are tied to Christ. Chapter 9. The causes of unbelief. The profession of unbelief is very common in our day. I am constantly meeting with those who give as their reason for not being Christians that they do not believe in the Bible. There are many preachers, most excellent and gifted men, who think that unbelief is not worthy of attention, that the proper way to treat it is to ignore it. I do not agree with them. Unbelief is common enough, active enough, and destructive enough to demand attention. While I do not for a moment think that the cause of Christ or the Bible has anything to fear from unbelief, I do know that individuals and communities are being greatly injured by it, and we owe it to them to expose its real character, to point out its consequences, and to show its cure. I have had no greater joy now for some years than to be able to lead many people out of the confusion and wretchedness of unbelief and into the clear light and abounding joy of an intelligent faith in Christ and the Bible. Causes of unbelief. What are the causes of unbelief? The first cause, and one of the most common, is misrepresentation of Christianity by its professed disciples. There are two kinds of misrepresentations. There are misrepresentations in doctrine, and misrepresentations in daily living. Let us look first at the misrepresentations in doctrine. Take, for example, what has been preached as Christianity for generations in France, Spain, Italy, the Philippine Islands, Mexico, and the South American republics. Of course, we know that this is only a downright distortion of the Christianity of the Bible, but the common people of these lands do not know this. They suppose that the Christianity preached by the priests is the Christianity of the Bible. Is it any wonder that they reject it and become out-and-out atheists? If what is thus preached as Christianity were indeed Christianity, I can't help but think I would reject it myself. However, many so-called Protestant representations of Christianity, if not just as false, are still false. There is a wide difference between the God of the Bible and the God of much of so-called Protestant teaching, between the Christ of the Bible and the Christ of much of so-called Protestant teaching, and between the Christian life as set forth in the Bible and the ethics set forth in the pulpit. The most outrageous misrepresentations of Christianity on the part of its professed disciples are the misrepresentations in daily living. The lives of many professed Christians are so widely at variance with the life taught in the Bible that it leads many observers into absolute unbelief. Take, for example, the professed Christian who oppresses his employees in their wages. How many professed Christian employees are there today who grind their employees almost beyond endurance? Is it any wonder that these employees say that they have no use for Christianity? Look at the professed Christians in business who are dishonest in trade, who misrepresent their merchandise, and who use all manner of dishonorable means to get ahead of their competitors in business. Is it any wonder that people looking on are led to give up such misrepresented Christianity? On one occasion, after the wedding of a young man in business in the city of Chicago, I began to speak to him about becoming a Christian. He replied, "You do not need to talk to me about that. I work for so-and-so. These men are very prominent in the church, and we know how they carry on their business, as we work for them. I have no desire to be a Christian." Look at the professed Christian who rolls up his millions and lives in lavish luxury, while the poor are starving at his doors. You may say to me that these misrepresentations of Christianity are not a sufficient excuse for unbelief. The people should learn to distinguish between real Christianity and its counterfeit. And this, I admit. Of course, a really intelligent person never refuses good money because there is counterfeit money in circulation. But many people do not distinguish between the two. They do not read the Bible for themselves, and their only idea of Christianity is from what they see in the lives and teachings of its professed disciples. They say, "If that is Christianity, I do not want it." And so they become unbelievers. One of the most well-known unbelievers of modern times claimed that it was the inconsistent living of his own father, a Baptist preacher, that first led him into unbelief. Whether his picture of his father's character was true or not, or whether to defend his own unbelief he greatly misrepresented his own father, as I have heard it said that he did, I cannot say. But I do know that beyond a question, in many instances, the inconsistencies of professedly Christian parents have led their children into absolute unbelief. Misrepresentation of Christianity by its professed disciples in their teachings, and especially in their lives, has done more to produce atheists than all the writings and speeches that all the Paines and Voltaires and Ingersolls ever gave to the world. The second cause of unbelief is ignorance. Ignorance of what the Bible contains and teaches, ignorance of history, and ignorance of true science. The average unbeliever knows almost nothing about the Bible. He has heard about a few difficulties here and there from the writings or speeches of other atheists, but he knows practically nothing about the actual contents of the Bible. I once asked a man if he would become a Christian. He replied, "No, I do not believe the Bible." "Why don't you believe the Bible?" "Because the Bible is so full of contradictions." "Well," I said, "if the Bible is full of contradictions, Please show me one. It is full of them. If it is full of them, you should be able to show me at least one. Well, it is full of them. Then show me one. Well, it is in the book of Psalms. I handed my Bible to him so he could find it, and he began looking for the Psalms in the back part of the New Testament. Let me find the book of Psalms. After I found the book of Psalms for him, he began to fumble around. Then he said, if I had my Bible here, I could show it. I asked, will you bring your Bible tonight and meet me here at the close of the meeting? He promised that he would. The appointed hour came, and I was at the appointed place, but my unbelieving friend did not appear. I had taken the precaution of asking him for his address, and I went to the address he had given. It was a tavern, but I did not find him. Months later, after one of our meetings, one of my students called to me and said, come here. Here is a man who says the Bible is full of contradictions. I went over, and it was the same man. The man evidently thought I would not recognize him, but I did, and I said, you are the man who lied to me. He dropped his head and said, yes. Another smart young infidel once said to me, I don't believe the Bible. I asked him why. He replied, I don't believe that passage where it speaks about Christ calling down fire from heaven to destroy his enemies. When I assured him that there was no such passage in the Bible, he would not believe me. An infidel in Edinburgh, calling down fire from heaven to destroy his enemies. When I assured him that there was no such passage in the Bible, he would not believe me. An infidel in Edinburgh asked me to explain the passage where it said, Cain went into the land of Nod and took to himself a wife. When I said, the Bible does not say so, he offered to bet me £100 that it did. Colonel Ingersoll, high priest of the cheaper and more superficial unbelief of the day, is an illustration of this ignorance of the Bible. He said in one of his lectures, there is not a single kind of loving sentiment attributed to Christ, but was uttered by Buddha at least 500 years before Christ was born. I would like to know where he finds any utterance of Buddha similar to John chapter 13, verse 34. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another, as I have loved you, that ye also love one another. Or John chapter 15, verses 12 through 13. This is my commandment, that ye love one another, as I have loved you. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Or Matthew chapter 20, verse 28. Even as the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many. In another place, Colonel Ingersoll said, if Christ ever lived on the earth, he was an infidel in his time. I would like to know what ever meant. In another place, Colonel Ingersoll said, if Christ ever lived on the earth, he was an infidel in his time. I would like to know what Colonel Ingersoll does with such statements as that of John chapter 10. The scripture cannot be broken. Or Matthew chapter 5, verse 18. Till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Or Mark chapter 7, verse 13, where, speaking of the law of Moses, he calls it the word of God. Or Luke chapter 24, verses 27 and verse 44. And beginning of Moses and all the prophets, he expounded unto them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. And he said unto them, these are the words which I spake unto you, while I was yet with you, that all things must be fulfilled which were written in the law of Moses and in the prophets, and in the Psalms concerning me. If this is unbelief, then I am an unbeliever. However, all intelligent people know this is not unbelief, but that Colonel Ingersoll was simply parading his ignorance when he uttered his statement. One of the leaders of English unbelief some years ago, in an article in one of the secularist journals, spoke of Matthew as a dispenser of liquors. He knew so little of the Bible that he supposed the word publican, used of Matthew in the Bible, meant publican in the sense of a keeper of a tavern. The man who is probably the most prominent opponent of materialistic unbelief among the Germans is so ignorant of the historic discussions of Christian doctrine that he speaks of the virgin birth of our Lord as the Immaculate Conception, and one of the most because they find things in the Bible that they cannot understand, and because there are apparent contradictions in it that they cannot reconcile. Saying that something cannot be true because I cannot understand it. To think that God could have nothing that would be beyond my understanding is the ultimate arrogance. It is to assume that I know all things, that I know as much as God knows, and that therefore God could not possibly say anything that I could not understand. To think that no solution to a difficulty can be found because I cannot find the solution is to think that I know all things and that my mind is infinite. It is to think that I am God. Suppose I would take my little child outside around sunset and say to the child, "Do you see the sun over there?" "Yes." "Well, my child, that sun is more than 92 million miles away." Then suppose the child would look up into my face in her mature wisdom of 9 years and say, "Father, I know that is not true. The sun is just over there behind the barn." Would this be a revelation of the child's wisdom or of its ignorance and conceit? The oldest, wisest philosopher compared with the infinite one is less than a child compared to the wisest of men. For us to challenge our Father's statements because they seem untrue to us does not reveal us to be philosophers worthy of admiration and applause, but to be foolish children who should be sent to bed. If we find difficulties in the Bible that we cannot explain, a moderate degree of modesty on our part would lead us to say, "If I knew a little more, I might be able to easily explain this difficulty," rather than lead us to say, "This book that contains a difficulty that I cannot explain surely cannot be from God." When I was in Birmingham, a man who parades his unbelief by having quotations from various infidels at the head of his notepaper wrote to me and said that the Bible could not be the Word of God because it was full of contradictions. He said that he could send me hundreds of them, but one or two would suffice, since they could not be answered. The difficulties he set were very easy to explain, and I wrote the solution to it. Instead of being shaken in his conviction that the difficulties he held were unsolvable, he wrote that he was sorry that he had chosen such poor examples before, but that now he would send me some more. These were just as easy to explain, but this did not seem to suggest to him that his other apparently unanswerable difficulties would be just as easy to understand as these previously unanswerable difficulties if he only knew a little more. The fourth cause of unbelief is sin. This is the most common and most fundamental cause of unbelief. Sin causes unbelief in two ways. First, people sin and then give themselves over to unbelief to find comfort in their sin. There is no book that makes people so uneasy in sin as the Bible. Trying to make themselves believe that the Bible is not true gives them some comfort in the pursuit of sin. People tell you that they have many objections to the Bible. But with the great majority of these people, their greatest objection to the Bible, if they would confess the truth to themselves and to others, is that it condemns their sin and makes them uneasy in their sin. Second, sin blinds people's eyes to the truth of the Bible and makes it appear as foolishness. There is nothing that blinds the mind to truth like sin. I was once called to deal with an unbeliever. I sat down and he told me that the reason that he could not be a Christian was because of a difficulty he had with the Bible. I asked him what his difficulty was. He replied that he could not see where Cain got his wife. I said, "Will you come to Christ if I tell you where Cain got his wife?" "Oh," he said, "I will not promise that." "But," I said, "if that is your difficulty that keeps you from coming to Christ, and if you are an honest man and I remove that difficulty, you will come to Christ." "No, I will not promise that." I then went at the root of the matter. I found out that his real difficulty was not about Cain's wife at all, but about another man's wife. It is surprising how often young men who fall into sin and into careless ways of living fall also into unbelief. Through conversation with young men who do not believe the Bible, I have found that there are two specific sins that are the most common cause of unbelief. My former colleague, Professor W.W. White, was speaking one time in Chicago on the mistakes of Ingersoll. At the close of the lecture, a fine-looking man approached him and said, "Professor White, you have no right to say what you have said today." You are a Christian and I am an unbeliever. I have just as much right to my opinion as you have to yours. Professor White then asked him a direct question. Is your life pure? The man replied, that is none of your business. My life is just my opinion. The man approached him and said, of Ingersoll. At the close of the lecture, a fine-looking man approached him and said, Professor White, you have no right to say what you have said today. You are a Christian and I am an unbeliever. I have just as much right to my opinion as you have to yours. Professor White then asked him a direct question. Is your life pure? The man replied, that is none of your business. My life is just as pure as yours is. Then Professor White asked him his name. The man said, that is none of your business. But, said Professor White, I want to look up your record. The man declined to give it and began to back out. However, there were those in the group that gathered around who knew the man's name, and they gave it to Professor White. Within 2 years from that time, that man was found dead in a Boston hotel, lying beside a young woman who was not his wife, whom he had enticed into unbelief, and who had gone off with him to lecture on unbelief. They were found dead together in this Boston hotel with the gas turned on. The statement of this fact will make some of you angry. But look into your own hearts and lives, and see if there is not some sin at the root of your unbelief. I do not say that all unbelief comes from sin, but after long and careful observation, I do say that a very large part of the current unbelief of today has sin for its ultimate cause. The fifth cause of unbelief is resistance to the Holy Spirit. This is a very common cause of unbelief. The Spirit of God moves upon the hearts of men and women, inclining them to accept Christ, but they will not yield to the Spirit of God. They resist
God
the
moves upon the face of the water.
The
Water
Spirit of
is
God moves
represented by
upon
people.
the hearts of men and women, inclining
Made
them
up
to accept
75%
Christ,
water.
but they will not. This is a very common cause of unbelief. The Spirit of God moves upon the hearts of men and women, inclining them to accept Christ, but they will not yield to the Spirit of God. They resist the Holy Spirit. The light that He gives to the soul is darkened, and they fall into skepticism or unbelief. During one of my pastorates, there was a lawyer of excellent abilities who was a most bitter opponent of Christianity. He did what he could to oppose it by bringing atheistic lecturers to town. I looked into this man's previous history. I found that there was a time in the very church of which I was pastor when he was under conviction of sin. He hesitated as to whether he would come out of the world and accept Christ. When pressed upon the subject, he replied, "No, I cannot be a Christian and succeed in my business, and I must support my family." The light that was dawning upon his soul went out, and darkness and unbelief settled down upon him, exercising such a destructive influence over his life that he lost the confidence of his fellow men. He lost his law practice, and the last I heard, his wife was teaching school to help support the family, while he was doing any odd jobs that he could find. In one of our Western colleges, there was a revival of religion. 2 young men in the college set themselves against it. They were determined not to yield. They made an agreement together to meet on a certain evening, to go into the chapel and blaspheme the Holy Spirit. They met at the appointed hour, but the heart of one of the young men failed him, and he was later converted. The other man went into the college chapel alone. What he did in there, hour, but the heart of one of the young men failed him, and he was later converted. The other the chapel and blasphemed the Holy Spirit. They met at the appointed hour, but the heart of one of the young men failed him, and he was later converted. The other man went into the college chapel alone. What he did in there, no one knows, but he came out as white as a sheet. He drifted into unbelief, and he became a leader in one of the secular societies in one of our large cities. Oh, you men and women who are resisting the Holy Spirit, if we see you 5 years from now, we will most likely find atheists. And if we see you 10 years from now, in all probability we will find you alcoholics. In the city of Melbourne, more than one person came to me a moral wreck who said that his fall was due to the influence of the noted atheist in that place. Chapter 10. The Consequences and Cure of Unbelief. In the last chapter, we saw the consequences of unbelief were 1. misrepresentation of Christianity on the part of its professed adherents. 2. Ignorance of the Bible, history, and science. 3. Conceit. 4. And 5. Resistance to the Holy Spirit. Now we will look at the consequences and cure of unbelief. Consequences of unbelief. The first consequence of unbelief is sin. Unbelief breeds sin. There is no doubt of it. It is caused by sin, and in turn it brings about offspring that is similar to its ancestors. Sin first entered into human history through questioning God's word. When the devil tried to lead Eve into disobeying God, he began by throwing out an insinuation that the word of God was not true. He first said, "Hath God said?" Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. And then he flatly denied what God said. The devil was the first lecturer in unbelief.
Say it again, hold on.
Hath God said? Genesis chapter 3, disobeying God. He began by throwing out an insinuation that the word of God was not true. He first said, "Hath God said?" Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. And then he flatly denied what God said. The devil was the first lecturer in unbelief. He only had an audience of one, but he reached millions through that lecture. He saw at once the effectiveness of this mode of attack upon us and upon man's moral integrity. From that day to this, the devil has been deceiving people into sin by sowing the seeds of unbelief in their hearts. Denied what God said. The devil was the first lecturer in unbelief. He only had an audience of one, but he reached millions through that lecture. He saw at once the effectiveness of this mode of attack upon us and upon man's moral integrity. From that day to this, the devil has been deceiving people into sin by sowing the seeds of unbelief in their hearts. He well knows what sort of a crop that seed brings forth. When a young man or young woman falls into unbelief, look out for their morals. Unbelief forms a very shaky foundation for an upright character. A former president of the British National Secular Society, a man well known here in Bolton, who in fact was elected to Parliament from the Bolton district, said, "I have seen the dreadful effects that unbelief produces on people's characters. I have had proof of its deteriorating effects in my own experience. Its tendency is to utter debasement. Occupying the position of leaders, I have had proof of its deteriorating effects in my own experience. Its tendency is to utter debasement." Occupying the position that he did, Joseph Barker certainly knew unbelief and its consequences, and this testimony of his to its destructive effects upon character is beyond question true. The second consequence of unbelief is anarchy. Anarchists are necessarily always unbelievers. It is impossible for someone who believes in the Bible to be an anarchist. When the miserable French vagabond and anarchist Vallon stood upon the gallows, he boasted of his unbelief. His unbelief and his anarchy went hand in hand. Louis Blanc, one of the great leaders of anarchy, is reported to have said, "When I was an infant, I rebelled against my nurse. When I was a child, I rebelled against my tutors and my parents. When I was a man, I rebelled against the government. When I die, if there is any heaven and I go there, I will rebel against God." The acceptance of Christianity would do away with anarchy on the one hand, and it would do away with the oppression of the poor by the rich that leads to anarchy on the other hand. The third would do away with anarchy on the one hand, and it would do away with the oppression of the poor by the rich that leads to anarchy on the other hand. The third consequence of unbelief is misery and despair. God has created us for fullness of joy, and He has made fullness of joy possible for each one of us. However, the fullness of joy that God intends for us, and which alone can satisfy a soul made in God's image, can only come from a living faith in Jesus as the Son of God, and in the Bible as the Word of God. Infidels are never completely happy. There may be surface happiness, but it is not, as everyone knows who knows them well, deep and satisfying. One night, as I ended a sermon in a New Zealand town, A man somewhat beyond middle life walked in front of the platform as he made his way out of the building. He looked up at me and scowled and said, "I am an unbeliever." I replied, "You do not need to tell us that. Your face shows it. You are one of the most miserable-looking men I have ever seen." I received a letter from him the next day, confessing that he was indeed miserable. Did you ever know a joyous old atheist? As lighthearted as they may seem, at least when they are around groups of people, did you ever see in them that deep, continuous, overflowing joyfulness that is so characteristic of the aged Christian? On the day of the death of a noted American atheist, I was with a friend of his, and we got to talking about him. He said to me, "Every time of late when I have gone to see him, his wife has said to me, 'Don't tell him that he is growing old. It makes him very angry.' However, it does not make the aged Christian angry to tell him he is growing old, for he knows he is simply ripening for a better world." Unbelief and atheism frequently breed despair and suicide. Even the best of pagan writers taught the suitability of suicide. For example, Epictetus says, "The door is open. When you want to, you can leave off playing the game of life." Mrs. Amelia E. Barr, who has made a study of suicide, says, "The advent of Christianity made self-destruction a crime." She further says, "Advent of Christianity made self-destruction a crime." She further says that the revival of unbelief in France at the time of the Revolution caused the termination of the civil and religious laws against suicide. She still further says, "The great underlying cause of the advance of modern suicide is the advance of lax or skeptical religious views. Unbelief logically leads to pessimism and despair." Ingersoll himself wrote an editorial in a New York paper in defense of suicide. This editorial was followed in New York and the surrounding neighborhood by a harvest of suicides. The man who wrote the editorial was directly responsible for its consequences, and it is not to be wondered at that the editorial raised a storm of protest and indignation, but his article was the logical outcome of his unbelief. A poor but brilliant young woman from one of the southern states came to Chicago at the time of the World's Fair. Her intellectual gifts were so great that she was introduced into the best society, where she spoke about the, quote, new woman. She was led into unbelief by an able advocate of unbelief in Chicago, but her career as an atheist was brief. She soon met a suicide's death in an eastern city, and one branch of the unbelievers of America today meet annually at her grave to commemorate her death. Her broken-hearted father also died by his own hand. Sadly, this is the genuine fruit of unbelief. The fourth consequence of unbelief is a hopeless grave. Colonel Ingersoll once said, "The pulpit has cast a shadow over the cradle and a gloom over the grave." If this is true, it is a most remarkable fact that people, even professedly unbelieving people, are so anxious to have Christian preachers conduct their funerals. There is a gloom over the grave by nature and by sin. The Bible dispels the shadow. If you throw away the Bible, you do not get rid of the gloom, but you do get rid of the light that illumines it. Unbelief shrouds the grave in gloom. The only rays of light are those stolen from Christianity. Colonel Ingersoll, at his brother's grave, delivered an address that was eloquent in words, but was sad beyond description. As he drew toward the close of that address, he said that hope sees the glimmering of the star through the darkness, but he was not honest enough to say that that star was the Star of Bethlehem. On the other hand, D.L. Moody, at his brother's grave, sounded forth a note of joy and exultation. Looking into the grave, he quoted 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 55 through 57. "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ." Two men died the same year in America. Colonel Ingersoll, the acknowledged leader of American unbelief, and D.L. Moody, the leader of Christian activity. Compare the deaths, and Her by name. Read John chapter 10. The consequences and cure of unbelief. In the last chapter, we saw that the causes of unbelief were 1. Misrepresentations of Christianity on the part of its professed adherents. 2. Ignorance of the Bible, history, and science. 3. Conceit. 4. Sin. And 5. Resistance to the Holy Spirit. Now we will look at the consequences and cure of unbelief. Consequences of unbelief. The first consequence of unbelief is sin. Unbelief breeds sin. There is no doubt of that. It is caused by sin, and in turn it brings about offspring that is similar to its ancestors. Sin first entered into human history through questioning God's word. When the devil tried to lead Eve into disobeying God, he began by throwing out an insinuation that the word of God was not true. He first said, "Hath God said," Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. And then he flatly denied what God said. The devil was the first lecturer in unbelief. He only had an audience of one, but he reached millions through that lecture. He saw at once the effectiveness of this mode of attack upon us and upon man's moral integrity. From that day to this, the devil has been deceiving people into sin by sowing the seeds of unbelief in their hearts. He well knows what sort of a crop that seed brings forth. When a young man or young woman falls into unbelief, look out for their morals. Unbelief forms a very shaky foundation for an upright character. A former president of the British National Secular Society, a man well known here in Bolton, who in fact was elected to Parliament from the Bolton district, said, "I have seen the dreadful effects that unbelief produces on people's characters. I have had proof of its deteriorating effects in my own experience. Its tendency sins to utter debasement. Occupying the position that he did, Joseph Barker certainly knew unbelief and its consequences, and this testimony of his to its destructive effects upon character is beyond question true. The second consequence of unbelief is anarchy. Anarchists are necessarily always unbelievers. It is impossible for someone who believes in the Bible to be an anarchist. When the miserable French vagabond and anarchist Vallon stood upon the gallows, he boasted of his unbelief. His unbelief and his anarchy went hand in hand. Louis Blanc, one of the great leaders of anarchy, is reported to have said, "When I was an infant, I rebelled against my nurse. When I was a child, I rebelled against my tutors and my parents. When I was a man, I rebelled against the government. When I die, if there is any heaven and I go there, I will rebel against God." The acceptance of Christianity would do away with anarchy on the one hand, and it would do away with the oppression of the poor by the rich that leads to anarchy on the other hand. The third consequence of unbelief is misery and despair. God has created us for fullness of joy, and He has made fullness of joy possible for each one of us. However, the fullness of joy that God intends for us, and which alone can satisfy a soul made in God's image, can only come from a living faith in Jesus as the Son of God, and in the Bible as the Word of God. Infidels are never completely happy. There may be surface happiness, but it is not, as everyone knows who knows them well, real and satisfying. One night, as I ended a sermon in a New Zealand town, a man somewhat beyond middle age walked in front of the platform as he made his way out of the building. He looked up at me and scowled and said, "I am an unbeliever." I replied, "You do not need to tell us that. Your faith is you are one of the most miserable-looking men I have ever seen." I received a letter from him the next day, confessing that he was indeed miserable. Did you ever know a joyous old atheist? As lighthearted as they may seem, at least when they are around groups of people, did you ever see in them that deep, continuous, overflowing joyfulness that is so characteristic of the aged Christian?
God damn.
On the day of the death of a noted American atheist, I was with a friend of his, and we got to talking about it. He said to me, "Every time of late when I have gone to see him, his wife has said to me, 'Don't tell him that he is growing old. It makes him very angry.' However, it does not make the aged Christian angry to tell him he is growing old, for he knows he is simply ripening for a better world." Unbelief and atheism frequently breed despair and suicide. Even the best of pagan writers taught the suitability of suicide. For example, Epictetus says, "The door is open. When you want to, you can leave off playing the game of life." Mrs. Amelia E. Hooking falls against suicide. She still further says, "The great underlying cause of the advance of modern suicide is the advance of lax or skeptical religious views." Unbelief logically leads to pessimism and despair. Ingersoll himself wrote an editorial in a New York paper in defense of suicide. This editorial was followed in New York and the surrounding neighborhood by a harvest of suicide. The man who wrote the editorial was directly responsible for its consequences, and it is not to be wondered at that the editorial raised a storm of protest and indignation, but his article was the logical outcome of this unbelief. A poor but brilliant young woman from one of the southern states came to Chicago at the time of the World's Fair. Her intellectual gifts were so great that she was introduced into the best society, where she spoke about the, quote, new woman. She was led into unbelief by an able advocate of unbelief in Chicago, but her career as an atheist was brief. She soon met a suicide's death in an eastern city, and one branch of the Unbelievers of America today meet annually at her grave to commemorate her death. Her broken-hearted father also died by his own hand. Sadly, this is the genuine fruit of unbelief. The fourth consequence of unbelief is a hopeless grave. Colonel Ingersoll once said, "The pulpit has cast a shadow over the cradle and a gloom over the grave." If this is true, it is a most remarkable fact that people, even professedly unbelieving people, are are so anxious to have Christian preachers conduct their funerals. There is a gloom over the grave by nature and by sin. The Bible dispels the shadow. If you throw away the Bible, you do not get rid of the gloom, but you do get rid of the light that illumines it. Unbelief shrouds the grave in gloom, and the only rays of light are those stolen from Christianity. Colonel Ingersoll at his brother's grave delivered an address that was eloquent in words, but was sad beyond description. As he drew toward the close of that address, he said that hope sees the glimmering of a star through the darkness, but he was not honest enough to say that that star was the Star of Bethlehem. On the other hand, D.L. Moody at his brother's grave sounded forth a note of joy and exultation. Looking into the grave, he quoted 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 55 through 57. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. 2 men died the same year in America. Colonel Ingersoll, the acknowledged leader of American unbelief, and D.L. Moody, the leader of Christian activity. Compare the deaths and funerals of these 2 men, and see for yourselves whether the Christian's death or the agnostic's death is the gloomy one. The death of Colonel Ingersoll was sudden and without a ray of cheer and brightness. His funeral was unutterably dismal. His wife and daughter, who loved him, could not bear to have the body taken from the house until the beginning of decay made it an absolute necessity. It was all they had, and they despairingly clung to that decaying body. The scene at the crematory, as described in the daily papers, was enough to make the heart of anyone ache, no matter how little one might be in sympathy with the views of the unfortunate man who had passed into eternity. On the other hand, the death and funeral of Mr. Moody were triumphant in every detail. Early on, the morning of his departure from this world, his oldest son was sitting beside his bed. He heard his father speak in a low tone of voice, and he leaned over to listen. These were the words that he heard. Earth is receding. Heaven is opening. God is calling. You are dreaming, Father, said the son. No, Will, this is no dream. I have been within the gates. I have seen the children's faces. The family was summoned. Mr. Moody rallied. A while later, he began to sing again, and he was heard to say, Is this death? This is not bad. This is no battle. This is bliss. This is glorious. Father, said his daughter, you must not leave us. We cannot spare you. The dying man replied, I am not going to throw my life away. If God has any more work for me to do, I will get well and do it. But if God is calling, I must not be off. He rallied again. He gained sufficient strength to arise from the bed and walk over to the window.
Wow.
He sat down in a chair and talked with his family. He began to think he would recover, and was contemplating sending for his pastor to pray for his recovery. Then, beginning to sing again, he asked them to help him back to the bed. As he was singing, his daughter knelt by the bed and began to pray for his recovery, but he said, No, don't pray that. God is calling. This is my coronation day. I have been long looking forward to it. And the heroic warrior was swept up into the presence of the king. At the funeral, all was triumphant. His son said to me before the service, Remember, there is to be nothing of sadness in the service. We want nothing but triumph here today. The body was carried to the church by students from one of the schools that he had founded. It lay in an open casket in front of the pulpit. Right in front of it, with unveiled faces, sat his wife and daughter and sons, listening with peaceful faces to the words that were spoken, and joining in the hymns of gladness, praise, and victory. When others had ceased speaking, the oldest son arose and gladly gave a testimony for his father and the power of his faith. Is it Christianity that throws a gloom over the grave? Is the Christian's grave the gloomy one, and the unbeliever's the bright one? Who ever heard of a Christian repenting on his deathbed that he had been a Christian? It is not at all uncommon for unbelievers to repent on their deathbed. They had been unbelievers. The death consequence of unbelief is eternal ruin. We are told in Mark chapter 16, verse 16, "He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be condemned." We are told in John chapter 3, verse 36, "He that believeth in the Son hath everlasting life, but he that believeth not the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God abideth on him." We have also, "Believeth in the Son hath everlasting life, but he that believeth not the Son shall not."
Oh, I know. me a second.
Not see light, but the wrath of God. But he that believeth not the Son shall not see light, but the wrath of God abideth on him. We have all sinned, and the only way to find forgiveness is by the acceptance of the sin-bearer whom God has provided. If we prefer to be unbelievers and reject him, we have no hope. Jesus is the only Savior who has ever proved capable of saving people from the power of sin here. So we can rest assured that he is the only one who will prove capable of saving people from the consequences of sin hereafter. However, there are many people who do not claim to be unbelievers, who are not theoretically so, but are practically so. All who reject Christ are really unbelievers, and they will be lost. As Ethan Allen, a brave soldier but hopeless atheist, stood at his daughter's deathbed, she turned to him and asked whether she should accept his unbelief or her mother's faith, and the humbled man advised her to accept her mother's faith in a difficult hour. The cure for unbelief. We come now to the cure for unbelief. The great cure for unbelief is Christian living on the part of professed Christians. There is no argument for Christianity like Christ-like life. Many skeptics and unbelievers have been won by the life of someone who did not merely intellectually believe in Christ, but who lived like him in his daily life. As Robert McCall lay dead in his coffin in Paris, a workman in Paris, a former anarchist, stood by his coffin weeping. The crying man was asked, "Are you a relative?" "No." "Why then do you weep?" "He saved me." "What did he say?" "He said nothing," replied the former anarchist. It was his face, the Christ-like character shining out in a Christ-like countenance that saved this man. I was once asked to call upon a woman of brilliant gifts who was an unbeliever. She said,
I'll be right back, you guys. I'm gonna try, probably hardcore in, what do you call it? Biohazard, mashup pack. I'll catch you in the next live stream. Peace out. Thank you for watching. See ya. Hit the like button, comment, and subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next video. Peace. And 3:17:28. 3:38. Time is 3:38. Thank you for 515 subs. It means a lot. Peace out. Let's see if we can get 10 more subs.